Hey, chatty gang, what's good, everybody? Everybody say hi to Matt George.
Good morning.
Oh boy, I did a bad job of preparing the studio today, so we're flying by the seat of our pants a little bit.
You did a great job.
What up, Warren? Guys, I kind of think Brandon Ayuk might sign today.
He is at Levi's.
He
leaves.
I need to hit my contributor up.
What up, Chatty House?
Yeah, Matt, talk to the people. Entertain the
Matthew's
people.
Mattress, Chatty House?
Nope, not on this show.
Oh. Whoops.
Matthew's Mattress wants to give us a little money, then it can be the Matthew's Mattress Chatty House.
I appreciate that.
All right.
This is my mattress, after all.
Shout out to him, though.
Yeah.
I'll go there next time I need a mattress, for sure.
What are the vibes this morning? Are we feeling the trade today? Is today the trade? Is today the deal that Monty has set the table for?
He was like, I know the Friday edition of the Insiders of Vibes is going to be high. The vibes are going to be high. Who got the belt today? Chester Monk Jackson gets the belt. Is that right? That's who it says on mine. Okay, here we go. Let's do a show. Oh, it sure is, but a little bit different edition of the Insiders. Matt George filling in today for James Ham. James still down on assignment in Cabo. He will be back Monday. So Matt George from ABC 10, nice enough to fill in. Hey, buddy.
Hey, I'm happy to be here, man.
No bets this time?
No
bets this time. We're out on that.
No,
I was a little disappointed, honestly. So if you missed last time, Matt filled in on this show. We made a bet on it was
a season
opener.
God, it was that long
ago.
My God. It was literally at the start of the Kings season because it was Kings Warriors home opener.
All right, so before the season opener, Matt and I made a little wager on that game where the loser would have to eat spicy foods of the winner's choice. And the funny part of this is that you wound up doing it to yourself.
Yeah, I doomed myself.
Yeah, because I got what I thought was going to be. So I got a couple of different like spicy kind of chips, but it was fine, nothing crazy.
Casual, yeah.
And then I got a curry,
which was bomb.
That I thought it was delicious.
So good.
It was fantastic.
You're just eating it.
It just wasn't that spicy.
Not at all.
I put in the DoorDash order. I was like, make this as spicy as you can, and they didn't. They definitely didn't. But you then got one of the hot sauces, the bomb hot sauce from Hot Ones,
right,
and really did it to yourself.
Yeah, that was
a tough go.
It was an adventure. It was an adventure. And shout out to Kyle because that was during a recording of the Locked On Kings podcast, and Kyle had to essentially carry the final segment of the conversation while I was going through an existential crisis.
At one point, you went, just talk about stuff for
I quit.
Yeah, you got it, man.
And I started biting into a jug of ice cream.
Yeah,
just
man,
for
that was
sweet relief.
That was
making
crazy.
eye contact with you while eating a popsicle. That was a weird moment.
Making eye contact, but just kind of looking through me. There was nobody home.
Oh no, I was seeing red, man.
All hands on deck.
Survival mode kicked in. Yeah, the bomb is no joke. So when you see those celebrities have those reactions, they're not. And I had like a drop. They get a decent amount on that. I had a drop.
Yeah,
it's awful,
man.
It's part of my podcast set now. So the little bottle.
So no wagers will be made on spicy foods today. We are going to talk about the Kings though. So you've not been in. Obviously, it's been Jesse Tapia. Salute to Jesse. Did a great job filling in this week. Where are you at on the Kings as of today? Because the Jalen McDaniels trade happened after our show yesterday, so we've not gotten a chance to talk about that. That was Davion Mitchell, Sasha Vezenkov, the number 45 pick in this year's draft, Portland's second round pick in next year's draft that goes to Toronto for Jalen McDaniels. What's your vibe today?
Yeah, I know we're going to break down the trade a little bit more, and we'll talk about Devin Carter and everything. So I'll kind of just sum it up here briefly.
Sure.
Essentially, like, to me, it's a what's next, right? Like, it's an incomplete.
Yes.
Like, the offseason is nowhere close to being complete. And even Monty, by his own words at the press conference at the end of night one of the draft, he was saying, like, he considers the draft almost opening night of the offseason, even though they made the Malik signing, which he's not allowed to talk about for some reason. And the Mike Brown hiring. Yeah, he couldn't talk. I asked him about it. He basically said, I can't talk about it right now, even though free agency has changed for your own free agency. I don't know, but he's already made moves. He did the Mike Brown. He made arguably the biggest moves of the summer already with Mike Brown and Malik Monk. But he considered the draft like the beginning of the offseason. So if that's the case, we're very early days into this offseason right now. So there's still a lot more to come. I hope. There should be.
There has to be. I literally yesterday on the show, Jesse asked me, do you trust Monty McNair to make those additional moves? Because I'm all in. I mean, the Devin Carter pick was odd at first.
Yeah.
Because the consensus was just not a guard.
Yeah, we were on the same wavelength.
And then they take Devin Carter and it's like, well, okay, he's good.
Yeah.
He can play. Mm-hmm. And I thought he would be an upgrade in their guard rotation. And sure enough, Davion Mitchell was part of that deal to get Jalen McDaniels. But so the consensus on our show yesterday, and I think in the chatty house as well, and salute to the chatty house at youtube.com/ESPN1320 and twitch.tv/ESPN1320. The consensus kind of was like, yeah, okay, Devin Carter is good. Mm-hmm. Full stop. That guy can hoop. But that can't, like, what? So is Kevin Huerter just going to play the three and that's the wing depth? That can't be it. And so Jesse asked me if I trusted him to make those moves to kind of improve that wing depth, whether it's over Harrison Barnes or whether it's in the rotation as a 7th, 8th guy. And I said I trusted him to make a move, but I didn't trust him to not have it be. And I literally said Jalen McDaniels and re-signing Kessler Edwards.
So it's your fault.
So I'm 1 for 2 so far.
There you go.
I expect the Kessler Edwards news shortly.
That's why this is the insiders. Kyle Madson had Jalen McDaniels before literally anybody else.
Yep. You never wrong, just early. Yeah, man. So I'm kind of with you. I think they're in a good spot for the most part. It's just very obvious they're in a bit of a unique position to me because it's not like they're up against it and they got to sign somebody for a vet minimum and that's what it's going to be. They're not. Golden State has to figure out what they're doing with Chris Paul. They got to figure out what's going on with Klay Thompson. If they don't bring those guys back, okay, what are they going to do it's not like a convoluted thing. With the Kings, it's pretty straightforward. They need wing depth.
Yeah.
And that's it.
Yeah.
And maybe depth at the center spot if you can find it.
Yeah, to me, like, the word that I keep going back to is the word that Monty used when he first took the job, and it's flexibility. Like, flexibility is what is one of the primary things that's most important to him. And he's been consistent with how he has run this organization throughout his time here in Sacramento, living up to kind of that flexibility term. The Kings have, whether through comments or rumors or moves themselves, set themselves up this offseason to go in a multitude of different directions, right? They can go for the big swing right now if they want to. They set the table for, hey, we can not exactly run it back, but we can sort of run it back. Both Mike Brown and Monty McNair made comments at the end of the season in their end of season press conferences like, we're not that far away. We're pretty close. So setting the table for, it's not a bad thing if we don't make a swing this summer. We know we have to improve and we're always looking to improve. That's Monty's thing. We're always looking to improve.
Of course.
But Monty is not the kind of guy that's just going to make a move for the sake of making a move, which is respectable, but at the same time infuriating. When you go through 2 trade deadlines, the most recent one, you see a team like the Dallas Mavericks make the moves they have to make, and lo and behold, they made an NBA Finals run. Yeah, now, I don't know. I don't think the Kings would have made an NBA Finals run if they made those moves, but you have an obvious weakness.
Yeah.
Address it. And you had, with the 13th pick, a chance to address it. You chose not to. Okay. You still have time to address it. You need to. There is no running Kevin Huerter and whatever you have in Kessler Edwards and Jalen McDaniels into next season and going, okay, now we can feel confident about our ability to compete in the Western Conference.
Yeah. And I think the thing with the draft pick specifically is I think Devin Carter is going to impact winning now. I think his role this year will be different than his role next year and the year after that as he kind of grows into the NBA. But I think he can do enough things to help them win this year, which is great. But I think even if they had drafted Jacoby Walters, a guy I always go to, the forward from Baylor, or the wing from Baylor, he's just the guy I always land on. Even if they had drafted Jacoby Walter, I would be saying the same thing.
Yes.
It's not, hey, yeah, this guy is going to be your 9th guy now. Mm-hmm. The need is still there. It's just such a vital thing in the NBA, which is why going and getting Jalen McDaniels is great. If they re-signed Kessler Edwards, okay, great. But there has to be, and I think that's where I was so focused on something like big. It's Brandon Ingram, it's Kyle Kuzma. Now Paul George comes up, who we'll talk about in a little bit. But to your point with Dallas, Dallas didn't make any earth-shattering moves.
Nope.
They just they got better for sure when they brought in PJ Washington, and they got better when they brought in Daniel Gafford. And that's where the Kings, to me, okay, if it's not Kyle Kuzma, then it has to be or Brandon Ingram. Then it just has to be somebody who's better than what you have right now. Mm-hmm. If you can take Harrison Barnes, who I think Harrison Barnes is a fine NBA player. I don't think he can win a title if he's your starting 4. Mm-hmm. That's just kind of it. Yeah. But if he's your 8th or 9th guy, where you have that versatility, he can guard 2 through 4. He can play a little small ball 5 in a pinch. That all of a sudden that depth feels better. So it just needs to be an upgrade.
Right.
And who that is, I don't know, but it doesn't, I think we've gotten so hyper-focused on the like Kyle Kuzma type of move or the Brandon Ingram type of move where it's like, okay, if that's not there, fine, go find something else then. Mm-hmm. That's not Jalen McDaniels, all due respect.
Sometimes I like to do this little exercise where it's like, take the actual actions or moves that they're being made and pretend they were words at the beginning of an offseason. So the moves that Monty has made to this point, right? What if he had said at the beginning of the offseason, we're a rookie and a rotational wing, kinda, and Jalen McDaniels. I don't know if he's a rotational wing or not. I kind of put him in the same box as Kessler Edwards at this point. We're a wing depth piece away from truly competing. Imagine if he had said that. We would all rolled our eyes. It's not enough. It can't be enough. No. And I think Monty has even acknowledged that to some point when he was asked about it on draft night and he talked about roster construction. He goes, hey, we're aware. We know we have other moves to make on the roster. But essentially what he said, and this is where we have to have faith in our GM. And I use the royal we as in us in Sacramento. Mm-hmm. We have to have faith in our GM because what he said was we had options available. I thought the Kings were going to pull off a buzzer beater trade. I really thought they were going to.
Yep.
And they had deals in front of them. Now, if it were to come out that there was a Kyle Kuzma deal lined up and they said, you know what, we're going to go the Devin Carter route, I'm probably going to have a little bit of an issue with that, but that information might not ever come out. But we know there were deals in place or there were conversations happening. And what Monty said was, we weighed all of our options. Carter fell to 13. They were not expecting him to be there. Mm-hmm. And Monty said, out of all of our options, nothing was better than drafting Devin Carter.
Sure.
That's where you have to trust the general manager that even though we have these hypothetical ideas in our brain of, oh, get that guy or make this kind of improvement. Mm-hmm. That's us kind of playing in the fantasy world based off of rumors and what we think would work versus he's the general manager that's actually having conversations. And if he's saying that nothing else was better than taking this rookie who is 22 years old, high defensive upside, can play both ends of the floor, then we have to take him at his word with that.
Yeah.
But that doesn't give him a pass for, you still have these holes on your roster. You had 8 guards at the time. Mm-hmm. You've now traded one of them in Davion Mitchell, which is good in a move that is a complete precursor to something more. It has to be. It doesn't make sense if it's anything else.
Yeah, we'll dive into that move a little bit more next. I get it for sure of Devin Carter was the best option and I think he'll help him win games and that's great. But man, it would be really, really tough, I think, to feel great going into the season if that's it.
Right.
And that's kind of where it's a tough line to walk. But this Jalen McDaniels move is interesting. Why did they do it? Who is Jalen McDaniels? How can he contribute? We'll talk about all that next. Plenty of Kings coming up. And is Brandon Ayuk just going to sign his contract today?
Let's do it.
He might. We'll talk about it next. That's Matt George. I'm Kyle Madson. We're hanging out with you until noon on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader.
Clear. That would be a little anticlimactic, wouldn't it, for Brandon Ayuk just to sign today? It's like all the drama, and then he's just like, all right, we got a deal done. I'm sure. I think the Niners would be, I think Niner Nation would be beyond thrilled, but after going into training camp 2 years in a row with no Debo and then no Nick Bosa. To get Ayuk handled this early would be very off-brand. Good to see you too, Scooter.
Entertain the people. I'm gonna go get our rundown.
I can do my best to entertain the people.
Yeah, TV's Matt George.
Hey, people. I'm here to entertain you. How's everybody doing? Let me scroll through, see what people are saying. Brandon S. Don't trust Monty at all, though. Why? Do you not trust him because he hasn't made moves when you wanted him to make moves, or you don't trust the moves that he has made? Because I understand the concern that he's going to stay put again, but I think he's earned the trust and the faith of Kings fans with the moves that he has made have been good moves, especially the biggest move that he made, right? Doesn't matter what Tyrese Halliburton is doing in Indiana. That was a good move that the Kings pretty much had to make. So I am of the belief that he is very trustworthy. Okay. Ooh, and I got a clock right here too.
Yes.
On this fancy schmancy little thing.
Open up the phone lines. Drink some water. Stay hydrated, folks.
Drew down, Matt. You look much hotter on ABC. Respectfully, thank you. I work harder.
Excuse me. Where's the suit?
I have to wear a suit, and I have to get a little more done up than I am right now. I miss sometimes the radio vibes of just like wearing a polo and shorts is freaking awesome.
Dog, you were dressed up.
I am kind of
joggers
up.
And a t-shirt.
I am kind of dressed up.
Here's my morning. I walk over, grab whatever shorts, joggers I'm gonna wear. I open my t-shirt drawer and I go. I put on a t-shirt, then I walk into a closet and I go.
Do you do it in the dark?
No. This time of year when I wake up, it's light enough.
Oh, okay.
But I also when it is dark in the mornings when I wake up, I just turn my closet light on and it lights up enough of what I need to see. Yeah, and I go in, I grab a hat, and
I like wearing dress clothes because at least I know that they're like I don't have to mix in. Well, you do have to mix and match colors, but I don't have to plan that hard. It's just dress clothes. It's safe.
This suit.
But when you wear dress clothes every day, it gets really annoying to get ready. Like it's almost a chore sometimes to get ready. I'm just like I don't want to wear a button-down shirt and a belt and crap. It's nonsense. But hey, first world problems.
This is a real thing that I did one time because I was 24 years old. Tracy Jordan in 30 Rock, that's Tracy Morgan's character, said to Kenneth, the page, dress every day like you're going to get murdered in those clothes, which is hilarious. But I was like, you know what? He's right. So I worked at a video streaming company. It was like the company top to bottom was like 13 people. You could go in your pajamas. It didn't matter. Mm-hmm. And so I just started wearing suits. I bought a vest. I had my button-up shirt, I had a vest, belt, dress shoes, it works. I did that for 2 weeks. Tie. I went and bought ties just for this. Felt great about it. And I was like, ugh, this sucks. Yeah. I get so bored with it so fast.
It's annoying.
It's like, I'm done.
It's annoying. I like getting ready for game nights, though. And I just got, you'll appreciate these, Kyle. I'm going to debut them probably on opening night this year. But I got custom Lord of the Rings Nikes. They arrived yesterday.
Oh, my God. I can't wait. Here we go.
Now, back to the Insiders, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
It's kind of the Insiders. That's Matt George from ABC 10. I'm Kyle Madson. I'm always here. Matt's not. Matt's just...
I just broke in today.
Yeah, Matt, I have no idea who invited him.
There still are people that don't think we are two separate people on the radio.
Correct.
There still are people that exist that genuinely think we're the same person.
Yeah, which I don't like. I get it. If you're only hearing us, we don't look alike. No. But if you're only hearing, I think I get it. But I hear your voice differently than I hear my voice.
Sure.
So I don't hear it.
I don't either.
But
I think that's offensive to you, though. If you sound like me, because you're the legit radio professional.
I was playing it fast and loose with professional.
But you've been in the game. I got out the game.
But I think being a television professional is more of a thing than being a radio professional. You're being a TV guy and walking into a press room is like you're the jock. You're the like, oh, I'm the TV guy.
Bad. I'm the jock,
and
that's
then
bad.
No, just not you, but TV guys in general. It's you, it's Jake Aiden, it's Sean Cunningham, it's Kevin John. I don't want to leave anybody out. Who am I missing?
Michelle Dapper,
Mel
Dapper, Rogers.
Sure, all them. When they walk in, it's like the jocks walking in. When the radio guys walk in, it's like, meh.
No.
The
radio guys
are here.
The radio guys are the kids that maybe you pick on, and then you actually get to know them, and they're the coolest people that end up being your friends beyond high school, right?
Sure.
Yeah.
No, that makes sense. And then the writers are the
quiet
kids.
the
AP course people.
Nerds.
916-909-1320, 916-909-1320 if you want to join the program. Don, you're on the Insiders. That's Matt George. I'm Kyle Madson. What's up?
Am I on?
Yeah, Don.
Am I the right Don?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Yo, what's up, Matt? Yo, Kyle, what's going on, guys? Happy Friday, broskies. Hey, I wanted to ask a question. So obviously, we're all waiting on Monty to make his win now move. Do you guys think, what would the trade package be to get a guy like Cam Johnson? Monty's made deals with the Nets before, and I feel like Cam would probably be cheaper or easier to get than maybe a Kuzma or even like Paul George or all these other players out there. What would you think the package would look like?
Perfect. Thanks. First of all, pause. Second of all, ask me what my package looks like. That's crazy.
Yo. It's too early for that.
No. Yeah, I'm in agreement. I think Cam Johnson and what it would take to get Cam Johnson would be, I don't want to say better than going and getting Kyle Kuzma, but I think it would be less expensive. And I think that Cam Johnson, for me, is an upgrade over Harrison Barnes, if not maybe not much of one, but I think he would be an upgrade. It would just depend on cost for Cam Johnson, I think.
I think it's hard to look at it from this perspective because we're thinking and looking from Kings first, right? So we're looking at the different targets out there and going, who do we want to go out and get that would fit on the Kings the best for the cheapest price? I think another way to look at it is you have the main package of what the Kings are putting out there is Barnes and Herter, usually a combination of the two, right? I think it's safe to assume that there probably isn't a boatload of interest in that trade package around the league. So when thinking about Cam Johnson and the Brooklyn Nets and the direction they're going versus Kyle Kuzma and the Washington Wizards in the direction that they're going, which teams would have more of an interest, you think, in two players who are not expiring deals? They're under contract. Now, Kevin Herter's contract is really good. The Harrison Barnes contract isn't that bad either, but Harrison's under contract they're both under contract for 2 more years. I think Harrison's at like 18 per year and Kevin's at 16 per year. Washington, I think they far prefer expiring deals, which is one of the reasons I was a little surprised to see Davion Mitchell included in this trade to the Toronto Raptors, because I think Mitchell is an expiring deal that you could have put into a package for a Kuzma, or if the Brooklyn Nets, who are now in rebuild mode, wanted to take on some expiring money as well and get some draft assets for their rebuild. They just got a boatload of picks for Bridges, but maybe they want more.
Sure.
I think you could have used Mitchell and maybe even Trey Lyles. Sasha is not technically an expiring deal, but his final year is a club option, so you could treat it like an expiring deal if you wanted to as a team. So that kind of surprised me a little bit, but I like the idea of Cam Johnson. I love the idea of getting both Cam Johnson and Dorian Finney-Smith.
That'd be great.
You could swing it, because why would Brooklyn hardball you on both of them when they're clearly trying to move in a direction away from where they're currently at?
Yeah, I think the other thing with this is, I think if based on what we know about Monty McNair and finding the right deal, like that's always been the thing, right?
Yeah.
It's not just making a deal to make a deal; it's the right one, like you said earlier. That's where I think Cam Johnson is maybe more feasible, or Dorian Finney-Smith is more feasible, where they might be able to find a sweet spot where the Kings say, okay, this upgrades our rotation, it upgrades our wing depth, and we didn't have to overpay for that player, or we overpaid a little. Maybe it was a future protected first and a second. Like, don't love it, but fine. That's why I think a player like Johnson or Dorian Finney-Smith is more realistic at this point than Kyle Kuzma, because I think if they were going to go get a big fish like Kuzma, I think they would have done it already. And I don't hate it. It's just I don't know what Brooklyn is doing, and I don't know what they want out of those deals. And if they're going, yeah, we need multiple firsts for Cam Johnson, then I don't blame the Kings for not doing that.
Yeah, absolutely.
So when it's tough to be like, yeah, we'll get into a bunch of picks for this player who's 28 now and has been largely underwhelming the last couple of years, and may or may not be an upgrade over Harrison Barnes.
Right.
And they're getting rid of him.
Right. The Kings are trying to save their draft capital because outside of, they still have their 2025 pick tied up in the Kevin Huerter trade with the Atlanta Hawks. Yes, that's still freaking going on. But outside of that, like, they have all of their draft capital going forward, which is a really positive position to be in, right? You have assets, but you don't want, if you're going to use those assets, you want to make sure you're using them for the big swing that is like the same way. Look what we just saw the New York Knicks do, right?
Yes.
They just went and got Bridges, who was a dream target for me for the Sacramento Kings as well. They threw as much draft capital as they could, 5 first-round picks in that deal, one of them being a Milwaukee Bucks pick. But that's the kind of position that Monty, I think, wants to maintain flexibility for, to where, hey, let's say the Kings go out and get a Cam Johnson without using a bunch of draft capital.
Yes.
And let's say, okay, they make the playoffs, they're a 5th seed, and they make it out of the first round. Awesome. Now going into next season, is that the time where you want to really make that big swing to add that one missing piece to put yourself in legit championship contention? You need more context before you get there.
Right.
But I understand hesitation for Monty. This is why I was never really a big fan of the Zach LaVine idea.
Sure.
Going all in right now when you still have so many question marks about this core. If you go all in for a Zach LaVine, for example, you don't have to go all in for a Kyle Kuzma. But if you go all in for a Zach LaVine, not because he's going to cost a boatload, but because financially he's going to pretty much cap you out, then you have to be pretty confident that that group immediately can show signs of being a legit contender. Because if they don't, you don't have a lot of flexibility to address that unless you're willing to move on from a Keegan or a Fox / Domantas Sabonis, because you're sure as heck not going to be able to move on from LaVine. You're stuck with him at that point. So that's why I think there's hesitancy amongst the Kings. They don't feel they have to go all in right now, which might be frustrating for us when we're like, look at the West, you need to get better.
Yeah.
But getting better and swinging for the fences are two very different things. And sometimes that line gets blurred.
Right. It's like they have you articulated better what I was trying to say earlier. They have this I'm going to call it a suitcase of assets.
Sure.
And okay, maybe they can go get Kyle Kuzma, but they have to make that one big suitcase of assets 3/4 smaller to go get Kyle Kuzma, who I think makes you better for sure. Like, full stop. He's your starting 4 and you feel great about it.
Yeah.
But now in the future, when you're in the Knicks position and you're like, man, we are one big piece away from, now you have this quarter-size suitcase. And now all of a sudden you're making smaller moves and we're wondering why they're not going all in.
Right.
It's a little bit, not apples to apples. It's a little bit what happened with Kevin Huerter. They made that trade for Kevin Huerter and now their assets are still tied up, which made it a little more difficult to make moves. So, I rock with that for sure. And if they can find a deal for the right price with Kevin Huerter or Cam Johnson or Dorian Finney-Smith or some combination of it, great, awesome. But I also understand if the Wizards are asking for ostensibly their entire war chest,
which
it's
never going to happen. Right. And I think they have to know that and be aware of that too. And I think there were reports that initially they were seeking 2 firsts for Kuzma in a package at the trade deadline. Nothing happened. And the idea is that price has dropped down to 1 now at this point. I think Kyle Kuzma can be got for a combination of matching salary and 1 first-round pick. I mean, look what they just traded Denny for, which blows my mind that they made that deal. But
I'm with you.
They're clearly picking a direction, I guess. So I think Kuzma can be had. And I still think Kuzma makes a ton of sense. But if I think that, and I know that it's possible, you best believe Monty and the front office have been on the phone with Washington, meaning if the deal has not gotten done right by now, on some side, there's hesitancy, whether it's the Kings hesitant to give what the Wizards want or the Wizards hesitant to give or to accept what the Kings are willing to give, right? So there's kind of, you're biding your time here a little bit. I think for the direction that the Sacramento Kings are going, Kyle Kuzma makes the most sense as the biggest swing that they can make this offseason without completely hamstringing themselves or locking themselves in. But the Dorian Finney-Smith or Cam Johnson route might be what makes the most sense for where the Kings are at right now, to where if you can get one of the two of them, I think Mike Brown would be thrilled with either of those guys, if not both of them. If you can get getting both of them is probably going to take a decent amount.
Yes.
But if you can go out and get one of them and maybe hold on to Harrison Barnes in the process, then now you feel pretty good about your wing depth enough to where, okay, the two of them compete during training camp. Let's say it's Cam Johnson. Cam Johnson versus Harrison Barnes. Training camp, you're fighting for that spot, that second wing spot next to Keegan. Whoever wins it, you get it. The other one is coming off the bench in a significant role in that sense. Versus if I trade Harrison Barnes to go out and get Cam Johnson, for example, now I have Kevin Huerter on this roster I don't think it's a Mike Brown versus Kevin Huerter thing at all. I know both guys are professionals. I know they respect each other. They don't fit, right? It's clear writing is on the wall that they do not fit. They do not work together. So the idea of keeping Kevin Huerter, trading Harrison Barnes to address your wing depth, you're still kind of in a similar spot. Now, I think Cam Johnson would be a slight upgrade over Harrison Barnes, sure, but this team is more than a slight upgrade away from legitimately competing in the Western Conference.
Yeah, and that's where it's kind of interesting is, okay, they can go make a slight upgrade, and we're going to blow through it. We're good. They can make a slight upgrade and get it a little better. It's just doing that and overpaying and hamstringing your assets down the line. That doesn't make a ton of sense. So it's what can you do with your assets that you have on your roster with a first-round pick included. And if that's Cam Johnson, if that's Dorian Finney-Smith, maybe there's a deal on the table for Kyle Kuzma. And maybe they have that deal and the Wizards have said, yeah, we like this idea. And the Kings are working the phones because, you know what? Hey, Paul George might get traded here in this timeline, not to Sacramento necessarily.
Right.
The Athletic, Sam Amick and Anthony Slater wrote a piece this morning, and this is what I do for the radio. When a piece like that comes out, I open it and then I Control F Sacramento, because I'm not going to read the whole thing just to find the Kings news. I'll read it all eventually.
Sure,
but prepping for a show, zero things in there about the Kings.
Makes sense to me.
But if you're Monty McNair, you probably don't want that out there. So maybe they're keeping it under wraps. And again, I'm very theorizing here that they don't want to tie up an asset or two in Kyle Kuzma or Dorian Finney-Smith or Cam Johnson because, this Brandon Ingram trade stuff is still there's stuff in motion. And the Kings are on the phone trying to get involved in that. And, Paul George has indicated making stuff up here. Paul George has indicated some interest. He wants to stay on the West Coast. That's his only stipulation. Kings are on the West Coast. We got these assets. Okay, let's call the Clippers and let's start talking things out where if you make this deal for Kuzma, it's like, okay, that's it. You're out of the running for that and that. And you know that Kuzma deal's on the table. So that is in the back of my mind too, where, maybe it's not a bigger move down the road they're worried about. Maybe there's a big fish to go potentially land now, and they're hoarding assets for that. And Paul George signed with the Clippers. He's staying there. Brandon Ingram got traded to Atlanta, or they tell the Kings, hey, you know what? We're good on this. We're working out this other deal. Cool. They call Washington. They do that salary dump, or not dump, but salary swap and a first, and they land Kuzma. Sure. Everything's good. But there's just not a rush to do it, I don't think.
Yeah, that's where I think, again, it goes back to the word flexibility. And that's just, I have this mental picture in my brain of Monty and his front office sitting around a table, and in front of them are like 4 pieces of paper, 4 photos. And one's a photo of Kuzma, one's a photo of Cam Johnson, one's a photo of Brandon Ingram, one's a photo of Paul George. And underneath them are like notes of what it's going to take and repercussions and what it looks like. And they have all these options mapped out, and they're exploring all of them.
There's a whiteboard.
There's a whiteboard in front of that Flotty took a picture of that leaks his information online. But regardless, like there's these options out in front of them, and some might be swept off the table because they're taking the time to gather everything. So a team might go, well, we're not waiting around. We're going to go this route instead. So now you wipe that one off the table. But the Kings are trying to collect as much information as possible and an idea of what the package is going to look like and what position it puts them in going forward. And then they'll make a decision with one of them. Like
Mhm.
that's, if I'm trying to put myself into the brain of Monty McNair, just based off of the access that I have and conversations that I have with him. I've never had much of a conversation
Mhm.
with him that wasn't on the record and in a press conference
Sure.
setting. But just my understanding of how Monty operates, that's what makes the most sense. The Kings are basically compiling different options that they have. They'll lay them all out there, and hopefully they'll be able to have their pick of which one is best for them. When you take that route, though, you run the risk of you're kind of playing different people. You're dating, right?
Mhm.
And some might lose interest and go other ways. And then now a deal that was potentially available to you is no longer on the table. And then you see the reactions that we see on social media, which is, they got that person. Monty, what are you doing? How did they get that? How was that all it took to get that person?
Right.
Well, maybe because the Kings had a deal in place, but they waited to look at other options. So you just never know.
Oh boy. Let's talk about this Jalen McDaniels deal. That's Matt George. I'm Kyle Madson. We're the Insiders, hanging out with you until noon. So yesterday, the Kings made a move, and they acquired Jalen McDaniels.
Woo.
Davion Mitchell gone. Sasha Vezenkov gone. Number 45 pick in this year's draft gone. Portland's 2025 second round pick gone. There's two prongs to this.
Mhm.
Let's get to the Jalen McDaniels one first.
Sure.
This is fine. I like Jalen McDaniels as a project, but he's also been in the league for 4 years now.
Mhm.
And he hasn't been able to crack a rotation in Charlotte. Couldn't regularly do it in Toronto. Maybe he gets to Sacramento, gets in their player development program, and takes the leap that Kessler Edwards never took. And oh my God, the Kings got their starting four for basically nothing, is what that would come out to. No disrespect to Davion and those picks and Sasha, but if Jalen McDaniels turns into Jaden McDaniels, his brother, if he turns into Jaden McDaniels, that trade is going to be like, wow, fleeced him.
Yep.
But I'm not super confident that's going to happen.
Yeah.
This is a nice, to me, from the player addition perspective, this is a depth play, but I'm not super amped about Jalen McDaniels hanging out on the Kings.
Yeah, it's kind of a harsh thing to say because we're talking about a human being and a player that's unique and brings their own stuff to the table. But to me, you added a body. You added a 6'9" body. You added a wing, which this team needs more of. So you've added more size. You added another option to take a look at going into training camp. Right?
Can't sit here on the radio every day and be like, they need to get a wing. And then when they get a wing, I go, not that one.
Exactly. So you got a body. But look, Jalen McDaniels had a woefully bad offensive season last season. Like 16% from 3-point range, but that's not even that bad. It's like 33% from the field, period.
34.4%.
Sorry. How dare I? 34% from the field is
that's so
horrendous. Bad. Now, he has defensive upside. He has the measurements. He has the athleticism. He has the wingspan. So, again, he's a body. But if we're talking about this trade just from an asset for asset trade, the Kings got fleeced because you gave up two rotational caliber players. Davion Mitchell, we know, can play rotational minutes. Sasha Vezenkov, there is a question mark. I don't think the Kings properly utilized him. I also don't think it was a good fit, period. I thought Sasha Vezenkov was a year too late. A year earlier, he probably would have been fantastic on that first version of the Kings. But where the Kings were trying to go last season, he didn't make sense. And the way Mike used him or didn't use him, I think speaks volumes to that. It just didn't make sense going forward. But Sasha, I think, is an NBA caliber player. You gave up two players that can play rotational minutes in Toronto, plus 2 second-round picks, and just got Jalen McDaniels back, who is a body or a fringe rotational piece. But that trade isn't about the assets, Kyle. The trade is about the finances. The trade is about the money. I don't know when you want to dive in and break into that part down.
So when I saw this deal, because all it said, the first report from Woj was that they just traded Sasha and Davion.
That was it.
To Toronto. It's like,
there you go. Take them.
For what? Woj.
If Woj is not telling you immediately what the Kings got back, that means it's probably not as good as what they gave up.
Yes. Or they were kind of just like, yeah, we're working it out. We got to get somebody.
They're going.
It's one of these couple of guys. You got to. So it winds up being Jalen McDaniels. But the second piece of this, and the piece of this that you can look at it two ways. There's the optimistic way to look at it and the pessimistic way to look at it.
Sure.
It got them under the luxury tax. So the optimist says, giving themselves some room.
Yep.
Clearing up some money. What? Paul George's going to want a max. Brandon Ingram's going to want a max. Hey, The pessimist goes, that's their priority.
Yeah.
Is getting under that tax line.
Vivek doesn't want to pay a tax bill.
Buddy, it can't.
No, it can't be that.
I just for my mental health, I'm refusing to believe that that's what this is.
I think that's a little bit of PTSD too from all of the public Mike Brown negotiations, which were silly and ridiculous and
good
never
point.
should have gone that long. But look at Vivek's track record. I know it hasn't been the best. He's made a lot of mistakes as an owner, but the one thing Vivek has never failed to do is spend money. Now, he hasn't spent money correctly. They've spent money on the wrong kind of things at times, but Vivek has been pretty consistent with, like, compared to the Maloofs, Vivek's been pretty consistent with spending money. And I think the writing's on the wall. And if Monty hasn't had the conversation with Vivek already that, hey, with the state of the Western Conference right now, we're probably going to need to dip into the luxury tax if we want to maintain this core and legitimately compete. Vivek's the one that's upset that the Kings missed the playoffs last year. He wants to be a perennial playoff team now that the drought is finally over. I understand that completely. You got to spend money to be able to do that.
No doubt.
You have a payday coming up for Keegan Murray. De'Aaron Fox is not signing an extension because he's holding out for a supermax possibility if he makes another All-NBA team. And that's going to be $300-something million, one of the richest contracts in NBA history. So the writing's on the wall that you're going to have to dip into the luxury tax. You also have a new TV deal coming in that's going to raise the cap and help you avoid that luxury tax a little bit more.
Yep.
So the luxury tax today is going to be the standard tomorrow, right? That being said, I don't believe for 1 second that's what this is. I think it's a precursor. You're setting yourself up for financial flexibility. You're now $7 million under the luxury tax, and now just shy of $15 million under that first luxury tax apron.
Yes.
Once you get past that apron, now you start to have some, not penalties, but there are rules put in place to keep competitive balance. There's certain things, once you pass that first apron, there's certain things you can't do, like sign a certain free agent or execute a sign and trade or something. We don't have to get into all that. But essentially, you don't want to be on either apron. Correct. You do not. So you now have just shy of $15 million before you hit that apron. Use that $15 million to either go out and sign a free agent or execute a trade where you can take in some salary. Or, of course, if you include Harrison Barnes and Kevin Huerter's deals in a trade, now you have wiggle room in addition to their combined $34 million that you can you can take in a little bit more than that $34 million in a big deal if you want to make a big swing. Again, flexibility is the word. I'm going to keep saying it. It gives Monty flexibility to make a big move. The skepticism is, will he actually make it? Right.
Right. Okay. We'll continue talking about this. We'll continue talking Kings offseason. A couple of interesting moves in the West that we will get into, and we'll talk about day 2 of the NBA draft as well, because that was a fascinating television production.
Something.
Don, I see you on the line. We will get to you next as well. Your calls at 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320. That's Matt George filling in for James Ham. I'm Kyle Madson. We're the Insiders. We'll be right back on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader. Clear.
That's my fault. I totally just blew through the break, didn't I?
You're good.
Whoops.
That's why we... Yeah, basically, if we get to, like in that break, it's 28. If we get to 30, we'll just keep going.
Got you.
Because at that point, it doesn't make sense to break.
Yeah, makes sense.
It was fine. The conversation was good. It wasn't like we were up against it and slamming into a wall and had to drag it out.
Leezy asks, what's the best sporting event you've ever been to? It's a great question. Being at the Super Bowl was dope. Just to be there was pretty incredible. My favorite, man, that's tough.
What was the question?
Best sporting event that I've ever been to.
Oh, like best game?
Yeah. That's tough because I haven't, truth be told, like I just go to a lot of the same team over and over again. I've been to a billion Kings games in my life, so I've seen some amazing Kings moments in my life. But I'm not gonna like it. It sounds cliche, but that first playoff game 1 against Golden State was unbelievable for me, and that was my first ever Kings playoff game. Period. I'd never been to one as a kid, like ever. When I'd always been. My uncle had season tickets, but during the playoffs, he went with his buddies or his family or whatever. Yeah. So I didn't ever go. So that was my first ever Kings playoff experience. And that was to win that game and to have the atmosphere be what it was. Like that's an all-time memory for me.
So I was in Tahoe for that with some friends. It was a great weekend. just going vibing. That's all we didn't have plans. We didn't leave our cabin, nothing. So none of the people I was with were interested in watching the game. So I had to watch on a laptop.
Oh.
I thought my speakers were broken
How loud it was?
on my lap. Yeah, just the way it sounded.
Mhm.
I was like, what is wrong with my speak? And so threw it on the TV real quick. It's like, nope, it's just loud as shit. Oh, the whole game.
Yes.
It's like, oh my God.
Yeah. There have been some ear-popping moments that translate well on TV, from
Mhm.
Kevin Huerter's game winner against
The
Utah.
Jazz. Yeah.
Because that moment, I will still stand by it. I know it didn't work out, but the first ever California Classic, the first ever Classic game when the Kings were rolling out a lineup of Fox, Frank Mason, Harry Giles, and Marvin Bagley, and rookie Marvin Bagley's first ever NBA bucket is dumping on Mo Wagner, dunking on him. And that place lost it. And I remember thinking, like, this is it. Because the Kings finally got the number 2 pick. They got draft lottery luck. They go out and get Marvin Bagley. His first moment in Sacramento is a poster. And we're just like, God is finally smiling down upon Sacramento. I am able to separate that moment from everything that happened, because in that moment, it was euphoria. It was such an amazing moment. Plus, first ever California Classic, and of course, Sacramento showed up, and that place was packed.
Yeah, that was sick.
Before the Warriors stole it.
It's back this year. You can win tickets right now at ESPN1320.com, a 4-pack of 3-day passes. Check it out. What was I going to say? The best sporting event I've ever been to was the Niners Saints playoff game in the 2012 divisional round.
Candlestick?
Yeah. That was banana sandwich.
That's pretty sick.
That was amazing. And then the 06 ALDS game 3 against the Twins.
Yeah.
That's
pretty crazy.
That was bonkers. That was a good ass time.
I wish I had gone to that game 2 ALDS against the Tigers, man. I had the opportunity to go to that game in college. The one with Coco's walk-off, and I didn't go. One of my favorite nights in sports ever.
Wait, game 2 or game 4?
Game 2.
Which one is game 2?
Game 2 is when Coco hit the walk-off.
No, that was game 4.
Oh, I'm sorry. It was game 4.
Yeah.
You're correct. Game 4 was when he hit the walk-off.
That was insane.
Why did I think it was game 2? Game 4.
Hey, we're back.
Now, back to the Insiders, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
Matt George there, Kyle Madson here, James Ham, Cabo. We'll be back on Monday. Matt George, ABC 10 filling in today. Talking about the Kings offseason, just kind of recapping what's happened now that the draft is over. The Jalen McDaniels acquisition, clearing up some money, what could be next. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the West, and Don, I see on the line, we'll get to you shortly. The Mavericks traded Tim Hardaway Jr., who inexplicably fell out of their rotation. Well, not inexplicably. He started playing really badly. Yeah. He fell out of their rotation in the playoffs. He gets moved to Detroit.
Sorry, guy.
Toronto coming up in a minute. He gets moved to Detroit for Quentin Grimes, who I really like for them. That's a really nice pickup for Dallas. He can hit a 3, plays some good defense. Does a lot of the things that I think Devin Carter is going to do for the Kings. So he is now in Dallas, and that opens up the full non-taxpayer mid-level for them to pay Derek Jones.
Yes.
So the Mavs going to try some form of running it back after going to the finals. That makes sense. And then other NBA news, the Raptors gave Emmanuel Quickly 5 years, $175 million. That makes sense after trading OG Anunoby to acquire him.
Yep.
Want to keep him around. And the other interesting piece out in the West, the Warriors and Chris Paul have extended the date of his guaranteed dollars to Sunday. So they have to they can waive him outright on Sunday. It was originally Friday. It's been moved to Sunday, according to ESPN's Adrian Wojnarowski. Woj. According to Woj.
Yeah.
So the Warriors by Sunday can either outright waive him for no money, or they can trade him and his $30 million contract by Sunday. So that's why they extended it to Sunday to give themselves a couple extra days.
So
to
the
work
deadline was initially today, and it's been moved to Sunday.
Yes.
Understood.
Which means apparently they're trying hard to acquire Paul George. So
shocking.
TBD on that. But that's just another, you look at the Spurs, you look at the Mavericks, you look at, I I think the Grizzlies will be better next year. Look at the Rockets trying to acquire any big name they can possibly bring in. And that's another reason I think it's so frustrating watching the Kings go, yeah, Devin Carter, Jalen McDaniels, and then wait, and then hang out.
We're good to go.
Like, oh, God. Don, you're on the Insiders with Matt George and Kyle Madson. What's up?
What's up? This is Fred Peeble, your local serialtologist.
My man.
Kyle, so Matt, I was wondering, I was kind of surprised that Davion was used in a smaller package deal. Like I thought he might be in a larger package to get maybe the bigger splash, or as you would say. Were you surprised at all by that? And for those guys that they signed on those two ways, are any of those really intriguing to you? Do you like any of them to crack a spot in, not necessarily the rotation from the start, but make the team and maybe have a chance at some point of cracking a rotation?
I'll answer the first part of your question.
Thanks, Fred.
For sure, because I was surprised. Like I thought Davion, because Davion had value, and he's on a rookie scale contract, meaning at the end of this year his money's off the books, but now you have his restricted rights, so you have options, you have flexibility. He's a young player. So, and he can offer a team. We know what he can offer on the defensive end, and offensively, he's shown growth.
He was really good in the second half of last year.
Really, really good. So I am surprised. Because I really thought that he would be one of those guys that you could include in a Washington Wizards deal or a Brooklyn Nets deal, to where they get a young player that has value, and if it doesn't work out, he's off their books. Like I just thought that made a lot of sense. But in order to get any team to take on salary and help you free up salary, you have to give them something in return to do that. It's not the Raptors doing the Kings a favor. It's, hey, give us something to make it worth our while to help free you up financially. I do think giving up Davion, Sasha, and 2 seconds is a lot.
Feels like a lot.
To go $7 million under the cap. It's a lot, but nobody's going to care if you use that money in that space properly. But if you don't, or if all you do is add another rotational style piece, then people are going to look around and go, you couldn't have just traded Davion straight up for that rotation. Why did you go this route? Right. So I was surprised that Davion was included in this deal instead of a bigger package for more of a name that they're looking for.
Well, that's why it was so fascinating that Woj's first tweet again was just, the Kings are trading Davion Mitchell and Sasha Vezenkov to the Raptors. And so it was immediately like, go to the Raptors roster. Man, Davion and like, that's kind of not a lot, but that's not nothing.
Right. It's two rotational players. Start
going through and seeing who it could possibly be. And then it's Jalen McDaniels. Oh, and the number 45 pick is going. It's like, oh man, that's kind of, and a second round pick next year. Portland second round pick next year. So conceivably an early second round. It's like, man, what?
Yeah.
Which is why, again, going back to the salary dump aspect of this, it has to be a precursor.
It just has to be. It has to be. Like, you don't
There's
make that
no
move
way
and give up that many assets unless you're opening up money to make something happen.
There's just no way. Super calculated, very patient, waiting for the right time to strike front office led by Monty McNair is suddenly like, yeah, sure. Yeah. Unless they love Jalen McDaniels or something, which would be fascinating.
Maybe
fascinating. He's gonna fill the Kessler Edwards role to me.
He's
gonna have a moment or two in garbage time, and you're gonna go, oh, and he's never gonna hit the floor again.
Not if he's shooting 16% from 3-point range.
Yeah, that's what's weird. Is just on Jalen McDaniels specifically, he was 16.9% from beyond the arc last year or last season. But in 24 games with Philly the year before that, he was at 40%. And then with Charlotte, before he moved on to Philly in the 22-23 season, was at 32%.
He's like a career 33% three-point shooter.
Yeah, 32.2. But that got dropped a lot by 16.9 last year.
Yeah, didn't help.
So maybe being empowered, maybe the Kings are going to empower him to have a rotation spot, and he's going to be great. But if he can play, look, here's the thing with Mike Brown. And again, we're going to stick specifically on Jalen McDaniels here for a second. If you can play defense and you can guard effectively, like 1 through 4, like I think Jalen McDaniels can in his kind of peak version, they're going to find a way to get you on the court a little bit.
Yeah, but that's where I think the Kings are moving in a little bit of a different direction, is because I think Monty and Mike are trying to get away from the guys that give you a lot on one end and question marks on the other. And that's easier said than done, because you'd love to have the perfect, well-rounded player. But Davion was, look what he gives you on defense, but offense is a question.
Yeah.
Sasha was, look what he gives you on offense, but defense is a question. There are a number of guys, Kevin Huerter, look what he gives you as a shooter. Defense is a massive question mark, right? I think the Kings are trying to get away from that and go and get more versatile guys who are consistently giving you something on both ends. That's why Devin Carter, I think, jumps off the page. Defensively, you know what he gives you. He can also rebound the basketball, and he shot 37% from three-point range last season. So, okay, I see the fit on both ends of the ball. That's why Jalen McDaniels, to me, doesn't fit that mold. He fits the mold of getting more wing depth and getting another body out there. So take a look at him and see what you have, and you can use him as kind of injury depth and roster depth potentially. But Kessler Edwards has been here for 2 seasons and has barely gotten any playing time, and he's considered one of the better defenders on this team with Mike Brown as the head coach.
That's a good point.
So
that's a good point.
I don't know. There just has to be more, right? There just has to be more.
Also, the Mavs are potentially in on Klay Thompson, apparently. I don't know.
Be my guest. Go for it.
I meant to mention that earlier.
Nice little goose egg against the Sacramento Kings in the play-in game.
That was tough to watch. Yeah, I think just kind of wrapping this up, and then we'll move on to some day 2 of the NBA draft. Overall, for me, I like the position the Kings have put themselves in. So far, what would you grade their offseason so far?
Probably a B+.
Yeah, I'm there. That's about where I'm at.
Getting Malik back was ginormous.
Yes.
And getting him to re-sign before the draft itself, that's Malik doing the Kings a favor.
Yes.
That's ginormous.
No doubt.
And re-signing Mike, I know it was bumpy, but getting Mike
you got it done.
Yeah, you got it done. So that in itself is enough to, like, at worst, you're going to get a B. And then Devin Carter's not a bad pick. He's not a bad pick.
I think he's going to be really good.
Position is an interesting choice, but the player is not a bad pick, or at least from what we believe he's going to be, it's not a bad pick, but they're still incomplete, right? To be determined.
Yeah, I think so far, I think B+ is a good place to be, especially when you talk about freeing up cap space and the Devin Carter fit. They're really excited about that. Okay, that's great. But man, if this is the team,
right,
by the first game of the season, I will have a very different grade at that point.
I mean, that's what I'm saying, is you see the build, right? You can see the Mike, then Malik, then Carter, then this trade. You can see the build up to ta-da. But what is freaking ta-da? Like, what is that final
So
thing
help me
end?
God, if it's Dorian Finney-Smith and nothing else, I'm going to lose my mind. Traded a first and something else and Chris Duarte for Dorian Finney-Smith.
I do think Mike would love DFS, though. I think
Daily Fantasy Sports?
Yeah, that too. I think Mike Brown is probably a huge fantasy guy. But Mike Brown, I think, would love Dorian Finney-Smith. But I get what you're saying. If that's the big move,
yeah, that would be fine.
Underwhelming.
Yeah, but if that has to be, if they did that, that would be like, oh, another piece of the build. And then what?
Right.
Like, no.
But that might be what this offseason is. That might be another piece of the build this year. Again, see where you're at, and then the big swing still to come later. I don't know if Kings fans can stomach.
Look, dude.
I know.
I cannot do. I'm telling you right now. We got to go here in a second. I cannot do another Kings season of, hey, you know what? They won 48, 50 games. They even made the playoffs. I cannot do another offseason of big swing time. It's big swing time.
Radio listeners, Kyle's eyes are watering. He's stressed. He's stressed. It might. I'm just warning you. It might happen.
I've unloaded all my big move takes.
It might happen. It really might happen.
Monty, if you're listening,
he's a patient boy.
Monty, if you're listening, I don't ask for a lot. I think I'm a pretty good person.
You are. You are.
Don't put me through this again.
Well.
All right, we have to go for real this time. We'll talk about day 2 of the NBA draft. And we'll have some good idea or bad idea coming up. And of course, the handoff. Kenny Caraway, D'Lo, and Casey will be joining us as well. That's Matt George filling in for James Ham. I'm Kyle Madson. We'll be back with the second hour next on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader. Clear. We're clear.
Clear. NBA guru Zach, it hasn't been fully reported, but Siakam was reportedly unwilling to re-sign with Sacramento, which is why they were hesitant to make the deal with the assets that they would have needed to use in the deal, multiple firsts plus probably Harrison and Kevin, in order to commit to a guy who was just going to be like a 4 to 6 month rental.
So yeah, so that's what I think is interesting. So if Pascal Siakam had the contract he just signed, but signed it 2 years ago,
I think the Kings would have pulled the trigger. 100%. I think the Kings, the hesitancy with the Kings with Siakam, because y'all need to understand, when Toronto was in Sacramento, that deal was on fire. There were meetings happening in the Kings, like front offices, practice facilities. There was rumors, like Shams was all over it. Like that deal was on the goal line. It was. And then it fell apart all
first
of a
and goal at the
sudden.
one.
First and goal at the one. Shut up, Seattle. It was right there. And then it fell apart all of a sudden. The only explanation for it falling apart, and again, this has been speculated about and kind of reported and kind of not, is that they were far into this process and the Kings had a conversation with Siakam's agent and they were like, nah, Siakam's not too interested in re-signing with you. And then all of a sudden it goes from hot to dead. That only happens not because someone got cold feet. That happens because the move you were going to make no longer, like you just lost the whole reason for making that move because he ain't going to stick around.
Yep.
So.
And if the Kings made the playoffs and lost in the first round or second round and then lost Pascal Siakam this offseason,
and now they have no
Monty would have gotten flambéed.
Yeah. Destroyed.
Yeah.
They would have had a little more money, cap space.
Yeah, well,
but they would have not had any assets to trade. And cap space in free agency in Sacramento is not typically, believe it or not, players like Malik Monk just choosing to do the Kings a favor and re-sign doesn't really happen too often here. So we shouldn't rely on that to build a team.
Yep. Yeah, especially just after how everything's gone down the last 2 days. Monk re-signing is just that was huge.
Yeah, that was very big. Shocking to me. Oh. Oops. $374 of you. You guys are the best.
Yeah, if you're in YouTube, if you could hit the thumbs up right below the video, that'd be sick.
Please thumb it up.
Oh, well.
What? What's wrong with that? Say what's wrong?
Hour number 2. That's Matt George filling in for James Ham, who is still on assignment down in Cabo. I'm Kyle Madson.
Great assignment.
It's tough way to go. We're hanging out with you till noon, then we'll hand it off to D-Lo and KC. Want to remind everybody that we are giving away tickets to the California Classic. That is July 6th and 7th and July 9th. We're giving away 3-day passes. We're giving away 4 of them at a time. So you can enter to win 4 3-day passes to the California Classic. Really great time. Good vibes. It's basketball with some NBA players, some not NBA players, but it is fun basketball. No stakes. You just get to
It's
go
like,
hang out and
it's like a basketball county fair. It's kind of what it is. Like you just kind of
yeah.
come together, watch
Strong.
basketball a little bit in the summertime. They have an outdoor concert. I forget who it is. And then the main state fair is Las Vegas Summer League, which if you've never gotten the opportunity to go to Las Vegas Summer League, it's a good time. It's a basketball festival. You'll run into random names just out there, and it's really cool. It's also god awful outside.
Just
120 degrees, and you're just melting onto the parking lot. But the University of Las Vegas, great facilities too.
Right before I started the job that you and I used to both work at together, I went to Vegas, and it was in August.
Ugh,
with 3 people who had never been to Vegas before. So
they wanted
we
to
got
see.
Yeah, and we were down at the end of the strip, not on the strip, but kind of behind, like MGM.
Yep.
So we were a little ways down there. But I said when we got there, I said, "Hey, there is a tram that runs right back here that we can hop on and take down wherever we want to go."
Yep.
They're like, "We're in Vegas. We're walking." I was like, "Do you know? No, we need to go get the." So sure enough, first day we walk down and we're going, just doing the whole strip, and we get down to like Caesars, and somebody goes, "I don't want to have to walk back." Like, yeah, duh.
You think?
This sucks. So sure enough, we go across to what is the link? Went across to the link, got on the station there, and everyone's like, "Wow, we should have been doing this." Like, yeah, duh. Yes, I told you.
I've been to Vegas on polar opposites. I've been during Summer League when it's hotter than hell outside, and then during the Super Bowl when it was cold and rainy. And Vegas is not built for any kind of rain at all. Like, there's just no draining. So there's just water everywhere, which was very different.
Gross.
Very different circumstances. But Vegas is a good time. I just don't go outside.
Good idea.
Either if it's hot or cold, just don't go. Just stay inside. Lose all your money.
Hour 2 of the show. Let's talk about day 2 of the draft.
Yeah.
A few observations. One, this is in the NFL draft. It's also in the NBA draft. But in the NBA draft, all we heard about with the 2024 class is how bad it is. This is historically bad draft class. Nobody wants picks in this class. Oh, what a bad year to have the number 1 pick. Oh, it's just so awful. Yet on day 2 of the draft, every single pick, it's like, love this fit, love this guy. Oh, love this fit for this team. Oh, this guy's going to be a player. Like, man, what? We're at pick 60. We've done 2 whole rounds of this awful draft, and we're still talking about how good of a fit this guy is?
Yeah, my favorite is a dream scenario. We saw that a lot. What a dream scenario for San Antonio, getting this kid that is maybe a G Leaguer.
I mean, it's just, you can like college prospects and like how they looked in college and be a fan of their game, but let's not act like this happens in the NFL draft too. Round 7. Oh, this is a guy. Oh, out of Western Michigan. Oh, a huge fan of his. Like, what?
Yeah.
That guy's not going to make a roster.
I also get the impression, talking to like draft experts and draft analysts, that this is also, it's not the time to make your money, but this is the time to like build your resume almost. If you found that diamond in the rough, I was high on this guy and nobody took him, and he was a second round pick, and he turned into the next Giannis Antetokounmpo. Like that, this is like the time where it's like, I know these people and you don't, so let me tell you why these people are better. And I get it. Like, that's your job, is to analyze these assets and these players. But I'm also like, it's a second round pick.
The idea that it's like, yeah, great fit. Okay, let's relax. Second thing, hated that the draft was 2 days.
Same.
And the day 2 production was terrible.
Awful.
And I think ESPN will fix that. The green room in the ESPN studios was weird.
The cafeteria.
The like folding tables and it was a weird vibe.
Nobody looked happy to be there.
No, and I don't care. Tell me about the prospects more. And give me somebody who's not Stephen A. Smith.
Or Bob Myers, please.
Oh God. Somebody hire Bob Myers. For God's sakes. Get our guy into a front office and off the television.
Oh God.
Not a good. No, it was over. It just wasn't very good. And I think it's because ESPN didn't know what they've never done it before.
Right.
So what is this TV broadcast supposed to look like? I'm guessing it'll look a lot better next year. The presentation will be better next year. But I think this is a product of the way the NBA kind of does the draft and the timing of everything. And I think this is a problem on day 1 as well. Because if you're not dialed, if you are not A, on your phone, or B, locked in like it is an episode of Game of Thrones, you're going to be lost. on like, wait, I thought the Spurs picked Rob Dillingham. Yeah, look, he's in a Spurs hat. He's doing an interview in a Spurs hat, but I have on my phone here that he went to the Timberwolves.
Yeah.
Like, how did this? And I think it takes out, so they spend so much time on the broadcast. They didn't have enough runway because it was only one round. And it flew.
Right.
Which is fine. I don't mind that. But it just hauls ass where they don't have the runway to talk about it.
Mm-hmm.
And then they're trying to fit trades in and you're trying to keep track. If you miss anything,
yeah, you're way behind.
You're so far behind.
So you are, because we were talking about this a little bit before the show started. You're a big fan of the NFL draft and how the NFL draft does it. So what do you think the NBA draft could take from the way NFL draft does it to clean it all up specifically?
You can change the dates of moratoriums and free agencies and who can do what when, and when can this guy trade that pick and this team can trade this pick. It just make June 1 or June 12 or whatever date you want, sometime in the middle of June, the date that, hey, picks can be traded.
Mm-hmm.
You can officially move these picks. So when on draft night, hey, the Spurs and Timberwolves have executed a trade for the number 8 pick.
Mm-hmm.
Rob Dillingham can go up and get his Timberwolves hat and go be a Timberwolves draft pick.
Right. But aren't a lot of these moves reliant upon who's going to be available and who's going to be on the board at that particular time?
Yeah, but they do that in the NFL too.
Sure. So it's just not as bad. You give an option to teams who just want to move into a different round of the draft, or different area of the draft, or move out of the draft completely and don't have to wait until, because the Kings couldn't move 13 until draft night because of the Kevin Huerter trade.
Mm-hmm.
But on draft night, they can trade 13 because technically they're selecting a player for another team on that night.
Sure.
And trading that player.
And
away.
that I know that has something to do with it, because in the NFL, you don't tie up picks on contingencies at the same rate that you do in the NBA.
Right. It happens way
and
too much in the NBA.
And if it happens in the NFL, it's like, hey, here's a 5th round pick unless this guy starts a playoff game for you, and then it becomes a 4th.
Sure.
Like that it's that kind of it's that kind of deal.
Yeah.
And it's always future, not really what's happening now, right? So yeah, I think the NBA needs to change its calendar around and make it so on draft night, when the Spurs and Timberwolves decide to do this deal, Adam Silver can come out and go, we have a trade. The Spurs have traded the number 8 pick to Minnesota for X, Y, and Z. With the 8th pick, the Minnesota Timberwolves select Rob Dillingham. And that's just what it is. It would just make it so much easier.
Mm-hmm.
So I think the NBA needs to do that.
Yeah.
Because if you're not, like you said, if you're not on your phone and you're not buried in your phone, or you're not dialed in on the television, you're going to be lost.
Yeah.
And then you go online and it's like, yeah, the Spurs picked Rob Dillingham, but you know they didn't.
Mm-hmm.
I hate it. I'm out.
Yeah.
Fix it.
I've never been a fan of you're taking a picture in your draft moment in a cap of a team that you're never ever going to play for.
Right. You got family putting on, it was Rob Dillingham's family putting on Spurs hats. Like, man, for what? Everybody knows you're never playing.
You're going to Minnesota.
Yeah. I don't like it. I don't like it one bit. And then, of course, yesterday, Bronny James gets drafted by the Lakers in a stunner.
Shocking.
Nobody saw this
Or
coming.
he's going to Australia. Call my bluff.
I would have, dude.
Call it.
I would have.
I dare you. He's going to do it. He's going to go. Don't do it.
I'd have been like, if the Kings had the 45th pick, I'd have just done it. Just been like, yep.
Go ahead.
Actually,
Go to
not the
Australia,
Kings.
kid.
The Kings, that's a bad example, because I think that they could have used that pick for something else. But if you were at 50.
So Boston picked one before them, didn't they?
Yes.
Imagine
you're
if Boston
Boston,
did
bro.
it. Boston's like, LOL, we take Bronny.
We'll take Bronny. And okay, yeah, you go play in Australia till your rights.
See ya.
Enjoy. Yeah. What? Why not?
LeBron would have been so pissed.
I know, it would have been great.
Oh, cinema.
And then maybe you get the Lakers calling and being like, "Hey, we want to trade for Bronny."
So Bronny was at his draft party.
I sound like Bill Simmons. I wish he hadn't said the Celtics.
True. He was at his draft party at home, and they had a Lakers hat there for him because they knew this was going to happen all along. Can you imagine if Boston did that, or any other team did that, and they're like, well, we can't give you this Lakers hat. So there's just this awkward moment in the living room when everyone's just like, LeBron's just breaking dishes in the back. That would have been a great moment.
It's cool. Look, here's the thing. We got to go in a second, but stripping the like disdain for the Lakers, Taking that away, this is cool.
It's very
this
cool.
is objectively
very
dope.
cool. Yeah, I'm looking forward to
So
talking
sick.
about it more because I think it's a really, really cool deal.
All right, we'll talk about that. We've got good idea or bad idea coming up as well. That's Matt George. I'm Kyle Madson, and Don, I see you on the line. Hang in there. We will get to your calls as well right here on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader. Hey, from what I understand, Boston sports talk guys don't do great in Sacramento.
You can also turn the show off at any time instead of getting your comment off. You can just leave and we won't miss you.
That's okay. Of all the things anyone's ever said to me, that's very tame.
Thanks for the number though.
That's very tame.
Oh, honored and esteemed one. Thank you.
Oh, God's sakes. God's sakes. You don't need to. Oh, my God.
My esteemed
Oh, my
friend.
God.
Oh,
How are you, buddy?
I miss you, brother.
Yeah,
That is
good
gonna
to see you.
grow. This is ridiculous. Oh, my
love
God.
Charlie. The best of the best. It's about time I've been bowed to, you know. My son doesn't even respect me.
Hey, man.
I like the hat. The Giants Sacramento based like hats have been very, very clean. I just can't wear them out of principle.
I need to go get a River Cats hat. Maybe that'll be my next purchase.
Not a Sacramento A's hat.
I have a bunch already.
Because they're not going to say Sacramento on them.
No, they're just going to say, hey.
It's just going to say A's.
And I'm having a hard time with that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So Caval, whatever. He did say that they will have a jersey that pays homage to Sacramento or represents Sacramento in some way. But I don't know what that means.
My guess is the bridge. Either the
I was
bridge
going
or the
to
capital.
bridge or a tree or a capital or something.
In the logo?
No, like they're gonna have a jersey that somewhat represents Sacramento that they will wear.
Oh, like a
from time
City
to time.
Connect.
Like a City Edition jersey.
Because they don't have a City Connect right now, do they?
No. God, no.
No. They tried and the city said no.
Of course, they don't even have. Oakland doesn't even have a mayor right now.
Well, that's true.
Ah, well.
Well, they technically do, but she's on her way.
Charlie, we're doing escapism today. We're not doing all that.
You know me,
Yo.
I never do
I know
escapism.
it.
Yo. We are more coherent on this radio station than one of our candidates.
Okay, all right. I mean, guys, Jesus.
That was rough. It was on our station, dude. I couldn't escape it.
I could.
I'm proud of you. I'm happy for you. If I had to go through it though.
See, the problem for Matt is he has 23 minutes of hard news that precedes him.
Yes,
so-
yeah. We pitched it.
All right,
to-
and now to sports.
we pitched it. We're like, let us do a because we do a Toyota Sports Extra sports show after every sporting event. We're like, let us do a post game show for the debate. Please let us do it. They're like, no, absolutely not. I'm like, let's look at the highlights of.
Anyway, so the A City Connect jerseys. I'm with you, Ramsey. I thought they were gonna have a clean ass Oakland one. Alas. Yeah, if you go Tower Bridge behind the, that'd be cool.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
I mean, the River Cats already have like a super dope Tower Bridge baseball logo that I think is.
Oh yeah, no, the
which-
day those dropped, I left
I
the
have a-
show
Oh, I
and
have
went
I
to the.
have I have the hat.
Yeah,
With the baseball,
yeah,
that's the
yeah,
one. That's the
yeah.
one I have. It's so like, can you do better than
Hi,
that?
Ramsey. How you doing, bud? So,
Charlie, can you come over here and say
Uh-oh.
medulla oblongata?
Medulla oblongata.
I don't get the bit.
I don't know. Somebody in the chatty house wants them to do that.
Oh,
I don't know. I thought you
Clip
might
it.
get it. I don't get it. Oh, all right.
I mean,
nailed
I
it,
know
though.
what that is, but
Yeah, I don't. We have 10 seconds.
oh boy. It's good to see.
It's good to see you, man. Thanks for coming.
Of course, my pleasure.
Thanks, Charlie.
As always, lots of discussion around the pick. It's a lottery pick, you know.
That was weird.
Now, back to the Insiders, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
That was disappointing. For some reason, my drop of who said that stupid ass questions? Oh, Mike Malone got got dubbed over with Monty McNair.
I thought Monty was just spitting on the beat for us.
Just
Although, question: What
That's
happened?
just the truth, dog.
What happened to the K-pop?
what?
What is it still here? Is it still there?
Yeah, of course.
I missed.
There's a K-pop one earlier. We had
I don't recognize K-pop instrumentals.
yeah, we had Shutdown by Blackpink. Yeah, that was on there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Understood.
We got a bunch in there. It's more K-pop than not.
I was wondering if James changed you a little bit.
No, we got 4 AM Bay Bridge Music by Andre Nicotina is one of them. We got Little Redbone by Childish Gambino. 93 to Infinity by Souls of Mischief, obviously. I'll Blow the Whistle by Too Short. You just heard Mask Off by Future.
Yeah.
We have this song called Big Wild. Or no, I'm sorry. It's called City of Sound by the band Big Wild. This is one of my personal favorites. We have a couple of Kendrick Lamar songs, Pray For Me and Don't Kill My Vibe. We got I Like You by Post Malone.
Good song.
Yeah. And then a bunch of K-pop. Little BTS.
Cool.
Little Stray Kids.
Yeah.
We have Round Ball Rock.
I mean, I am excited about this returning.
Yo, look, this is my deal with that.
Okay.
I know we're all going to miss, and Don, we'll get to you in a second. I know we're all going to miss Inside the NBA in a couple of years.
Yeah.
But I think a lot of that will go away the first time Round Ball Rock drops on NBC.
I agree, because the music is going to be like nostalgic and awesome, but I hope we still get the opportunity to have a show that gives us the YouTube rabbit hole of moments that Inside the NBA has given us, to where, I mean, they're timeless. You can go back and watch a compilation from the 90s through today of just Shaq and Kenny moments or something.
Yeah.
And it's so comfortable. It's comforting to know that I have these guys to talk about whatever the hell.
And it's going to be incredible.
And it's just that losing that is almost like, it's crazy how you can become attached to a show. As people who do shows, it's crazy how you can become attached to something that's so familiar and it just becomes a part of your everyday. And when it's no longer there, it just feels like there's a void. And I feel like there's going to be a lot of that when Inside the NBA, as we know it, goes away.
No doubt. Let's get into good idea or bad idea. 3 things going on in the world. We decide if the thing that's going on is a good idea or a bad idea. Number 1, the Lakers drafting Bronny James number 55 overall.
Good idea.
I think it's great.
I think it's an awesome idea. It checks multiple boxes, right? As the most historic NBA franchise, I know you just got passed up by the Boston Celtics, but the Lakers are the NBA franchise, right? You now are making history by having a father and son playing together for the first time, the same way you had the Griffeys. Granted, Ken Griffey Jr., probably a bigger star, not probably, definitely is a bigger star and will do more for the game than Bronny probably ever will in the NBA. But you're facilitating this moment, this awesome NBA history. In doing that, you're also pleasing your superstar in LeBron James, and it is your ultimate goal as the Los Angeles Lakers to keep him happy until he rides off into the sunset.
Bro, look, it's the 55th pick.
Yeah.
They didn't use the 17th pick on Bronny James.
Yeah.
They used the 55th pick. We just talked about the second round and how there's, I love this fit for this player, and you're probably never going to hear from that player again. Maybe Bronny James develops and becomes a contributor. Maybe he doesn't.
Yeah.
But he gets to play with his dad, and that's dope. That is objectively cool.
The concept of nepotism and how it's discussed is so interesting to me, because to me, nepotism, I mean, it exists in the NBA. It exists in almost all circles of business and athletics and things. It just exists, right? And it is what it is. Nepotism is frustrating if someone gets a position that you feel like you're qualified for, and when it directly affects you. It's amazing to me how many people are bothered by nepotism that has nothing to do with them.
Sure.
In this case, it's like, I understand if there's a player out there that didn't get drafted because Bronny James got drafted. Okay, then a boatload of them were signed to as free agents when the draft ended. And arguably, sometimes that's a better position to be in because you get to pick where you're going. In the case of Keon Ellis, he chose the Sacramento Kings because they needed a player like him. And look how it worked out for him, right? So I understand the nepotism. I understand it's low-hanging fruit, the frustrations. People are going to get their jokes off and stuff like that. And that's fine. I'm not telling you how to feel. But it always interests me how much people care or are bothered by this when it really doesn't have anything. We're getting a historic NBA moment, and you're having a father and son playing together on basketball's biggest stage.
Cool.
Would it have happened if Bronny wasn't LeBron's father or son? Probably not.
No.
but it's happening now and it's here and we can talk about it and get the moment and then move on with our lives.
There were 3 picks left.
Yeah.
When he got drafted.
Which
So-
I'm more mad about that. I'm mad about taking away draft picks from teams to punish them because that ultimately affects players who don't get to get their names called.
Yeah, no doubt. All right, number 2. Both of these last 2 quickly. Pause. Andrew Wiggins will not play for Team Canada. A joint decision between him and the Warriors. Good or bad idea to not play for your national team?
Are we talking about, because the Warriors are involved in this, the Warriors and
Yes.
Wiggins.
It was a mutual
mutually agreed.
decision. It's a health-related decision.
I'll say it's a good idea for both. It's a good
I
idea for the
guess.
Warriors to keep Andrew Wiggins healthy. It's a good idea for Andrew Wiggins, who needs to work to get back to some semblance of what he was, to focus on getting right and getting back to action in the NBA. Now, not that playing for your country is not a big, important deal, but look, sorry, Jordy, you're just going to have to go without Andrew Wiggins in Canada.
They'll be fine. Team Canada is very talented.
I think
without Andrew
SGA
Wiggins. They're going to be
and
fine.
Dylan Brooks will be just fine.
I think the Warriors might be trying to trade him, and they don't want him to get hurt playing in the Olympics.
Great idea for the Warriors in that sense.
Yeah. But apparently Anthony Slater from The Athletic reported it was a mutual decision. So I guess in that case, it's a good idea.
It's smart for Wiggins. It's smart. Just focus on getting right.
Yeah. Number 3, Keegan Murray working with the U.S. Select Team for the 2nd consecutive year. So he's not on Team USA, but he will be working out with Team USA along with a bunch of other young players who make up the Select Team. Good idea or bad idea for Keegan Murray to be spending his summer down in Vegas?
Great idea. There's no bad scenario to this. I know there's always the risk of, oh, you could get hurt, but
you can get hurt in any workout.
Yeah, walking out your door. It's not like he's sitting on his couch all summer. He's going to be working with De'Aaron or working with his coaches or working with whatever. So he's getting work with some of the top young players in the league, in the Team USA basketball system. He's practicing and he's gotten the opportunity already to practice with actual Team USA. He won't go with them to Paris, but he's worked with them over the last 2 years that he's been a part of this. It only gets him better. He's working with the brightest minds in USA basketball. Yeah, if you want him to develop into the best that he can be, I think this only helps it.
Yeah. No, this is very, very good for him. I'm right there with you. Shout out to Keegan Murray working with the U.S. Select men's basketball team. Don, you're on the Insiders. You'll take us into the break. What's up?
Hey, good morning. How you fellas doing?
Doing great.
Very good.
No, Big E. Sorry, our call screener got it wrong.
Nah, I get it. Real quick, I just wanted to personally apologize to you guys because in the first hour you were talking about how people would confuse you for each other, and I was definitely one of those people. But I'm talking like 3 years ago.
Goodbye, Big E.
Yeah.
No joke. What's up?
Oh, but on Wiggins, are either of you guys in on him in a trade, or are him and Barnes just the Spider-Man meme pointing back at each other?
Thanks for the call, Biggie. Appreciate it. Yeah, no, I'm out. We talked about this yesterday or the day before. There's just not. He makes a ton of money.
Yeah,
and there's not the Warriors wouldn't want what the Kings would be willing to give up for Andrew Wiggins, and vice versa.
There's better options out there.
Yeah,
And these
1,000%.
Again, these are like
He makes more money than Kyle Kuzma.
Yeah, he makes a lot of money. So it doesn't make sense for the Kings from that sense. And also you have to remember too, when talking trades, and I talked about this a lot with the Brandon Ingram situation too, Kyle, like these are teams that are directly competing with each other right now. They're in the same tier in the West, right? This tier of teams that is on the cusp of the playoffs or trying to get back into the playoff picture. And I know the Warriors are hoping to still somehow contend under Steph Curry, but like where they're at right now, the Kings, Warriors, Pelicans, these are teams that are directly competing with one another in the same kind of tier of the West. These teams aren't typically going to be willing to work together to swap assets to help each other or hurt each other. Like they're going to avoid each other at all costs. Yeah. So yeah, Ingram doesn't make sense to me. Wiggins doesn't make sense to me. I'm out.
Yeah, no, I think we're all on the same page there. We're also on the same page. We got to hit a break. We will do that. We will have the handoff next with, I believe it's a Kenny Caraway day. KC from D-Lo and KC will be joining us. I want to take a look at the Kings lineup right now. If they had to play a game today, what would the starting lineup look like? What would the rotation look like? We'll hash that out next. That's Matt George. I'm Kyle Madson. Matt filling in for James on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader. And clear.
Clear.
Yep.
Yeah, but is that Jesse?
Yeah, it is.
That's a Jesse in there? He has this off, doesn't he?
Wow. No, he has this up on the stream probably.
He's not.
So it might just be a little delayed.
He's not reacting to me, which is fair.
Oh boy. What was I going to say? Oh, somebody asked if I was a Stray Kids fan. Yeah. Big fan. Wearing a Stray Kids t-shirt today. I'm going to stay. Han bias. What's up?
I don't know what any of that means.
That's fine.
Ugh.
I'm getting more into ATs lately. Yeah, no, I don't think he's getting. No, I don't think Andrew Wiggins getting dealt to Sacramento.
Mhm.
Like dude. Here's the thing. If this was the Minnesota version of Andrew Wiggins, if he was in when did he come to the Warriors? In year 6?
Year 5.
Year 6. If it was that version of Andrew Wiggins, where like, hey, there's still some untapped potential, maybe getting to change his scenery, then I think it'd be a different conversation.
Sure.
Because on paper, he's exactly the kind of player you're looking for. And if you knew for a fact,
Yeah, he was traded mid-year 6.
if you knew for a fact, here's what I'll say about this. If the Kings had a crystal ball and said, hey, when he comes to Sacramento and plays for Mike Brown, he's going to look like the player he was in the finals and through the 2022 playoffs. Because in the finals, in the final 3 games that they won, he averaged 20 and 13.
Yeah, he was a beast.
He was incredible.
Yeah.
So if you knew you were getting that, and he's playing great defense on Jalen Brown and Jason Tatum, it was such a key factor for them. If you knew you were getting that player, then okay, let's have a conversation. But he hasn't been that dude since. So I'm just kind of out.
Yeah.
Like,
Maybe it's because of Mike
theory,
Brown. It's Mike Brown, though. Mike Brown left. Wiggins' talent left with him. Mike Brown is a monster.
Wow. We're working things out.
Come on now.
I'm going to have to write this down. Not the monster thing.
Johnny G, if I had the ability to ban you from the chatty house, I would for that horrendous question. How dare you? It's just disgusting. It's just disgusting. How dare you? Like, you just disrespectful.
Oh.
What? What's ooh? Share the ooh.
I'm trying to figure out.
I really like that Kings painting that they have out there. It just bothers me that Buddy Hield is so big in it.
Oh, did you not listen to Deal and KC the other day when they were doing that?
No.
Kenny went and picked it up off the wall and was holding it up on the stream, and they were sorting out like they're gonna do a new version.
Who makes it? Who makes it?
Yeah,
Who doesn't?
yeah.
Yeah, Buddy Hield's way too big and prominent. Like,
Yeah.
pause.
That was one of the complaints.
Yeah.
Rudy Gay, I think you can make smaller.
Cuz I'm okay with. Bibby, I'm okay with.
We got to get Rashawn Holmes out of there.
Where's Rashawn?
Bottom right corner. In front of Jason Williams.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I like that picture of Rashawn, though.
It's a good picture of Rashawn, but
why is Domas so small? Why is Domas so small and Buddy Hield is huge?
Well.
What?
No.
What did I say?
Here we go. This is K-pop. Kinda.
Now, back to the Insiders, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
Matt George filling in for James Ham today. I'm Kyle Madson. Hanging out with you until noon, then we'll hand it off to D'Lo and KC. Speaking of handing it off to D'Lo and KC, I believe we'll be doing the handoff with KC coming up in about 15 minutes. All right, so here's how we're going to put a bow on the week. Been a big week for the Kings. A lot of moves happening. A lot of things. Not a lot of moves. A few moves happening. Got some draft pick in Devin Carter. Traded for Jalen McDaniels. Let's put together a lineup right now. Okay. Kings have to play a game today.
Yep.
So this is just, and I say playing a game today, You and I are both under the assumption, I think most people listening to this are under the assumption that the roster today is not what it's going to look like in October.
It can't.
It can't. That would be nutty.
Absurd.
But if it does,
Mhm.
and this is, I think, I can't tell why I want to do this exercise. I can't tell if I want to do it to just survey the landscape
Mhm.
or to drive home the point that, like, yo, this isn't going to be enough.
Right.
So let's talk about it.
So
Starting
real
lineup.
quick, are we talking about what we think the Kings rotation would be, or what we would want the Kings rotation to be?
What we think it would look like.
So put ourselves in Mike Brown's brain,
Yeah.
because I want Malik Monk to start, but I don't think Mike is going to start.
I don't think so either.
So that
Yeah,
okay,
you're
good.
doing a prediction. You're betting money on what it's going to look like
Understood.
with his roster.
Okay.
Okay. De'Aaron Fox,
Yes. Duh.
Keon Ellis.
Yes.
Okay, I'm with you. Keegan.
Yep.
Harrison Barnes still
Yep.
at the 4. Domas at the 5.
Correct.
Cool. We run it back.
It's the same.
We're
Lineup.
running it back. Perfect. Malik Monk,
First one off the bench.
first off the bench.
Yep.
Then Trey Lyles.
Probably.
Okay. Devin Carter next or Kevin Huerter next?
I'm going to say Kevin Huerter specifically because he's not a rookie.
Okay.
But I do think there's hesitancy with Mike always to play
Well,
Kevin, and I don't know how Kevin fits.
Okay, but I also think that you might have to go Kevin Huerter earlier to get some size on the court.
Potentially.
Because if you're going Carter first and you've got like Fox, Monk, and Carter all at once,
Mhm.
I think you're giving up a lot of size at the 3.
I do agree, except Mike found a lot of success with 3-guard lineups
Sure.
at the end of last season, so that's something he might stick with, but I understand what you're saying.
Okay.
I do have hesitancy and belief of Kevin's ability to play the 3 or play any role within the Kings' new system, period, off the bench.
I'm with you, dude. I
I
and
don't
that's
think he makes sense.
that's where the hang up for me is right now. Alex Len would then be getting some minutes.
I think so.
And right now, like Jalen McDaniels just doesn't factor in for me.
No.
I don't think he. I don't think he
Jalen's
can.
out. Chris Duarte's out.
Yep.
Kessler is still out.
Yep.
I think this is a max 9-man rotation, and Alex Len and Carter are probably some combination of
Like
8-9.
matchup based.
Right.
Yeah. I like Kevin Huerter, and I think he can go to a team and help. And I think he has trade value. When I talk about trading Kevin Huerter, it's not like, yeah, just get rid of him.
No, he's got value.
Yes.
100%.
And there's been reporting that like the Bulls
Yeah.
think highly of him. I can't remember. Was it Amick? Somebody wrote in The Athletic. I don't want to put a name on it because I can't remember exactly who it was, but wrote that like Kevin Huerter has value in front offices around the league.
Absolutely.
Like
Look,
this is a guy people know can shoot. We know he can rebound.
Herter is an elite shooter
Mhm.
in a modern NBA that prioritizes shooting.
Spot up shooter, movement shooter.
He can shoot,
Yes.
and he when he gets cold, he gets cold. But when he's hot, he's a flamethrower where he can shoot 50% from 3 for a month. Like he
Yes.
did that in
Yes.
Sacramento.
Correct.
So he is an absolute flamethrower shooter. He 100% has value, and he's on a super team-friendly contract for the next 2 years.
Yeah.
Kevin Huerter has value. You're not just dumping him to get rid of him. You're holding on to finding a deal with decent value. I'm just talking about Kevin Huerter's fit towards where the Sacramento Kings are trying to go. It does not make sense, and we've been heading on that road to a breakup for the last year.
Yeah, man, and that's the. I think more than anything, I think basketball-wise, you can find a fit. If you absolutely had to have Kevin Huerter in your lineup, I think you could start him, and then I think you could mess around with Keon Ellis and De'Aaron Fox and Devin Carter and figure out enough ways to limit what he has to do defensively and feel okay about it. But I also don't think that you want to mess with your entire rotation just to make sure that Kevin Huerter can get on the court for 20 minutes a night.
Correct. And what does his role look like? If it's a volume 3-point shooter coming off the bench, I'm interested. But if you're going to play him at the 3, he's going to get targeted defensively the same way that he gets targeted every time he's on the floor. As soon as Kevin Huerter's on the floor, teams make it a priority to go right at him regardless of who he's guarding. That's why we saw these guys that Kevin Huerter was being switched on being the primary offensive focus to start games. The Kings were getting scored on by the 3rd or 4th best player in the starting lineup repeatedly to open up games on a nightly basis because that's the guy that Kevin Huerter was guarding.
Yep.
And it's not, I mean, here's the thing about Kevin. He works his ass off.
He does.
He's a hard worker.
Absolutely.
He doesn't complain. He puts his head down. He is just not the same way I am incapable of doing the job on the basketball floor that these professional athletes do. I cannot do it. I don't think Kevin can defend at the NBA level to what the Sacramento Kings expect. I just don't think he has it in him to do it.
Well, I don't know if it's beyond what, maybe it's short of what the Kings expect for sure, but I think Kevin Huerter defensively is probably fine if you have an elite rim protector.
Right.
If he's on the Timberwolves, like here's a good I think the Timberwolves are a perfect example because you plug him into Minnesota. Now he is a legit, as we said, 3-point shooter, one of the best shooters in the league. He is a legit 3-point shooter. And on defense, when he gets beat, you have the 4-time DPOY behind him to erase whatever. Yeah.
Yeah.
And now all of a sudden he's a super valuable player for Minnesota.
Right.
In fact, I think Minnesota should trade for Kevin Huerter. Anthony Edwards for Kevin Huerter should get it done. Personally, I think that's a deal the Kings should do.
But here, I'll just kind of put a bow on this too. Like,
please
when you
help me.
When you are emphasizing defense the way that Mike Brown is, and you're trying to improve defensively, if you continue to give Kevin Huerter playing time, and again, he's an NBA caliber player. He's not the worst defender in the league. He's 100% an NBA caliber player that can help the Sacramento Kings 100%. But the more you improve defensively and the more you get guys around Kevin Huerter to buy in defensively and live up to the expectations of Mike, if Kevin's not able to meet that, as the team gets better defensively, the weakness becomes more glaring, and that's what teams are going to continue to attack and go right after. We saw that last season. As the Kings defensively started to get better, Keon was getting more playing time. Even Malik was doing some good things on the defensive end. Malik got targeted from time to time too. It wasn't just Kevin. But it was obvious, blatantly obvious, nightly to start the game. The scouting report was find Huerter and go at him. Because sometimes Kevin could make a play. He wasn't just a revolving door. But the majority of the time, Kevin could not stay in front of the 2 and 3 threes that he was defending. And that's the speed of the NBA. He just wasn't able to keep up.
Yeah. I think he gets moved for sure.
I think so too. I think the writing's been on the wall.
And now, and I guess this was the point of the exercise. So you and I are in agreement that he's probably in the rotation, but also, hey, here's the other thing. I don't even know that he would take a bench role. I don't know that he would what's the word I'm looking for? I don't know that he would persevere through that. Because I'm of the belief, and I could be wrong, I'm not inside the guy's head, but it sure seems like, based on how last year went, that Chris Duarte getting potential burn as a starter in the preseason just derailed Kevin Huerter for the entire year.
It rattled him, for
and
sure.
I don't know that if the Kings look at what they have now and they go, yeah, hey, Kevin, you're going to play. What in the world? My phone was vibrating. I was trying to figure out what that noise was. They're saying, hey, you're going to play 15 minutes a night off the bench. You're going to play in a few 3-minute spurts. Go out there and knock down some shots. I don't know that he would be able to.
Yeah.
So that would be, I think when we kind of look at this rotation with the starting 5, with Keon at the 2, Malik Monk is your 6th man, Trey Lyles coming off the bench, Devin Carter coming off the bench. Like, again, that glaring weakness is like, man, they need wing depth.
Yeah.
And whether it's Harrison Barnes coming off the bench with a different starter at the 4, whether it's Kyle Kuzma or whoever, or it's Dorian Finney-Smith or Cam Johnson in that Kevin Huerter spot, where now they're the wing depth coming off the bench, preferably both of them.
Yeah, that'd be nice.
But I think it's just, no matter how you package it, it's like, dude, they just
need to.
They need size.
They need to. And it goes even beyond the Kevin Huerter dilemma. It goes to, like, you lost to one NBA team 6 times during technically without playoff.
That's crazy.
And it's because of matchups. Like, look, the Pelicans could not beat the Los Angeles Lakers. The Sacramento Kings swept the Los Angeles Lakers. The Pelicans beat the holy you-know-what out of the Sacramento Kings 6 times. And it has everything to do with wing depth and physicality. Now, the Kings got significantly better playing physical basketball over the course of the year. And De'Aaron Fox talked about this at his basketball camp that I was at a couple weeks ago. And De'Aaron brought up the officiating. Like
Mhm.
officials kind of allowed them to play more physical the second half of the season, and the Kings ended up thriving in that. Because remember, early in the season, the Kings had back-to-back games against the Houston Rockets. De'Aaron Fox didn't play because he was out injured. That had something to do with it. But the Rockets just muscled Sacramento in those games.
That was tough
Just
to watch.
Beat the crap out of them. And Sacramento was not ready or capable to play with that level of physicality that we saw at the end of the season. The Kings were not allowing themselves to get pushed around. And in fact, at the end of the season, they were doing some of the pushing. But a 6'2" dude can only push a 6'9" guy so much.
Sure.
And when the Kings are as bad as they were on the perimeter defensively, when defending the 3-point shot, it was not for a lack of trying. They were trying and working hard and scramble drills, close out. They were doing everything they possibly could. But I've been hitting this nail on the head over and over and over again to the point where it's probably annoying at this point. But it's a lot easier to shoot over a 6'2" dude with a 6'5" wingspan than it is to shoot over a 6'8" dude with a 7-foot wingspan. It changes the way you shoot. It's, believe it or not, taller guy, harder to shoot over.
Get out of town.
So it's not meant to be disrespectful towards Davion or even Devin Carter. I know he has a 6'8", almost 6'9" wingspan, which is amazing.
It's incredible.
It's
he plays much bigger than 6'2".
100% he does.
Yeah.
But the Kings need more guys that when you're closing out on a shooter, you don't have to be all up in his business all the time. But if you're closing out on a scramble drill, you can probably change their shot and affect their shot a little bit more.
A little bit.
Because giving up 40+% from 3-point range every single night ain't going to cut it.
No.
And that's what happened all season long. That's what kept the Kings from being a top 10 defense, was that alone.
Boy, between tall players are better than short players and good players are better than bad players, which was my take yesterday. I don't know why anybody would need another program, to be honest.
That's true. I mean,
we're just locked in.
Pretty straight.
I do think that's something that gets kind of lost though in the NBA with kind of the small ball revolution or whatever, where a size in a sport for tall people is still very important. Like, it matters a lot.
Yeah.
So that's got to be priority one
for sure. But yeah, the Kings just need more wing depth. Period.
Also, hey, real quick, I don't want to drag this out. Kenny Caraway coming in for the handoff.
Uh-oh.
I don't want to drag this out. You can't say that you're hitting the nail on the head. You can say I've hammered this point, but I can say pause.
I see what you mean.
But I can say, hey, you hit that nail on the head.
So I can't give myself the credit for
no. You're like, I haven't been hitting this nail on the head. Like, no, yeah. I've been trying to drive this point home.
No, but
I mean, you did. Having tall players is better than not having tall players.
Believe it or not.
Yeah, no, in-depth basketball conversation. Kenny, buckle up. I couldn't log into that computer.
So when you host a solo podcast and you talk to yourself, you have to tell yourself you're doing a good job.
No, you are. No, you're doing great. No, you're doing great.
But I see what you mean. It's fun to talk to somebody. This is pretty cool.
Yeah.
Friends of
good.
No,
for sure. Shout out. James brought up a good point with the trade that we did not talk about. It allows them to use the full non-taxpayer MLE. Which is $12.9 million.
Right.
So that's exactly what the Mavericks did by trading Tim Hardaway Jr.
Right.
And now the Kings have that added flexibility as well. Flexibility.
That's word of the day, man. It's options.
Theme of the show today.
Monty's got options. He can absorb a bigger contract in a trade if he wants to, or he can use the MLE to go out and get a free agent.
I like
it's time for the handoff. Kenny Caraway in the building.
I like that. I like having the flexibility. I like all that. That's what he's been preaching for since he got to Sacramento.
It's been his word, literally his word.
Absolutely. This is the last summer to have that flexibility. It's time to cash in on all that. If we're here next year and maybe they make the playoffs and all this other stuff, and we want to maintain our finance. No, bro, it's gone all bad.
Hey,
we're still trying to maintain our financial flexibility. So this is the time to cash in.
Here's y'all, man. There's a chance though.
Here's my only way. Those are yours, by the way. Those shorts. That's all you. So the only way that I'm cool with this is if they're looking out at next year and where certain teams are going to be, and there's a player out there that they think their current war chest of assets, it's all NBA caliber player. And they're like, hey, we really think that next year with these assets, we can go get this player. So they don't want to give up a first or even two for Kyle Kuzma right now because they think, okay, he's a tier 3 player, but we think there's a tier 1 we can go get.
And that's fair.
And that, but to your point, up until next June, like, what do we got?
Yeah,
you got it. You got to win. First of all, you got to get it. I don't really care how it gets done, but if they had some deals that didn't work out, or they got too rich, right, or they didn't have the assets, right? Like I draw the line at Keegan Murray, right? Like if New Orleans is asking for Keegan, if Washington is asking for Keegan, and all this other stuff, yeah, you got to draw the line there. But anything outside of those 4 that we talk about, like I'm not worried about future contracts. I'm not worried about, being on the first apron. None of that. This is it. This is the time. I feel this is the time to cash in on the flexibility that you have maintained for the last 3 years.
Right.
But maybe I'm wrong, but you can't just be having financial flexibility forever. At some point, you got to have some players that you're like, all right, we're locked into these guys, and this is what we're trying to do.
Well, through Monty's own words too, like the whole reason he wants flexibility is to be able to move when the time is right. I mean, those are the words. Like when he came to Sacramento, he did not bring or adopt the Sacramento mindset, which is, oh, this player's available. Oh, but we're the Kings, so we have no shot, so we're not even going to try. Like Monty came in with the belief that we're going to put ourselves in a position to where if some move becomes available to us, we'll pursue it and we'll explore it. And I think he's been consistent with that from the Zach LaVine situation, right? Zach LaVine doesn't really necessarily make sense in a lot of ways, financially or otherwise. But here's a player who is a star caliber player who might be available on the cheap because of circumstances. Okay, we've maintained flexibility to put ourselves in a position to consider this as an option. But like you said, you can only do that for so long. At some point, you have to strike, right? And I still think this Kings team believes that they are in a position to where they can play the long game. And I don't mean that's the right way to handle it, but they might look at this offseason and go, we can get away right now with just a Cam Johnson move or a Dorian Finney-Smith move, which would help improve the team, but is not going to cap them out on assets and money, and go, let's see where this goes, and then see what comes available at the trade deadline. My reaction to that is you've had 2 trade deadlines. You didn't do anything. So why should we trust that the third one you're going to do it? And I think a lot of fans kind of echo that. But I think what Monty wants to avoid is going all in now when you're still a long ways away from truly contending. Go all in. Now you're stuck. And now you have to probably move Keegan or move one of Fox and Sabonis just to get something different. Like that's if in the case of Zach LaVine, this is why I'm super hesitant on Zach LaVine. You go for LaVine, you bring him in. I think it could be exciting. Maybe it could work. If it doesn't, nobody's taking Zach LaVine's contract. You're stuck with it for the next 3 years. So now in order to financially get out from under that, to have flexibility to make some moves, Keegan's probably the guy you have to move in order to do that. And I don't think Monty and the Kings feel that they're in the right spot now to go all in and run that risk without feeling that they're in the same position the Knicks are in, one piece away from truly contending.
I'll real quick, Kyle, I'll put it to you and everybody else like this though. If you're in a, like I'm looking at the timeline and people might get upset for me saying this or feeling this way or whatever, and they may have different expectations. The must is the playoffs. Like you have to be there.
That's it. Those are Monty's own words.
You have to be in the playoffs. And to your looking forward point, 3 straight years of the playoffs and maybe like a series win here and there and everything else like that, I actually think that's fine. And the only reason I say 3 years is because that's when LaVine's money will come off the books.
Sure.
So I like 3 years. You've maybe gotten to the second round twice. It's not going to work with LaVine. He off the books. You ain't got to move Keegan. You don't have to move him. Now you're looking at it like, all right, free agent wise, we got LaVine's money's coming off the books. Who's going to elevate us to a championship? I think 3 years from now, 2 to 3 years from now, that's when they should be looking at what do we need to do to get to a championship.
Sure. I feel that
2 to 3 years.
The only hesitance
championship level.
Now we're talking about Sabonis and Fox in their 30s or getting to their 30s. Yeah. That's the only hesitancy but I hear exactly what you're saying. And I don't think like Vivek was upset that they missed the playoffs after making it 1 year. I think the Kings would be thrilled and Kings fans would be thrilled with knowing they have a perennial playoff team.
Yeah.
Start there. But Mike and De'Aaron, they're all the ones talking championship. So if that's the bar they're holding themselves to.
Well, and that's why I think that there's a middle ground. Jalen McDaniels is not going to cut it. God bless him.
Sorry, buddy.
Jalen McDaniels is not going to cut it. But I also don't think it needs to be Zach LaVine, Brandon Ingram, Kyle Kuzma, because we're just running through this. Starting 5 right now. Fox, Keon Murray, Barnes, Domas. Yeah. Monk off the bench, Lyles off the bench, Carter off the bench, and then Herter, Len, TBD, right?
Mhm.
If you take out Kevin Herter from that and you plug in Cam Johnson or Dorian Finney-Smith, and you can even plug them into the starting lineup for you if you want and bring Harrison Barnes off the bench. Now you're there. That to me is a playoff team.
Mm-hmm.
For sure.
But right now, when you just, it's like, dude, they are like one quality rotation player short for me from just being that's a top 6 team. So that's why I kind of land in the space. If I'm with you, if there's a big move to make, if the Clippers are like, yeah, we'll trade you Paul George, we love your assets, here you go, here's Paul George, then great, then go for it.
Now you're all in.
Right. But I don't think it necessarily has to be to get to that playoff level. If you're talking about championship contention in 2 to 3 years, then okay, then yeah, hold on to the assets. If Washington wants a couple of firsts, go get Dorian Finney-Smith and Cam Johnson instead and be cool with it.
You need I hear everything you're saying. I just think at the end of the day, it doesn't matter if it's Kuzma, Cam Johnson, Finney-Smith is a little borderline, but
you're out on Dorian Finney-Smith?
Well, no, I like him, but what I'm about to say is my point is
sure.
You have to get a starter. You have to get a starter, a guy that is starting on every single team in the league. And that's why I say Finney-Smith, who I like. I don't know if he fits the category of starting on every single team in the league.
I agree.
I think Cam Johnson, it does fit that category.
I agree.
And I think that's what you need for this roster.
Yeah, I think if you can get them both, start one, have another one, your wing depth is so much better.
Now you're cooking.
I'm into that more than I'm into Kuzma. I'm not going to lie.
That is a fantastic compromise because you talk about a middle ground. Okay, let's go out and add something to the starting lineup, but you don't have to swing all in.
Yeah, I love Cam Johnson. And like you just said, if you can get Cam and Finney-Smith, now you cooking.
Yeah.
I think I like that more than Kuzma too. Because I love Kuzma.
Yeah,
that's my number
big
one.
Kuzma guy.
But I mean, you're just adding to the roster, being able to get those two guys.
And so much of last year was you would watch the Kings play, and Anthony Slater brought this up the other day. You'd watch them play, and toward the end of the season, it's like, man, they just need more dudes. Like, God, they're not enough guys you trust on this team.
Yeah.
Or Jordy goes to Brooklyn and is about to lose all his dudes.
Damn.
Sorry, Jordy.
Well, JJ gets LeBron, so that's fair.
And Bronny.
Yeah.
What do you guys got coming up on D'Lo and Casey?
Man, a lot more King stuff. I don't know if you guys got into the Jake Fisher stuff, but there was something in his article that really stuck out to me. We're probably gonna dissect that a little bit, and we're gonna figure out what's going on with Monty now after he had to trade Davion.
Let's do it.
Can't wait. I'll be joining you guys at 12:15. That's Kenny Caraway. He's Matt George. Matt, thank you so much for hanging out.
A pleasure, guys.
You can catch Matt on ABC 10 as well as Locked on Kings. Locked on Kings, the podcast. Make sure to check them out there as well. Appreciate everybody. Have a great, safe, happy weekend. And we will be back on Monday. James Ham back on Monday as well. Until then, drink water and be nice, people. And clear.
Yes, sir.
See you, Chatty House. Appreciate you guys. Have a great weekend. That's happening.
What's good, baby? Yes, sir.
Hey, Riggs.
Yeah. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We a number one spot. We a number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top 2, but we ain't 2, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
Hey! One time for Kyle Madson. Hey. One time for our man Matt George. Yes, and one time for Friday.
Oh, hell yeah.
Man, we in here. Vibes are up. I would go so far as to say vibes are immaculate. We welcome you in here to the June 28th edition of D-Lo and KC. I'm Damian Barling.
The ultimate needle mover in God mode himself.
He is the Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me.
And we are with you for the next 4 hours. Kyle Madson will be back with us coming up in about 15 minutes. And then we'll be staring at our phones again.
Oh, man.
I
haven't stopped.
Yeah, I got Kenny to laugh as we were handling some work on my way into the studio. I got a text from a very trusted source who has helped D-Lo and KC throughout the years. And we had been communicating yesterday, and I thought I'm on my way in, and I'm like right at the turn to get to the Odyssey building, right to get off of Eureka, and the name pops up, and I'm like, oh, hey, what is it? Click the button. And the text reads, and I don't think this person will have an issue with me sharing this with you. The text reads verbatim, crickets.
Come on, man. Come on.
All right, we'll see you guys on Monday.
Look, I appreciate our guy getting back to you.
Yeah.
But he could have just left you on red for that one.
Well, at least I know they're thinking about us.
That's true.
But no, that
That's
was tough because I'm thinking, all right, we're about 30 minutes before the show. Okay, what is this? Do we tweet it? Like all of this is running through my head in the span of like 5 seconds. Do I tweet it? What is it? Crickets. All right.
Say LOL, do your little show.
Now that would have been a better text. Like, hey, do your stupid show, pal, because you ain't getting
don't bother
today.
me during this whole thing.
Yeah. But
Friday.
That's
Leave me
where
alone.
we got Bonte Hill sending us tweets.
Shout out Bonte.
Yeah, man. And then I saw I guess they pushed back the Chris Paul.
I still don't know what that means. I need someone. I'm still unclear.
Someone explain this to me like I'm an idiot. Drew Down, call in. Like
where's Rory?
I was gonna text Anthony Slater, but the way Ant-Man's been working the last few days, like he might not get back to me till Sunday. I assume it means they've pushed the guarantee date back in hopes of a trade. The dumb part is Chris has to push it back.
Right.
Chris is the one who has to push it back.
Let's do this. Let's work through this. They pushed the date back. If they didn't push the date back, let's just, for argument's sake, say it was today.
It is.
I think it was today.
It is today.
Yeah. So if they didn't push it back, it would either be the Warriors have him guaranteed, or last night they would be able to cut him. He would not get $30 million.
Correct.
So if they push it back and he's traded to the Clippers, for instance, the Clippers would be on the hook for 30 or have the same option as the Warriors.
So that's what I thought it was, they're pushing the date back, which just doesn't even seem legal to me. You change the date. You say, hey, we're trading a $30 million contract. Team X takes Chris Paul. Hey, Chris, you're cut.
Yeah.
And in the end, depending on the team that you're going to, they get a big salary dump.
Right.
Or and that's where if you go with these different scenarios, like if it's someone who's trying to compete, well, there is no scenario where someone who's trying to compete takes Chris Paul.
No. And the other thing and you've said,
and I don't know if you can cut him and I don't know, dude. I don't understand.
And you've said it a number of times. What is in it for Chris Paul? If I'm Chris Paul and I'm just like, yo, I'm gonna call your bluff. I'm gonna make you cut me, or I'm not gonna get in the 30 million. I'm not gonna like do this song and dance where I might get traded and then the other team might cut me. Unless the only thing I could think of is they find a team that's willing to guarantee the 30 million. If they told Chris Paul, they said, look, Chris, we're gonna cut you. You're not gonna get the 30 million. If you extend this deadline by a couple of days, we will try to work out a trade for somebody that will keep you on the roster. That's the only thing that would.
So,
because like if he's faced with the prospect of they're going to cut him, like you might as well extend and see if they can help you out.
And my apologies to everyone listening, because clearly we're idiots and we can't figure this out. Because I'm reading Woj. Is this Woj? No, I'm sorry. This is Kendra's write-up on Woj's report. Here's what it says verbatim. The Golden State Warriors and Chris Paul intend to move the date to guarantee the $30 million on his 24-25 contract to the start of free agency on Sunday. The deadline to lock in Paul's contract was originally today, but this gives the Warriors a small window of time to keep exploring possible trades. There is still a possibility that the Golden State Warriors ultimately will waive Paul. This is where I get confused, giving the team major cap relief. But sources says ESPN that the Warriors wanted to help ensure Paul had a good landing place on another team if they can find the right deal. Okay. Paul's contract would have to be included in any big trade for an all-star caliber player. Okay. So let's work with another hypothetical. If his contract becomes guaranteed today, if his contract has to be included, what would it matter if it was guaranteed to? It seems like all that's happening is the Warriors have a buffer to cut him.
So, and
that's greater than today.
What I've come to the conclusion of, maybe, and tell me if this makes sense, is the thing that I just laid out, the scenario I just laid out. The Warriors went to Chris Paul and said, we're going to cut you. You're not getting $30 million from us. If you extend this deadline, we will try to find a team that won't cut you and you can keep the $30 million. But if you say, no, you're not going to extend, fine, we'll just cut you and you're not getting $30 million from anybody. That's the only thing that makes sense for both sides.
So thank you to Matthews Mattress, Sky River Casino, West Coast Car Audio, in the advertisers that spend roughly $1 million annually to advertise on this show, because we have to have Drew down explain to us what this means. Drew, walk us through this like we're as stupid as we sound right now.
All right, I'm going to try to explain it. I think the easier way of looking at his contract is almost like a team option. I think it's easier if you look at it as a team option. It's basically, the date was today. So there's no way they were going to guarantee his $30 million today without having a trade in place. Now, why would Chris Paul agree to extend the date a couple of days? Because like Kenny was saying, if they didn't have a trade in place by today, Chris Paul's not going to get $30 million a year from any team. So it's in his best interest to say, hey, take a couple of days, see if you can work out a trade, because that way that guarantees him $30 million for next year. And now I don't think that Chris Paul would agree to extend the date and have the Warriors trade him without the option being guaranteed. I don't think that's an option. My thing is Chris Paul is saying, take a couple of days, that way, work out a trade so I can get that $30 million. Now, I could see a scenario where that trade happens and possibly a team buys him out and he still gets a large chunk of money and could possibly end up going to another team. And, for the Warriors' sake, like I said, they're not going to guarantee him that $30 million without having a trade in place. So by extending the date, that gives them a few extra days to try to work out a trade. Like I said, I don't know. They're going big fish, looking for, they're going big game hunting.
Yeah.
So that's why they both agreed. It's in both of their best interests because without Chris Paul's $30 million in the trade, they do have some other contracts, but they're not going to be able to get to that next level, of tier of salary of high players. So it's in both of their best interests, for them to extend the date and have some time to work it out. So that's why that's why for Chris Paul, I think for him at his age, he's not, like I said, he's not getting $30 million from any team or anything even close to that.
Right.
So that's why for him, why would he help out the Warriors? It's not just he's helping out the Warriors. He's also helping himself possibly, secure the bag. And like I said, I think that there's also, depending on the team they make the move to, if it's for Paul George, like I said, I don't know that. To me, it seems like there's got to be obviously more. There's got to be more in the trade, right? Why would they just want Chris Paul? There's got to be picks and stuff. Whether it's that or if it's I could see a scenario possibly where he's moved to a team that maybe doesn't want to keep him. They get a draft pick and maybe they negotiate a buyout and he still gets a large chunk of money and can hit the free agent market. So it's really about the $30 million. I think that's what, whether it's a trade or for the Warriors, it's using that in a trade. And for Chris Paul, his incentive is, guaranteeing him that chunk of money because he's obviously not getting that on the open market. So that's, I think what it really comes down to.
No, for sure.
Appreciate you, Drew.
And that's kind of the conclusion we had just came to is the Warriors would say, we're not paying you this.
Right.
You're not getting this money. So help us out and let's find out a way for you. And like,
but
Drew,
there's one question that I don't think has been answered. And I think Drew kind of mentioned it there at the end. Why would any team do this? Which meaning whatever they're trying, like Paul George, for example, like why would the Clippers do this? They'd have to send something back other than Chris Paul to incentivize the Clippers.
But this is the thing. The Warriors may be working on maybe a 3-teamer. I'm just throwing out a team.
I got you. Okay.
Maybe you get the Wizards involved. You buy out Chris Paul. You don't have that.
Send
money
Kyle
on your
Kuzma
books.
to Sacramento. I got it.
Actually,
You cooking.
A 4-team deal. There we go. 4-team deal. But Drew Down brings up a good point. And that's what I was thinking too. It's not necessarily just the $30 million, but maybe he can get a high buyout wherever he's at. Because I don't want to disrespect the Hall of Famer, but what is Chris Paul getting as just a random free agent? Is he getting the mid-level?
I think he can. Absolutely. I think he can get the mid-level.
14 mil.
But here's the thing, though. Here's the thing. Like a buyout for Chris Paul is probably going to cost you $25 to $30 million.
Well, not the whole thing, right? Not the whole $30 million.
Absolutely.
No, but I'm saying like as an agreement. Like if Paul's like, I'm only going to get 14 on the open market, and the Wizards are like, man, we'll buy you out for 20. Like I think Chris Paul might take that. Get the 20 million.
He'd get the 20, and then my guess is then he'd take the mid-level of the 10 or whatever. Like he'd get to 30 somehow this year. It's one of the interesting subplots
there we go
going on over the course of the next couple of days, and as read there from ESPN, the date has been extended to the start of free agency on Sunday. There's things to watch here over the next 24 hours with Paul George, D'Angelo Russell, LeBron James. I think we all feel like we know what LeBron James is going to do given the news last night, but there's multiple ways for it to occur. Now there's Bryce Watch going on in Los Angeles. So we'll dive into all of that. We're so happy you're here with us. Kyle Madson's going to join us. Friday Vibes with Stilo and KC here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Damn, I was gonna go into the chat as a random person, but I need it's Matt George.
Yeah, did you get? Are you?
Yeah,
like
I'm a
you're
guest.
not even. You're a guest. That's what I thought. Yeah,
just a guest.
Yeah, I was looking at it. I was like, this looks weird. Why does this look so weird? And that's why, because you're a rando.
Yeah, let me try that.
Kyle Madson came through in the clutch. What kind of donut is this, KC?
A circle.
Maybe he hates us. I don't want to go on and talk power with you bitches.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad I'm not caught up.
I was trying to watch last night, but I started to fall asleep.
Now I don't know what the hell's going on.
Just shoot. There's Kyle Madson.
Let's just log out.
Do KC, you think it will take a big package pause
Whoa.
to get Cam Johnson? Lazy, first of all, sir.
You keep that thing on him.
So, well, he do that. He do that. Second of all, no, I don't think so. But there's probably a lot of competitive offers if the Nets are actually weighing that. There's probably a lot of competitive offers. You would think Sean would talk to his new head coach, who might say, hey, help my guys in Sacramento out. But what do I know? Weezy said there was lots of package talk on the insiders today.
Yeah, we said package too many times.
It happens.
You're going to get a code.
Okay.
Oh, son of a. Come on, man. There we go. You know, when you like hit the text thread and it goes all the way up to the top or something like that.
Tribal Chief said he's taking the Eagle guys to the Giants Dodgers tomorrow.
Well, that's nice of him. I like the Giants.
689.
I got an invite.
Oh, well.
856.
Yes, I'm the only one. Shout out to Zay.
Did you really?
No.
Shout out.
Oh, he was confused by your hat.
This is true. I hope they don't play the Braves today. Oh no, they play the Dodgers.
Yeah.
You just said that.
Big series.
But it is sure.
Logan Webb v. Landon Knack. Watch
That's
out,
my boy
everybody.
Logan Webb, though. That's my boy Logan Webb. Shout out to
Rockland's
Dodgers Kyle, by
Thunder
the
up
way.
or whatever.
Kyle, I mean, I know he's got to do some work or whatever, but he knows more about the Dodgers than maybe I was gonna say Vince Scully,
Bill
RIP,
Plaschke.
but
yeah.
What was I was about to say something else though. I can't remember.
Dodgers, Eagle, invite.
It's the Rome.
Oh no.
Emperors.
Shout out to Zay because he did a great job. The little intricacies of that intro, he did a great job of matching up the personalities with the intro.
Yeah, 1000%.
That was phenomenal.
Really
Like
good.
when he had, especially after the conversation we had, when he had Aaron and Aaron just
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
I'm not even on.
No, your dance did get the biggest pop.
And it said with Aaron and Aaron.
Can you move the screen?
Oh man.
I think field day might be
Oh.
working in our favor next week too. The way things are moving.
I'm not saying anything about field day. I don't want any problem.
All I said was whoever is bitching and complaining about it is fine. We're doing 2 fucking shows next week. It's already in my brain right now that we're doing 2 shows.
It's a done deal.
Yeah, don't do that. Oh, Ryan looks good today. That's a good look right there.
I thought you said Paul Ryan, and oh boy, that was gonna be crazy.
No,
That was.
no, that's my man Ryan.
I was gonna
Clark.
ask some
RC.
questions.
Hey,
RC looking good.
It's not my bag at all. I'm not trying to disrespect anybody. I don't know these guys fighting, and this is supposed to be a big UFC fight. I never.
You're just
heard
out of touch.
Never heard of these guys.
The hell is the PFL? The P what?
The PFL is their version
Professional
of the
fighting
It's
league.
it's like the
Is that
another league, MMA league.
Oh, is it affiliated with you? Is it like the? It's not.
Like, no, it's like the
Pocket Fotcher.
It's like the XFL.
Do you take anything seriously at all?
Oh God, no.
Kyle Madson of the Insiders back with us. I should have told you before the show.
Oh wait, people heard that?
I should have told you. You were with us earlier this week. You've had a long week. If you wanted to bail today, you could have.
Right.
It's too late. You're here, so you gotta stay with us now.
Hey, by the way,
Know that my intentions were right.
No, for sure.
You've had
Yeah,
a hell
yeah.
of a week.
I got a question.
I'm vibing.
Love it.
been thinking about this all night.
Shout out to Jesse, by the way.
Do I have a black job?
That's a good question. That's a good question. I was really just waiting for someone to say the Blacks last night. I just felt like we were right on the cusp of the Blacks reference. But you don't have to laugh. It's okay. I understand this might be awkward, Kyle.
I have some thoughts.
Well, I did.
I didn't watch the debate. I saw enough on social media, I guess.
Boy,
I'm not going to say what I have to say on the radio.
Boy, that was.
I'll tell you guys.
That was tough. Yeah,
I heard it was all bad.
Hey,
I've been doing escapism today.
Shout out to President Biden, who looked a lot more alert this afternoon. It just might have been too late for him. I saw him at his rally. He looked like Lil Jon out there. Like he was turned. I was like, well, all right. Hey, somebody go ask Aaron if this is a black job so we could.
Can I
find out for sure?
No, somebody really ask Aaron.
Where is Kim?
Hey, he would go. What is that?
Yeah. We'll ask Kimberly. Like, Kim's in a bad mood. Maybe it'll make her laugh. She's not over there. We'll ask Kim when she comes back if these are black jobs. Today. She's wearing a great shirt today. She should be seen on camera. I told her she looked stunning. I thought that was appropriate.
She just looked at you.
Yeah, like she wanted me to get the hell away from her. Not that that's terribly different than most days.
It's normal.
Yeah, it's pretty normal. But it had a little extra. It had a little extra get out of my face to it.
Oh, like it was real, not
yeah,
not like a bit.
yeah. Like I will throw this stapler at you if you don't keep moving.
Sure.
Damien said, "Okay,
Goodbye.
okay,
I will see you later." Sal says, "Y'all need to leave Michigan Wolverines alone, man. Y'all get."
Oh man, come on.
Sal
man.
said Biden makes Michigan Wolverines look young.
Hey, this is great.
Hey, the real talk though is everybody in the chatty house. Michigan Wolverines probably beat your ass.
Oh man, hey, Michigan.
He looked like he gonna be on UFC 303.
Michigan looked like he run a 4.240 right now.
Do you know the other thing Michigan does? He does this a lot, where he like extend because he wants
Oh
you
yeah,
to know.
well, you know the sleeves are up here too.
Fat,
Sleeves are up here,
yeah.
so you
He's
see
got
all
this
that.
I can
medium
understand
shirt,
that. Like,
and
no,
this is not. If I exercised at that rate, I'm trying to.
It's hard to talk on this show.
Yeah,
Huh?
it is.
I know.
You know, I'll just go for it. I'll
Yeah.
just dive in, get the flag ready. If my body looked like that,
Oh, that was.
that's not
fine.
bad. Okay, good. I
Well,
would
we'll let
for
the
sure wear
we'll let the official decide. No, it's easy.
play on
easy
it.
play
Play
on.
on. Play
Okay, easy to
advantage.
play on.
Perfect. I would 100% be in a medium shirt and extending my
100%.
arms as often as possible so everybody can
100%.
see.
Good look. Yeah, man. It's a good look. Shout out Michigan Wolverines, and he likes a great
Still
college.
old, though.
He what?
He likes a great college.
Okay.
The national don't you can't even say nothing because we are the national champions.
Congrats.
We
man.
are your tribal
You did it.
chief.
You
in
did it.
college
You're
football.
doing a
Congratulations.
little too much. Why don't you
Congratulations.
tone it down a little bit there?
And we're going back to back. Oh, look. And I'm gonna be like Tatum. You know what? We're gonna do it again.
So Tatum did not do that. Don't do that.
Hey,
Don't do
that one you retweeted there was when Tatum saw Bronny got drafted and he woke up Deuce. He's like, get out of here, come on. Like that was hilarious.
I was dying.
That was hilarious.
You know, I know it's cheesy, but the meme that did make me laugh was LeBron James is sleeping with his teammate's mom. I thought that was funny.
That was some good.
I think Savannah reposted one of them on her
Yeah,
Instagram.
yeah,
I think.
she
Yeah.
did. I had to see that like twice
Yeah.
before I was like,
Well,
It's
someone
like, yo.
someone saw it on my story. Was like, "Is this real?" Yeah,
Yeah, 100%.
it's absolutely
Mhm.
real. He is, in fact, sleeping with his teammate's wife. And then seconds pass by, and you see, oh, the light bulb goes off.
but while we're here, by the way, I don't know what it is. I don't know if I'm triggered or what. I don't know why I would be triggered or whatever. Maybe I'm disappointed.
I sent you a text.
think I
It's
know where
nothing
you're going.
important. Go ahead.
Maybe I'm frustrated with sports society and all this other stuff. I don't know what it is, but I'm a little perturbed by people being upset by this.
Are
I think
you-
this is
it's
like
weird.
Bronny and LeBron.
Are you
It's weird.
speaking specifically about Bomani Jones?
I saw Bomani. I was not specifically, but I saw that and I was disappointed. to see
Bomani
Bonnie.
went so
Yeah.
like it was like, man, it feels like this is personal.
Yeah.
Like, why are you
that
reacting this way?
wild.
But just everything, you know, the nepotism takes, jokes, whatever the case may be. This is such a dope moment to me. It's, I mean, I don't know if it's a father and son thing, but you know, I think about I'm not in the NBA, but if I was in the NBA, man, I wish I could play pickup with my son, like playing Sunday in West Sac with my son, let alone in the NBA. This is an awesome moment. It's a historic moment. And regardless of what people think, I believe, and I'm of the belief, Bronny earned this moment. Bronny isn't no scrub. He's not a bad basketball player. He did not work on his game. He did not push himself to get to this point where he could be drafted. He deserves this. And it's just a great, happy moment for LeBron, man. And I was just,
and Bronny.
Yeah, for sure. But I was just like, man, everybody that talked about the nepotism and all that, I just think it's so whack. I just think it's really, really whack, man.
There are so many instances of this in sports but it's typically at like the coaching level or in the front office level or whatever it is.
Hi, Stephen Jones.
Yeah,
he's got 3 of them in there. Did you see that? Did you?
Charlotte runs like the whole stadium thing.
Yeah. Did you? Somebody tweeted that out. There's like 4 Joneses in the front office.
Jeez. But I mean, this happened. It's like you said. It's not like Bronny went to some random NAIA school and they drafted him after a year. He went to USC. Did he come out a year early? Yeah, probably. But they took him 55th.
Yeah, his heart stopped too.
There's that.
Right, and they took him 55th. Right. They didn't draft him 17th. There were 3 picks left. If they didn't draft him 55, they were going to sign him as an undrafted free agent. So I don't. All of a sudden, we have to protect the sanctity of a late second-round pick now?
It's just people's hate for LeBron. Like
it's
Rich
so
Paul,
dumb.
Rich Paul's has grown to be one of the most, if not the most powerful agent in the NBA.
Yeah.
And they hate Rich Paul because LeBron helped him get that opportunity. And Rich, and this is the stuff people like ignore, like Rich took all of you can't just be an NBA agent.
Yes.
You don't, the amount of hurdles you have to clear to be an NBA agent are extraordinary.
You have to be like certified. I can't just be an agent tomorrow.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah.
You can't go, hey, I'm going to represent a player today. That's not how it works. Like you have to be approved by so many different people. And there's so many things that you have to pass. And they hate LeBron for giving Rich Paul that opportunity because he disrupted the system. Nobody said anything. And I'm not trying to hate on this young man. I forgot his name, but Chris Collinsworth's son's not good.
Jack.
Thank you. He's not good.
Nope.
But he has one of the biggest jobs in the NFL because of who his dad is. Now, the flip side to that is Noah's very good, but he got his opportunity because of who his dad is. Let's not pretend nepotism. You talk about nepotism in sports, nepotism in life is not new. And I know some of y'all won't like this, but boy, it really agitates people when nepotism is on the black side versus the white side. Now, I'm not trying to go Stephen A because Stephen A went pretty hard, like 7 straight minutes this morning on this.
Stephen A. Smith did.
Yeah, stunning, right? But you just if you're upset, salute. Just be upset about everything. Don't be a LeBron James hater.
That's all it is. And then you got I seen in the Matthews Mattress chatty house a guy like the other James saying, "Yo, KC, if Ronnie earned this, why did the best player on USC go undrafted? It's literally nepotism." So let's break this down just a little bit because I watch USC. I
like the other James avatar thing, by the way.
Yeah,
that's fine.
That's good.
That's
good. But let's break this thing down just a little bit. So, and let's Boogie Ellis, who signed a summer league deal with the Kings. I like him. I like him. Boogie Ellis was a 20. I'll just take a guess. I could be wrong. You could fact check it. But I'm gonna say 22-year-old senior on a garbage USC team who is quote unquote the best player on the team.
23 years old, almost 24.
He probably shouldn't be drafted. Like, to be honest, like if we're going by, because there's people who won't draft a 22-year-old because the 18-year-old has upside.
Unless you're Monty McNair, of course.
Well, that's why he's with
Money
the King.
McNair.
That's why Boogie's
well,
with the
there
Kings.
you go.
There
There you
you
go. And we always got to have a Boogie on our team.
But USC was a major disappointment, a terrible team, and it's arguable that Boogie was the best player. Isaiah Collier was the guy. He was supposed to go number 1. He was also on that team. So, like, when you talk about why the best player on USC went undrafted, it's because USC sucked.
No.
The guy's damn near 30, and that's
okay.
why he didn't get drafted. Not because LeBron James is
30
Bronny's,
is crazy.
not because LeBron James is Bronny's dad. Like, stop, man. Like, we talking about stuff that we don't know. And half the people, 3/4 of the people in the second round, the other James and other people don't even know who the hell they are.
Mm-hmm.
They probably are borderline NBA players just like Bronny.
Mm-hmm.
But when it comes to Bronny, it's nepotism. Stop, man.
Well, shout out to Drew Down, who's always willing to poke fun at his team. He said, I'm proud the Warriors have zero nepotism in their front office.
That's a really great point.
What's his name?
The entire Lake Up family is in the front office.
Every
like
Lake Up
assistant GM or something like that.
Dunleavy. Yeah.
Isn't Lake Up son though? Isn't he?
Yes. Kirk.
Run off. That's right, Kirk. That's right. By the way, Drew Down.
Also, can I just point out, Jeannie Buss is the owner of the Los Angeles Lakers.
Good point.
I'm just pointing hey,
with 2 other brothers, not brothers, lingering around.
Not black jobs.
No, not black jobs.
Not black jobs.
Not black jobs at all. So, and like, Drew Down just wanted to know, look, I'm happy that I'm able to be in the position to have my family here with the Cowboys because I just want them to win so bad, and we're going to do everything that we can. I like what I've seen from Trey Lance this summer, and Dak, I love him like a son, and Micah, he's going to do what he can to bring home a Super Bowl because I want to win just so bad.
Why don't you ever fade him when he does that?
Honestly, when he does the impressions, I'm thinking of like who would be great to like have on like have
Jesse's trying to expand the bit.
No, yeah, that's all I do when he does the impressions.
Hey, speaking of maybe Doc Rivers could weigh in.
Oh, good. No, that's great.
Austin Rivers.
That's a good point.
We have to deal with this. We have to do this in our house. People will look at Austin, even though he was the number 1 high school player in the country. But they would say it was nepotism. They'd say he get a new contract, and it's because I was his dad. And, guys, it just wasn't true. I mean, you look at Austin, the guy can shoot. He's quick. And really, he's just a really good basketball player.
Saying the guy can shoot about your kid is
Well, I guess it's a good
thing.
thing.
Wait a minute. Hold on. No. Miss Mactin.
No.
Miss Mactin want to know. And what does he think about Bronny being in the league? Bronny tries to guard him opening night. What is he going to say?
Get your hands off of me. This young heathen named Bronny shall not call him Bronny. I shall call him what I called the Madson of Kyle.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
That's great.
Oh, no. Yo, right. Luke is a savage.
Come on, Mrs. Madden. I don't know.
Oh, he's a savage, man.
I don't know why that amuses anyone.
It's hilarious.
That's not what.
No, because it's so real.
It does feel like that's what Luka would sound like.
The idea of Luka sounding like a 14th century.
That's what it is.
Like clergyman is.
He just constantly has this look on his face, like, "Don't touch me! I am Luka, and I cannot be touched."
And then he goes straight into like the 2024 when he sees Kyle Madson.
Yeah, well,
he just says, "Don't touch me."
He's like 2 Live Crew with that word.
That was crazy.
Jesus, man.
That is an awesome story, by the way.
Nah.
That is an awesome story.
It was way more awesome when I didn't know that he just did that to every person that he's ever looked at in his life.
I was going to say, each game of the finals, he had like someone, even the Celtics owner at one point he was talking to.
Like you'd see him hit a 3 and he'd turn around and bark and he'd do his little like nod thing. I'm like, oh man.
That's what he does.
I believe he talked about someone's mother at some point.
Did he say it to Snoop or somebody? Like who?
It was Jimmy Jam.
Oh, it was Jimmy Jam. That's who it was.
Snoop was there too, though.
That's
Snoop was right there. But no, what did he look like, Kyle? What did he look like when he this a visual? When he hit a 3?
Oh, Luka. Luka. What
Oh,
Dallas?
man.
What Dallas do? Dallas just did something.
They traded Tim Hardaway Jr.
That's what it was. And
Detroit.
yeah, Detroit.
Isaiah
They got
Grimes.
some
Quentin Grimes.
They got some
cap
draft
relief.
picks
And cap relief.
to.
The thought is to sign Derrick Jones.
No.
They get their full
Yeah, they got
non-taxpayer.
Dallas got cap relief.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
they got their full non-taxpayer mid-level to pay Derrick Jones.
I don't know if I
don't know if he'll get the full.
I like Derrick Jones. I always
mid-level.
wanted a mirror and sack. Apparently, Monty did too. That's what James always says. I wish they would have been able to get him. I like Derrick Jones, but this pass from the start of the year, like the calendar year, that's the best Derrick Jones has ever played basketball in his NBA career.
Yeah,
he was really, really good.
Facts.
Fisher can't keep the King's name out of his mouth.
John Fisher?
I know Fisher's your guy, Jake Fisher.
Oh, Jake Fisher. Hey, he was hilarious on draft night.
I missed.
I wasn't following.
Oh my! So, all due respect to Jake Fisher, he got in the first 10 picks, he got like 9 of them wrong.
Oh,
and kept having to like quote tweet himself and just. He was going through it. It was like watching somebody.
What
It
was
like
he trying to report the pick before it was?
Yes.
Oh,
but he would get like the team wrong or the player wrong, and at one point he tweeted whoever it was, and then he quote tweeted himself and was like, "It's effing where? Sorry, everybody." Like, just it was like watching somebody trip and fall, but it took him forever to fall down.
Like the person that meme of the girl at the movie theaters with the popcorn.
Yes.
Oh no.
Man.
He has and this is what our main man Vontae Hill sent us this morning. 3 teams monitoring the Brandon Ingram situation. That's Cleveland, Atlanta, and Sacramento. Let's play along here for a minute.
Yep.
Which one of those 3 teams is most appealing for Brandon Ingram to sign a long-term contract with?
Cleveland, who?
Sacramento and Atlanta.
Cleveland.
I'd say Cleveland.
Oh no, Sacramento.
What made you change your mind on Cleveland?
Oh man, I don't know. It depends on what Cleveland.
Do you hate Cleveland like Kenny does?
I don't hate Cleveland. I
don't
know if I'd vacation there.
He hates Bone Thugs and Harmony.
No,
he hates
not
Jim
true.
Brown. He hates dogs.
Leave Staley out of this. Staley, remember him? He's a good little rapper. I mean, he still raps, I guess. He had a little buzz for a second.
Okay, we'll leave him out of this. That's fine.
No, that's
You
easy.
can have that
Sure,
one.
you got it, pal.
No, it depends on what Cleveland's trading in that move. Because in my head, the Brandon Ingram to Cleveland thing only made sense if it was Donovan Mitchell. And if they're trading Donovan Mitchell to get Brandon Ingram, then I'm
I think
out
it would be Darius Garland.
Yeah, I think it'd be Garland and Jared Allen.
But I think the Kings would make sense if it's James has laid out that 3-way deal, right? With the Hawks, where the Hawks send Trae Young to New Orleans, New Orleans sends Brandon Ingram to the Kings, and then the Hawks just get a boatload of assets from both teams. And that would make sense to me for Sacramento, but I don't think I'm giving up like Keegan and other stuff to go get Brandon Ingram.
So I want to make sure I bring this up while both of you guys are here, because I want to get both your guys' thoughts on this. There's a line in there, because I'm learning from my main man, Damian Barling, to read between the lines sometimes. Words matter sometimes, right? In the article, there's a line in there that sticks out like a sore thumb. It says one team to monitor for Ingram would be Sacramento. The Kings have been weighing paths to acquire various wings, sources said. Weighing paths. I don't necessarily think that means the Wizards, the Pelicans, the Nets are just like, hey, Sacramento, do whatever you want. Whenever you want to come back over here, we're ready to do the deal. I don't think it necessarily means that, but weighing paths seems to be that the Kings have options and they're trying to figure out which direction they want to go. That's what that says to me. Am I reading that wrong, both of you guys?
I
think so. Jesus Christ. Okay. You go
Come on,
first.
everybody.
You go.
Life in Odyssey.
Go ahead.
No, I think so because we brought this up earlier on the Insider. Shout out to Matt George. Thanks for filling in today. Maybe the reason that Kuzma deal that was apparently like on the table on draft night, maybe the reason that didn't go through is because the Kings know, okay, this Kuzma thing is over here, but hey, we're still on the phone about Brandon Ingram. And there's a lot of pieces that got to fall into place here, but we want to make sure that we're stockpiling our assets and keeping this war chest that we have, this full war chest that we have, because we're going to need it for this bigger deal. Or maybe it's Paul George. I'm just picking big names that are out there. Maybe it's Paul George. Maybe it's Brandon Ingram. We know that we can get Kyle Kuzma for 2 firsts and Kevin Huerter and Chris Duarte or whatever it'll take. I don't know. We know that we can do that deal. We can massage that and get something done, but we want to make sure that before we do that we're exhausting all our options with these bigger fish.
Doesn't that mean you agree with me?
Yes.
Oh, I thought
you said, am I wrong?
I disagree.
And I said, I don't think so. Right as Dame said, I think so.
Yeah.
Was I reading that wrong? You said, I don't think so. Gotcha.
I don't think you were wrong. Yeah. No.
I think you might be.
We might be.
The line is both of you. That's right. The Kings have been weighing past to acquire various wings. You asked, I think that means they have options. Well, sure. Kyle Kuzma might be on the trade market. Zach LaVine might be on the trade market. Brandon Ingram may or may not be on the trade market. That doesn't mean the Kings are like picking between the three.
Yeah,
unless I'm misinterpreting.
Well, no,
when
I kind of cushioned it a little bit, saying I don't think it's necessarily that where all those 3 franchises are like, Kings, do whatever you want. When you want to come back, whatever.
Yeah.
I don't think it's necessarily like that, but I do think it might be something like Kyle just put out, like maybe not necessarily, maybe so. Maybe we do have the Wizards in our back pocket. Like we know what that deal looks like. We can push the button on that anytime. What does Ingram look like? They are engaging with us. They are talking to us. How far do we want to go with that? And that's I think they got options. And the Nets, we know we can.
That's the other
for the Nets.
Yes.
We can, maybe give a little less than we have to get Kuzma, but we think Kuzma's a better player, whatever.
So, and that's the thing with the Nets that I get stuck on is I feel like you could do one of these and the Nets.
Interesting. Okay.
Because I don't, again, Jordy, you want to help your boys out a little bit? Just like we're probably talking a draft pick.
Yeah, but I thought you could do that. That makes sense before the draft, and even more so before Davion and Sasha got traded. Now I feel like you only got one more deal left.
If you could wind up with
Maybe.
2,
could be wrong.
Jordy might really like Chris Duarte.
Give it to him.
That's what I'm saying.
If you could wind up with any 2 of Cam Johnson, Dorian Finney-Smith, and Kyle Kuzma, that's a home run for me.
Right. Absolutely.
That's
huge. Yeah.
Any 2, and I know that Kuzma's on a different level than like Dorian Finney-Smith, but you can wind up with 2 of those guys. You're cooking.
I agree.
I think the King. We'll talk about it some more, but I think they got something in place. I think they got options.
Fitting the passion on his body. I'm John Stockton. We'll come back. We'll discuss these options that the Sacramento Kings may or may not have. Big thanks to Kyle Madson. Great week. Tough to have James out this week, but you and Jesse did a fantastic job on the Insiders,
aka the producers.
Indeed. Go take a couple of days off. We'll see you back here Monday, and we'll come back. We'll talk more Kings options when D'Lo and Casey return on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320.
Beat your ass and hide the Bible of God watching.
Oh, the Kings acquired Jalen McDaniels.
Kenny hates that song.
Hate is a strong word. Just not the big.
I'm
not as much as
he fact checks that song.
Oh yeah, no, for sure.
Would you be okay if we used it as a rejoiner?
Sure.
Fact checking.
I listen to it every day. I rap along to it.
We have to.
Fact checking that song feels a lot like being like, well, Fred Warner played great in the Super Bowl. It's like, man.
Well, it was a beef.
Pause.
I mean,
you ain't never fact checked push-ups or Family Matters.
Yeah, I did.
Did you?
Oh,
okay.
I think, but I also think that's a great song, right? I think Euphoria is a great song. Not Like Us is a okay song that's been elevated. I don't think it should be. I guess that's more so the case.
Not Like Us is a great song, but Euphoria is the one out of this whole thing. Euphoria is the one.
Also, I mean,
feels like
it. When you go on Instagram and you're looking nice, you're dressed up, ladies, fellas, or whatever. You're not the first or 500th person that has had the captions. Sometimes you just got to pop out and show them. All right. We've seen that, and that's not original at all. That's at this point. That's saying you can't touch this.
Kenny,
come on, man.
Come on. No, I gotta read real quick. No,
come on, bro.
No,
what?
They're having fun.
Bro, that's corny at this point. It's not corny. It's not corny. On June 28th, to be like
the amount of people,
like, oh, I'm about to put this. I'm about to get them with this one. Sometimes you gotta pop out and show them.
The amount of people that use Drake lines over and over and over and over again in Instagram captions.
Which one?
Like the dude makes.
Which ones?
The dude.
Which ones? Name it.
In fact, I've used some. Stand by.
Yeah. Do you look?
Imagine if I never met the Broskies. One was a big one on my timeline for a long time.
Do you think like you think you had seen that?
This is
like
sad.
200 times.
It really is. Maybe. Yeah, maybe.
Doubt it.
Allow me to reintroduce myself is one that people still use a lot from Jay.
They shouldn't. They shouldn't. That's not. I mean, you can do whatever you want, but
I think it's great.
That's just like, all right,
I think it's great.
Whatever.
So,
You're not.
If you have a good
you're not
caption,
catching
if you
my
have a good
pictures.
caption, I think you got
see
it.
my boy go down like this. It's been tough.
I'm not going down anyway. I'm not going down anyway. I'm not the hater. I like Kendrick. I love to pop out.
No hater. I like
who's
Kendrick.
the
It's
hater?
trash.
Who's the hater? Me or you?
You.
Oh,
no, I don't like Drake.
You're the hater.
No, I'm not a hater. I don't like Drake. There's a difference.
I'm not the hater. I like Kendrick. I like Drake. I enjoy both of their music. No, it's not like us. The only song that I was like, I'm not feeling. Anything else Kendrick put out this whole time?
You didn't like 616.
I thought it was okay. I did not like it. I did not like it.
I think you warmed up to Euphoria.
Yeah, and then what do I say now?
It
was dope. Like that. What did I say when like that before Drake did
like
anything?
That. Yeah, no, we do. Yeah,
I was like, nah, this is
you'd
dope.
look stupid if you. Yeah,
I was like this is dope.
Yeah, it's fine.
I like Kendrick music. I didn't like Not Like Us.
That's fine. I know you've been
That's all
consistent
it
with that.
is.
You've been consistent with that. I believe you called it trash.
That was a hot take.
That was an
It's not
emotion.
trash.
It was an emotional reaction.
It's definitely not trash.
Huh?
I said you guys have a black job for sure. 1,000%.
Well, not in California.
Well. Bye, Kyle Madson.
Yeah, Kim got the hell out of here.
Hold up, is this it, Ben? Give me my money. Give me all my money. Appreciate you, man. You too. Thank you, brother. I don't know if Bryce is trolling or not. He said Mike Florio said people could be entitled to $3,000 to $4,000 for that NFL lawsuit.
No, I heard that too.
Where do I sign?
I heard that too.
I need at least.
I think as long as you had Sunday ticket, that check will be coming.
I need at least 7 or 8 years worth of just give me my money back.
How do I prove I have it?
They'll just have it in the system, I think. Have you guys ever gotten a settlement check before? I got one when I was working at Champs. Got $4.
I think I got an Apple one once. It was like $70.
Champs need to give me Champs definitely need to give me a settlement check. They never fired me.
Really?
We talked about this before.
Yeah, we got ours because Champs used to hire you and then tell you, no, you have to wear our shoes. So if you didn't buy shoes from there, like you had to get a pair of shoes and all that.
How would they know?
I don't know, bro. They got sued for it. That's all I know.
They never fired you. They just stopped putting you on the schedule.
Yeah, this was a long time ago too. This is before I went to Cal State Hayward. So we talking about 04.
I think I remember you telling this story.
I called in like, hey, what's it looking like on the schedule? They're like, no, you're good this week. It's like, all right, cool. Called in the next week. What's it looking like? No, you're good this week, bro. All right, cool. Did it for another week. And then I just stopped calling. That was it.
Well, there you go.
So they probably owe me some money.
We're gonna have the malls and experience.
That 401k you got is crazy.
No, right?
Did I ever tell you the story how I got fired from Io's first job?
No.
So Io, this is gonna sound tough. Io's first job. Io's my best friend. For those who
Shout out Io.
He worked at KFC. Well,
Okay.
let's just not. Let's just not. But
nah, I ain't gonna do it.
But
dude, I ain't gonna do it, man. I'm leaving it alone.
We was on the phone. I was like, "Hey, don't you got to work?" He's like, "I don't feel like." Hey, call in for me. I was like, "Yo, what?" He's like, "Yo, like I don't want to call it. Yo, just call in for me.
Just call.
Just tell him just call in. Say you're me and say like you can't." I'm like, "Yo, bro, that's wild." All right, bro. Like whatever. Which one is it again? He tell. All right. Hey, this is Io. I'm not gonna be able to make it in. I got a family thing. And the guy goes, "Yeah, okay. I think we're just gonna not put you on the schedule anymore. This doesn't seem to be working out." I was like, "All right, cool, no problem." Hit Io back. I was like, "Hey, bro, I think you're fired."
What did he say?
He was like, "All right, it's cool." I swear he might have went to work like twice. Like that is not my man's life right there.
Oh, man.
He was once the like Michael, the PR person for the Kings.
Mhm.
He had that job once.
With who?
The Kings.
What happened?
He
seemed like he'd be great for that job.
He was great at it, and then he left, and he went to do what he does now.
Well.
Yeah, he had that job he was there with like Darren Mays and that crew. Like the Kings were good.
Yeah,
he was doing that. Yeah,
man, he should have stayed.
Yeah,
he should go back. I mean, I like my people over there now. I'm just
yeah,
saying,
he
I
ain't
like
gonna be able to get my man is a politician. I can't believe he
Can he
hasn't
run for president?
I can't believe he hasn't. I can't run for president. I can't believe he hasn't run for anything yet.
Still young.
Yeah, it's true. True story. All right, you were talking about options a minute ago for the Sacramento Kings. What are we thinking here? If we get to Monday and we're signing off at 4:00 and nothing has happened for the Sacramento Kings,
I'd be shocked and disappointed, and maybe I shouldn't be because it doesn't have to happen that day. Whatever's going down, it doesn't have to happen. But if some of those guys that we talk about have been traded, or word has gotten
Ingram,
out,
Kuzma, Zach LaVine,
Cam,
or
word has gotten out to various. It doesn't look like they're going anywhere or something like that. Then I'd be shocked and disappointed. I look at the draft pick, the trade, and I'm going to give Monty the benefit of the doubt, which I think everybody should, and say he's not no dummy. Okay. Monty drafted Devin Carter knowing 8 of the people on the roster were guards and knowing, you probably don't want that. So he didn't draft Devin Carter, best player available. Oh man, I didn't realize I had all these guards and I don't know what I'm going to do now. No. He drafted Devin Carter. He traded Davion Mitchell because he has moves in place. Hell, you can make the argument that move was in place. The Davion
sure.
He drafted Devin Carter with the Davion deal in place.
I got you.
So I don't know what it is. I can't even really guess as to who the player is or whatever the case may be. I mean, we'll have fun. I think it's Kuzma. That's who I think it is. But I think I don't want to go so far as to say, hey, I got these 3 teams on hold right now, and we're deciding. I don't know if it's that intricate, but I think he knows what directions he can go in. I think he's got multiple, and I do believe the Jake Fisher kind of report that they're trying to figure out which one they want to go down.
The Toronto Raptors are picking up the $23 million option on Bruce Brown's contract. Salute to Bruce Brown. Get that money, boy. Brown will be a valuable trade asset on an expiring contract for the Toronto Raptors. Woj did not throw that last line in there on accident.
Read it one more time for him.
The Toronto Raptors are picking up the $23 million option on guard Bruce Brown's contract. Brown will be a valuable trade asset on an expiring contract for the Toronto Raptors. Again, he did not throw that last line in there on accident.
Not at all. Not at all.
I was just getting ready to say, it feels like, yesterday with day 2 of the draft, that it felt like things have kind of quieted down a little bit today after a bit of a hectic 2 days. And I business is going to pick up to a certain degree at some point, maybe this evening, and certainly headed into tomorrow with opt-out deadlines for the likes of Paul George, for the likes of whom I'm missing. There's another big name I'm missing. D'Angelo Russell.
Yeah.
D'Angelo Russell's another one. I imagine there'll be a lot of, if Paul George opts in, I'm immediately I'm drawn to the James Harden thing. The James Harden opting in to the final year of his contract and then forcing a trade to the Clippers. That's the way that all transpired with, I lose track of the teams he was on. I think this was Philadelphia at the time. And I feel like people talk about signing trades. I think signing trades are a little more difficult to execute. I think opt-ins in trades it's the new wave, Casey. It's the new thing in the association.
Yeah.
And I think that's what we're looking at here.
I agree.
And so if Paul George opts in, I will be very, very curious what happens right after that. Very, very curious.
Yeah.
Because I'd be shocked if he's opting in to play with the Los Angeles Clippers.
Right. His situation specifically where he wants a new contract and doing all this other stuff. Like you said, I doubt he's just opting in like, oh, let's just do this one more year. Like, no, he just become a free agent. He's either going to sign an extension or he's going to become a free agent and sign a long-term deal there.
Let's get Buddha in here. 916-909-1320. Buddha, what's good, baby?
What's up, family? How my boys doing today, man?
Good, man. How you doing, dog?
Hey, bro, I'm doing amazing, bro. I see y'all cooking. We cooking over there in Sacramento. We doing our thing.
Yes, sir.
I love the boy Devin Carter. Yeah, I mean, now that you got rid of Davion, it makes more sense because Devin Carter, he's a beast for real. He can strap up, get a bucket. Hopefully, he can just knock down his three-pointer and everything be gravy. But as far as the trade that happened yesterday, Jalen McDaniels, people gotta stop sleeping on him, man. Because I see him when he was with the Philly, he was a strap. He played the Hawks, and he was playing like Trae Young, strapping them up, making them work, going crazy. Like, so he didn't get a consistent minutes last year. So I feel like if we give him consistent minutes, he can really turn up for us. And I ain't gonna lie, I think the Kuz trade should still be alive because he's the missing piece for real. Because if you can trade Kuz and for Barnes and Kev, and we'll say bread and give whatever picks, I feel like that's the missing piece to the starting lineup. Because if you got a lineup of Fox, Monk, Keegan, Kuz, and Sabonis, that's crazy. You could even start Ellis if you want to bring the firepower off the bench. Because then you'll have Carter, Monk. You might have Jalen, or you can get a free agent because we got the mid-level now. So Trey Lyles, Lynn McGee. Oh my God, what you guys think?
I see you, Buddha. I see you cooking, man.
I see you, Buddha.
I see you cooking.
Yeah, that's a good look.
Absolutely, man.
Buddha excited. I'm all for it.
And like Buddha is talking about, man. I just think there's more out there. Do you think we're off when I say Monty has at the very least a good idea in what direction, what's out there for him, and what direction he can go in?
I think that's a optimistic view, which is nothing wrong with that. Like, it doesn't mean he doesn't. I think it's like I think it boils down to, are you a glass half full person or a glass half empty person? Maybe he does. There's obviously there. Here's the thing. I think we could say with extreme confidence, they're working on something. The glass half empty part is they've worked on stuff before. Like there was a report about the Siakam like Toronto was here. The meeting happened in person. I don't even know if we were off the air before it was like, well, trade talks are over. Like, what did Masai land and just go, hey, forget it. Never mind. It's over. Like we've got some pretty good knowledge on the OG Anunoby stuff. Like they've worked before, but whether something has stopped them from pulling the trigger to get the deal done, or someone on the other side has kind of slowed down momentum, or they just hit a brick wall. We've seen this before, and I think I'm maybe more of the you're optimistic in this. I might be a little more pessimistic, and it's like, well, what wall are they going to hit? Like, who's going to swoop in and go, no, I want Kyle Kuzma. Here's an extra first-round pick. Or who's going to swoop in? Brandon Ingram doesn't want to re-sign in Sacramento, and this time Monty's like, oh, you know what? I'll roll the dice on that. Yeah, but he wants to sign in Atlanta, and they just sweetened this deal, so we're going to Atlanta because they know he wants to sign there, so they just sweeten the deal up because they know he's going to be there for the next 4 years. I'm waiting for that, and that sucks.
You're waiting for Lucy to pull the football away.
Yeah, I'm just waiting for what's happened so many times here over the last really year to happen again.
Yeah, understandable.
And all of those, by the way, happened at different moments. OG was a different moment than Siakam. Siakam was there at the trade deadline. We don't really know what, if anything, transpired with Kyle Kuzma or Zach LaVine. To the best of our knowledge, nothing ever went anywhere with Zach LaVine last year at the trade deadline. There was no pursuit. There was talk. There was a thought, but I don't know that there was like a true pursuit. So there's all of these different things in like different places. The difference right now is all of this stuff is now. It's like right now, all happening at the same time.
You know who might be the back pocket person is Zach LaVine. All else fails, you can go get Zach LaVine. And
Sure.
I'm not even saying
you.
that's right or anything else
I
like
got
that.
you.
But we were talking about the other day, like who else is
Who's gonna do
pursuing
it?
him like that? Like all else fails, you can make that move.
Yeah.
You're gonna explore different paths to see if maybe there's some other things that you could do that might fit a little better, might be a little better on the books. But the thing that really told me that there were both of the things that I talked about really told me that he had something going on. The Devin Carter draft, and then the Davion Mitchell-Sasha trade. Number one, for space, and number two, for a team that's asset strapped. You don't just give away two assets. You know what I mean? Like you don't have a lot to give away. You don't give away what little you have to use.
Yeah.
For just cap room.
Meaning, correct me if I'm wrong here. You talking about Sasha and Davion with the idea of it doesn't matter that maybe Sasha's didn't enjoy his time in Sacramento. He wants to continue his NBA career elsewhere. The Kings could have included that. Remove the name. Sorry, forgive me for doing this. Remove the name. They could have traded the $6.5 million somewhere else, attached to something else.
Right. And in my opinion, you hold on to that if you don't have anything like ready to go.
So what do you think? Why do you nothing has happened yet?
I agree with Jake. I think they're trying to figure out what direction they want to go. Or maybe they're because I do
better
think
figure it out.
I do think and I just thought about this as we're sitting here talking about. I do think Zach LaVine is the back pocket deal. Like you always have that there. But they're trying to work. I think I'm not sure if they're 100% sold on it, the whole front office. And I think they're trying to work some other deals out. They're trying to work with some other teams, maybe the Pelicans, maybe the Wizards, maybe the Nets, maybe the Blazers, to see if they can get something else going, working the phones, working trade deals. But at the end of the day, worst case scenario, so we don't come out of this with anything, or with nothing, you can always get Zach LaVine.
Do you think why that's our guy Logan, right?
Hey,
why
yeah.
does Logan have the bedroom of a teenager?
Because
Like,
why lives in the Bay Area?
Why does that's his bedroom, living room, dining room. Poor brother's kitchen's off to the side. Okay, I got you. Okay, you're right. My bad.
Just
shout out
fun,
DJ Lee with the PhD.
just shout out DJ Lee. Just for fun, a little while ago, I went on like Zillow or Trulia and typed in like Brooklyn, New York, or something.
Looking for some investment properties?
No, I just was curious.
Oh, okay.
Boy, them poor people. Hey, that room that you saw from Logan, it's like $3,200 a month to rent.
Stop
it's crazy, man. It is crazy. I don't know how they doing it out there, boy.
I got distracted. I just looked up, saw my man Logan Murdoch. Was like, why does Logan's room look like that? And then you reminded me, because poor brother's in the Bay Area. It's price to live.
It's tough, man.
Price to live.
It is tough.
What do you think? Let me try that again. Dump button. How does free agency factor into all of this? Because we keep talking about acquiring contracts through trade.
Mm-hmm.
You have this space because of, the moves you made yesterday. The moves you made yesterday gave you a little bit more space. But what does Sunday? How does Sunday play into this? How does the start of free agency play into this?
I feel like more than I originally anticipated, free agency does play a role. Like the actual
because of the new money available.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And actually getting a free agent, using the MLE, and bolstering your roster that way too. I mean, it could be a couple of different things. Like you've talked about it. I think Kyle talked about it as well. It doesn't have to be one deal. It doesn't have to be one trade that, all right, we're done. It could be 2 or 3 people. You know what I mean? It could be quote unquote smaller deals. Like Cam and Finney Smith might be considered a smaller deal, but it may allow you to sign Najee Marshall, for going those 2. And while I like Kuz, while I like Brandon Ingram, if you can get essentially a 3-for-1 type deal, maybe that I'll probably be more apt to go with that than trading a bunch of assets for one guy. So could be something like that.
Do you think there still needs to be some room? Because, Davion was traded yesterday, and that was obviously a big
domino.
That was a big talking point at Tom's Watch Bar in Twitter on Wednesday evening. Okay, so 9 guards went to 8. Or 8 went to 7 or whatever. There's still, like we talked about, Chris Duarte. Like there's still an abundance of players at that position, including a guy who I just am not quite sure what you're gonna do with if he's here, and that being Kevin Huerter. Like Chris Duarte, man. My apologies, brother, but Chris Duarte can sit, and it's not really a big deal. Obviously it is for him, but you know what I mean? It's not a big deal. You probably don't really just want to bench Kevin Huerter.
No.
Like, you don't want Kevin Huerter racking up DNPs. Jalen and Jacoby will go nuts. Like, you don't want they'd get together somewhere and go crazy. You don't want that. So, okay, Davion was traded. All right, you still have an abundance of players at that position, and then you still have one of all of the other ones that I feel like you really need to figure out what you're going to do with. And maybe doing something with is you've committed to how this is going to work in your rotation. Because Kevin Huerter staying on the Sacramento Kings is not the worst thing that could possibly happen. Kevin Huerter staying on the Sacramento Kings and him playing like last year, that's probably the worst thing that could happen. You don't want that. But what do you want if he's here? And probably the greater question, and I think we have asked and answered this on multiple occasions, do you want him here? And I think there's one very, 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 very important figure in the Sacramento Kings who doesn't. And I don't mean that maliciously or mean. I just don't think Kevin Huerter does what Mike Brown wants.
I agree.
And that has to get fixed.
Yeah.
Either by Kevin not being here anymore or by all parties figuring out how to get the most out of Kevin Huerter this upcoming season.
I agree 100%, man.
Thank you.
There was another part. Oh man, I thought I had it here right in front of me. I don't, but I know what was said in the Fisher article. Is he said the contracts of Huerter and Barnes match up perfectly with Brandon Ingram's $36 million. I think he's guaranteed this year. Just interesting. I mean, he's kind of getting into detail. I don't think, and I probably wouldn't, I don't think Harrison Barnes works for the Pelicans. I would see, and I don't know if the money works as seamlessly after this, but I would look more so for Huerter, Duarte, and maybe a pick, maybe multiple picks. At that point, that might be more appealing to me if I was the Pelicans. Duarte's an expiring contract, and if I can get a couple of Kings picks, maybe that might work.
If you avoided, I'm trying to work through this. If you avoided trading Harrison and were able to land Ingram for the reasons you just laid out, just because maybe he might not fit over there. If you're able to avoid trading Harrison and you can land Ingram and somehow land Cam Johnson, losing Ingram after a year isn't nearly as impactful.
No.
Now, obviously, I'm not trying to say Cam Johnson is as good as Brandon. That's not that wasn't at all my point. It means that you still have, you're not empty.
Yes.
In the wing position. And so if you're and maybe, maybe there's an importance to, as you and Kyle were kind of talking about a minute ago, not landing one guy, but landing two. And and this, I think, is particularly true. It doesn't matter if it's Kuzma, because Kyle Kuzma's here for a while. If you're able to land that, it's a fantastic luxury if you're able to land somebody to go along with him.
Facts.
But if you land Brandon Ingram, getting a second player like a Cam Johnson to go along with that helps cushion. It helps. Depending on what draft capital you have to execute something with New Orleans, it cushions anything that could go awry for you at the end of next year. And while I believe Monty is willing to take risk this year, I think he's also if he sees a path to minimize his risk as much as possible, he'll take that too.
I agree.
We'll come back. Weigh in. Let's talk. It's Friday, baby. It's been a long week.
Here.
It's been a long week, man. A lot's going on, and we're hoping for a lot to happen. 916-909-1320. You could jump in and take part in the conversations in the Chatty House, brought to you by Matthews Mattress. Head over to MatthewsMattress.com. Find one of the 10 locations nearest you and take part in their massive Independence Day sale going on right now. There are huge savings on all name brand mattresses, including Tempur-Pedic, Sealy, Stearns & Foster, Beauty Rest, and Beauty Rest Black. There are sales going on right now on the Matthews Mattress. Matthews Mattress. Y'all want to cop that? You can even save as much as $1,200 on headboards and mattress sets. And you want the headboard. You want the adjustable headboard. Trust me. Find the location nearest you over at MatthewsMattress.com. We'll be back here with more on ESPN 1320. Sounded like those two guys last night trying to do that read. Jesus, man. John Poles, knock it off. I missed the Five Guys joke. I just see it being repeated all of the time in the Chatty House. So, guessing. Well, I think Michigan may have had a little. I think Michigan probably hit him with the "I like Five Guys" and kind of been running with that. Michigan Wolverine strikes me as a guy who has a cheat day like he eats, broccoli and dry chicken for 6 days a week, but one day on the weekend, man, my bro goes and gets a burger and fries from Five Guys. Oh, Drew Down said Michigan requested Five Guys for Father's Day.
Oh, yo.
Y'all are a mess. How do y'all feel about the draft being 2 days? We'll talk about that. I had that in my notes. We'll talk about that.
I was like, why does it sound different?
Yeah, Michigan. I need to go back to cheat days, Michigan. Your boy ain't been on point lately. I gotta tighten up, man.
Me too.
Oh, appreciate you, Roxy. Thanks, man. I hate dressing in the summer, so I go to linen a lot. I go to linen a lot in the summer. But I appreciate you. I don't think I've worn this before, so it's good to hear. Drew Down, stop it.
Yo.
Drew, you wild, bro. Drew is wild. PJ Tucker has exercised his $11.5 million option. I don't blame him.
What you gotta do, brother?
PJ got a shoe collection to feed. So I doubt he's paid for any of them shoes, but still.
I think he paid for something. You
think so?
Yeah. Some of them he got the hookup on. Hey, do a little video for us or whatever. I think he did, man.
Well, I mean, he's probably. I mean, most of his shoes are Nikes, no?
Yeah.
Oh, does he?
Yeah. But to your point, most of them are Nike. Yes.
I mean, the man played a game in off-white ones, which is just insane on like 9 different levels.
He played a game, I think, in some whatchamacallit,
the furry
Yeezy joints.
Oh,
but like it was crazy. The ones he was talking about, it's crazy.
Well, Drew, having met your wonderful bride, you two are perfect together. You two are absolutely perfect together. I tried to land a pair of shoes like last weekend and failed. I can't remember which ones they were. There were some Dunks though. They're like they were gray. They were pretty hot. I hope so. Oh, look at the roller rink opening up.
That's gonna be
shout
so
out
cool.
HOF, man. That looks spectacular.
Yeah, they did a really good
that
job.
Looks spectacular. Is that? Oh, I was gonna say, is that Mayor Steinberg? Nope. It's probably a good idea to not send him out there. Shout out our boy Robbie and the rest of the crew. Can't wait to see that joint. I won't be out there this weekend. I'll go see it next weekend.
Yeah,
for sure.
I told him about 2 weekends I'll be out there.
I'm just taking a look at IG here during the commercial break. We know there's some pretty dope people here in Sacramento.
It really is, man.
Looking at our HOF crew, Robbie and Abs One and the rest of the boys over there who open up the roller rink right downtown across from the Golden One Center where the ice rink normally is. That took me right into King Melly's feed, who's just one of the. Oh my God, man, he is just the coldest designer.
He is killing it.
What he does with these designer brands, man, are just spectacular. And these are our people out here, man. There's so much incredible. There are so many incredible people here in this city,
man. And I tell my buddy all the time, man. It's starting to boom out here right now, man. I think we're on the precipice of like a renaissance out here. Like there is a lot of creative people out here, a lot of talented people out here, and it's going up right now, man. Shout out to my people over at HOF, man, for that roller rink thing, man. That's so dope. That's gonna be so much fun all summer long. You know, something that the family can do. You know what I mean? It's. I was telling my guy Robbie, man. I was like, man, I'm so happy to see you guys doing this, man. This is dope, man. Y'all keep putting on for the city. Shout out Abs, shout out Tony, all the dudes over there, man. They doing a great job.
Great group over there. And as Steven points out, RIP to Solomons. I was sad to see Solomons go. The HOF crew kind of let that one go. Let some new people take over, and they didn't know what to do with it. And I guess we're shutting that joint down. I went down. I don't know what triggered it. Oh, yes, I do. I watched the How Music Got Free doc that we talked about on KSFM. The little. I don't know why they did this. They made it 2 episodes. They're each 42 minutes. It could have been just an hour and a half documentary, but they made it a little mini series or whatever it was on Paramount Plus. And you're talking records, tapes, CDs, all of this stuff, and obviously Tower Records is featured in that. And it just sent me down like a rabbit hole of Tower Records and just looking at Solomon, like all of these different things that we've had around this city for so many years. And it was dope. Like it was cool to know like that's part of Sacramento's.
And it's respected. You know what I'm saying? Like people respect Tower Records,
right?
Around the country. You know what I'm saying? And like started here, man. It was here with us, man. So
and Jalen makes a hell of a point. Solomon's had to die for the grand opening of Malik's.
All right, guys. Breaking news. That's where Malik's is gonna be. We were trying to keep it under wraps, but all right.
The Twitter investigators who were like, wait a minute, why is Monty doing this deal? Oh, to clear cap space. Oh, there's something bigger on the way. They saw Solomon's closing. Wait a minute.
We know what's going on here.
Wait a minute.
You guys aren't slick.
Y'all are sharp, man. Y'all are sharp. Malik's is on the way.
Let's all set to die for the grand opening of Malik's.
Hey. All the mighty ones got to fall, man. We here. Someone asked, I think it was our man Aldrin J. Yeah, Aldrin J asked, so D'Lo and KC, how do y'all feel about the draft being 2 days? Y'all think that it should continue or go back to 1 day? I think there's a couple of important points about what happened yesterday in terms of the second day of the draft. I believe the reason the draft was on in the middle of the day was the debate.
That makes okay.
I believe that the reason it wasn't a second day of prime time was because there was a presidential debate that many of us tuned into last night. And so this obviously won't be a problem next year.
Right.
So I'm guessing next year we get 2 primetime days. To answer one of your questions, Aldrin, I don't think it needs to go back to 2 days, and it's not going back to 2 days. And the number one reason why
you mean
I don't think it needs to go back to 1 day. Yeah, I don't think it needs to go back to 1 day because it won't go back to 1 day because if you go back and watch day 2 of the draft, which Kenny was very critical of because it was happening at the ESPN studio on the seaport in New York.
It was the cafeteria.
No, it was the ESPN studio. And just look at the draft panels. There were like 5 sponsors on that panel. Like this is not going anywhere. I loved what Adam said. It made a lot of sense. Teams wanted time. They wanted this, they wanted that. And we saw deals. I think the Knicks just made 4 more deals in the last 5 minutes. Like they was making moves all day yesterday.
They were using that time that they had.
Most teams didn't even draft when, they were slotted to draft. Yeah. And so everything Adam said about the decision to move to 2 days happened. But it was also another day to sell a massive amount of advertising, which clearly they were able to do very successfully. So I enjoyed the 2 days. I think I partly enjoyed the second day more because it was happening during the show. I'm not as confident I'm going to enjoy it as much next year if it's starting at like 5.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like it might be more. it might wind up being more background noise than appointment viewing like Wednesday was. But we'll experience that next year, I guess.
I thought it was fine. All jokes aside or whatever. I thought it was fine that they did it on a separate day. Part of me kind of feels like it took away from the second round of the draft a little bit. I'm not acting like the second round when it was all one day was this great appointment television or anything like that. But in some respects, you were already there, right? Like as a viewer, you're already there. Not much else going on. You'll stay for the second round. You'll see some of the stories. You'll see. So I remember watching that guy play. You'll see him. If it's like anything else, right? If you go away, if you turn it off, they go away. They might not come back, right? So that's that's the one complaint I'd have from it. But it's fine. I mean, I think it's all good. It's another day of and what we do. Another day of content. Another opportunity for content. This was. I wonder what it would be like. To your point, if there was no Bronny there, like how interested I'd be, because outside of Bronny, I really wasn't interested in any. I was more interested in the people that get picked up that were undrafted than a lot of those second rounders. So I wonder how that works out now. And then next year it's going to be a stronger class, so there may be more guys that you're more interested in the second round as well. But from I think Sam Vicente said that it's not going nowhere because aside from the advertisement and stuff, they said like the GMs and front office people loved it.
Yeah,
they were like,
good.
yeah, this was great. First round was great. I don't mean to sound like this. They were like, yeah, it allowed us not to get home at an ungodly hour. All right, we're talking about one night. Settle down. We could be with our families and we didn't have to get home at an ungodly hour.
Okay, relax. Relax, bro. Settle down.
So I think
some jackass in New York who thinks the world revolves around them. Monty got home and got a good night's sleep on Wednesday and Thursday. So did every other general manager on the West Coast. I swear sports thinks they revolve around these dudes on the East Coast think sports revolve around them.
It's like settle down, like you said. The one time I do remember when he drafted Davion, I think the press conference was like at 11. Does that sound about right?
Davion I feel like Davion was a pandemic draft pick. I feel like that was on Zoom, if I remember correctly.
Well, Tyrese was definitely the pandemic.
Yeah, I think there were two. So
Davion
maybe lesser of a pandemic.
Yeah, maybe
a little. Because I feel like I remembered. Well, I guess all draft picks are on. I guess they're all on Zoom. Because
no, I think Davion was there. I think they were all in Brooklyn.
Okay.
Because I kind of remember him remember people were like, it doesn't look like he wanted to be there.
Yeah. I remember that. Yeah.
And he was just like, no, it's just how I look, or I didn't talk to him or whatever. Yeah. So no, he was there. He was in the building. But I think that was Kada and
NBA champion.
Me
is Kada.
And Keon Ellis. And I think Monty had to do I just remember being at home. We had the 8-hour show, so we didn't end till, I don't know. Who knows?
I wasn't able to be with my family. I was going to say I got home at an ungodly hour, but I was at home all day.
Yeah. So, I remember that the latest that it would be for the West Coast. And even like I said, if you're in Maryland, it's one night. Relax. If you get home at 3, it's fine.
You're fine. Boy, they made our draft shows. Goodness gracious. Paul George is the biggest story headed into the weekend, yeah?
Yes, I put Klay Thompson up there
Klay,
too. Well, in my opinion, when Klay officially goes to another team, that's going to be a big deal.
A couple of things here. Paul George is probably the biggest story on Saturday. Klay Thompson might be the biggest story on Sunday. Because Paul George has to make a decision tomorrow or by tomorrow. Do you think a Klay Thompson tweet goes out I don't know what time free agency starts. Is it
3 p.m.? Maybe it's
3 our
noon.
time?
Maybe
Yeah,
it's
I was
noon.
thinking noon. But
Maybe it's 9.
I don't think it's 9.
I don't think so either, but
I don't think it's 9. Stand by. 6. So 3.
Oh.
3 o'clock.
It's gonna be
Does it?
Be lit, boy.
Oh yeah, it's gonna be crazy.
It's
It's gonna be hot.
I got a game on Sunday at 2.
Does
just come out of the game be like to massive Woj alerts? Shams.
Why'd you say it like that?
No, I got to include Shams too.
Well, you just said it weird.
Well, I didn't want to leave him out because he's going to be breaking news. Well, hell, Damian Barling. He's the one that beat Shams. So I might get.
Well, D'Lo and Casey did, and that only happened once. I was really hoping it happened a second time, and we would somehow be the Malik Monk insiders, but
crickets.
That didn't happen. You know which one actually hurt me a little bit? It was the Harrison Barnes one. We were on every detail of that story for weeks.
Yeah.
And didn't get it.
What happened? That also happened after the show or something, right?
Harrison happened.
Might have been a weekend or something. I don't think we were on air.
We weren't on air when Harrison happened. We definitely weren't on air.
I think it
happened after the show. Yeah, it just happened after the show. Do you think we're really kind of young MC right now? We're a one-hit wonder.
Oh, damn, that is a shot at young MC.
Well, we dropped Bust a Move, and that's about all it's about all we've had in our arsenal so far.
What was the other song that Father MC did? Does he have
Father MC?
Yeah.
Treat it like the one with Jodeci?
He's got that, and then does he have another one? Well, no, he's got two. He's got Everything's Gonna Be All Right. That was him and Jodeci. He might have done it. That's the one I was thinking.
Oh no, Treat It Like that's Aaron Hall. Yeah. Well, Aaron Hall's canceled, right?
I don't know. I Miss You is a phenomenal
I know, but
song.
did you read the
what?
You didn't. You
I don't even know if I want to know.
You don't know. You really you as a shooter. You don't know.
No, there's new stuff with Aaron Hall.
There's stuff tied to Sean.
Yeah, no, I do remember that. Yeah, I do remember that. Yeah. Well.
If you do for me,
that's
I'll
another
do
one.
for you.
So he got
How
two.
did Father MC come up?
Because you said
we're Young MC.
Young MC. And when you said that, I thought about Father MC, but they're two.
No, Father MC got too many hits to be dealing with KC. We just got the one.
Father MC got what, 2, 3?
I think we're at 3. Everything's gonna be all right is on here.
Yeah. Feeling right.
Might be a
Hey.
Oh
hey,
yeah.
We going to the roller rink with this one, boy.
Hey.
Robbie, get this one on the roller rink. We moving. I'm spinning. Let's go.
Oh yeah, this is fire.
Hey, I didn't know it was Father
Nah,
MC. Hey.
yeah, that's fire. That's fire.
All right, we're
Come on, Fatso, just bust a move. we like Monty. We've been close on other breaking news, but never.
We
quite
only
gotten
traded
it.
for Sabonis. That's
it. That's all we got. Do you think a Klay Thompson signs with tweet goes out between the hours of 3 p.m. and 4 p.m. Pacific Standard Time on Sunday afternoon?
Yes. Yes, I think it's one of the headliners.
I feel like it's a done deal that he's leaving the Warriors.
Yeah. Did you
I
see?
feel like there's too
You
much.
think it's
around
Orlando?
There.
Well, did you
Orlando
see they're talking
or
about
there's
Denver?
another? Yeah, Denver's in there too now.
They're talking about Denver.
Wait, I think for Klay. Did I see Denver and Paul George this morning?
I didn't see that one.
I'll look that up.
Maybe I read that wrong. Yeah, just everyone be quiet.
By the way,
no, I didn't. New report on Paul George to Denver trade rumors. I thought I saw that. The deadline for Paul George to decide, blah, blah, blah. That's tomorrow. If George opts in on the final years of his deal, the expectation is that he's going to get dealt. That's what we talked about. A new report from Ant-Man and Sam Amick of The Athletic would reveal that the Denver Nuggets showed a level of interest in trading for George, but were unwilling to give up what the Clippers wanted. So was a conversation that went nowhere. It looks like.
Wonder what the Clippers want. My first thought is Aaron Gordon. My first thought. Next thought would be Michael Porter Jr. Would you give up if you were Denver? Would you give up Michael Porter Jr. for Paul George?
I think it'd start there instead of Aaron Gordon.
Definitely, Aaron Gordon seems like a non-starter.
So
Yeah.
I think you're on. Well, okay. I think you were on to something a second ago. This is from our guys at The Athletic. Yet, in addition to giving George the max deal, which Denver, I guess, was going to do in this conversation or was willing to do in this conversation, they also, and this leads me to believe this is where the Clippers sources come into play. They also would have had to give up Michael Porter Jr. And a significant amount of draft capital. The Nuggets value their draft picks perhaps as much as any other contender in the league, and so their interest ended there. I wonder what a significant amount of draft capital means. 3+?
Probably.
At least, I think.
Yeah. Because this isn't a 1 year, let's see if it works. The idea was
Paul George
be in
probably
Denver.
ending his career there.
Yeah.
Wherever
Yeah.
he goes.
Yeah.
Wherever he goes.
Yeah.
I don't know. Obviously, Paul George is a better player. I don't know if I'd trade Michael Porter Jr. for Paul George at this point in his career. Now, I'm also thinking I do have a championship in my back pocket. Like we've gotten to the mountaintop. So there's not the same, regardless of what they say, there's not the same level of urgency as if you didn't have that championship.
Yeah.
Paul George right now is better, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm gonna say yes.
Do you think Michael Porter Jr. will ever reach that? He's good, but I don't know. Like I feel like
they could win another title with Paul George.
See, I think so too, and I think I'd take Paul George for the next 3 years. 'Cause I don't think Michael Porter Jr. is going to just reach like that ability.
I know you're really high on Michael Porter Jr. I think Denver could win with Paul George, like next year. I mean, not that they can't win with Michael Porter Jr. either. That's I'm not.
Paul George to me is
insinuating
more of
they're
a
done.
sure thing. Is what I'm.
That's
going towards.
yeah. I'm with you.
The thing that I'm hung up on, and maybe you guys are 100% correct, but with Jokic and Jamal Murray, I don't believe they need as much of a shot creator as they do a knockdown three guy that's gonna knock down the open jump shots when Jokic is kicking it out to you and things of that nature. And I wonder if Michael Porter's better for that role or Paul George. That's what I'm hung up on. Because everything you guys are saying is making sense. But Paul George, I don't think he's going to have those ISO opportunities in Denver that he had with the Clippers. And he's going to turn into like that catch and shoot, knockdown, finisher type guy. And is he better at that or Michael Porter Jr.? Now, this is a tough time to ask that conversation because Michael Porter Jr. was terrible in that second round against Minnesota. So you got to ask yourself, is that more so who he's going to be moving forward, or is he going to be like the guy that was, cashing out during that championship run?
Do you think the Clippers want Paul George?
It's all relative, right?
I kind of feel like they don't.
They want him at
like,
their price.
Like if Paul George left, if he just flat out left, opted out, gone, do you think they're kind of quietly going, all right, let's go to work? Or do they feel like they lost something?
It's interesting.
They feel this is a tough term to use. They feel borderline indifferent.
That's kind of what it is. And to answer your question, to get off the fence, maybe they don't want him, because if they wanted him, they'd sign him to the extension.
Well, I feel like they're ready to move on, but like Paul George at the right price is still great in this league too. So if Paul George wants to come back for less than the max, like, yeah, we'll take that.
So
easy.
Okay, so Paul George is only great at the right price.
I think that's the
For
Clippers
them.
thinking.
Yeah.
for
So okay.
Which
Like,
I'm not sure what they're thinking, because you say you lose Paul George, you let him walk. What are you as a franchise?
I'm sure they have some type of plan because you did max out Kawhi, so you're expecting to be competitive
But they
somehow.
don't have no money, right? Like losing Paul George doesn't open up a.
I don't think it does. I
don't think.
You mean open up cap space for him?
Yeah.
I don't. Yeah, and we mentioned this during the commercial break. Didn't mention to the radio audience. PJ Tucker exercised his player option. That's $11.5 million.
Is that expiring?
Yeah, I mean, if he's opting in, that means there's 1 year left on his deal.
The only thing Paul George leaving does for your cap is that it gives you more money to give to James Harden.
Man,
pay Paul George. Stop. Pay Paul George. Pay Paul. Pay him. Pay him. Pay Paul.
God.
Pay Russ too if you want.
Pay Russ always. But Russ played for like $4 million last year. That's probably what he's going to play for again this year.
But Harden was Harden on the cheap deal last year?
No,
he was on.
He was on the final year. He was on the final year of his big money deal, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Just everyone go silent. Let it digest. We're trying to figure this out.
That could be the move.
Sure. Sure. I mean, Paul George is better than DeMar DeRozan.
I think it's close. And I say all this saying, Paul George, my boy, but I think it is pretty close. Feels like DeMar is a little bit more reliable than Paul George.
Okay. I don't hate that.
I think it's pretty close though. I think
DeMar can create.
I think at this point in their career, they're on the same tier.
Does everyone from LA have to go back to the Clippers or Lakers at some point?
Yeah.
Gotta go home.
Yeah.
Gotta go. Who would be next? I don't think he's from LA, but Zach LaVine is LA ties.
Where is Zach LaVine from?
That's a good question. I don't know.
What's Terrence Matt's trade value, you think? Because he's got a contract at a high number too. Like if the Clippers wanted to make a splash, probably start there. Like you put him and PJ Tucker together, it's like $35 million.
I think Zach LaVine is from Washington.
Terrence Mann would be he is from Washington. That's right. Like Seattle area. That's right.
Actually, be around 25 mil. I was looking at the wrong number. He put them together.
He'd be good.
Terrence Mann's got 25 mil?
No, he's 11 mil. I was looking at the wrong column.
He'd be good in Philly. I don't know.
Terrence Mann would be good in Philly?
I don't know how he gets there, but
you've got me wondering about the Clippers salary cap situation. We'll look this up a little bit because it just really feels like they do not care what Paul George does in the next 24 hours. I mean, obviously they want to get. They're not a team in transition yet. They're just a team that's kind of like stuck. They were the hottest team in the NBA for a split second last year. And this is an expensive basketball team, dude.
Well, you know what though?
My goodness.
You know what though? If there's one person who doesn't care how expensive things are, it's their own.
And rightfully so. Yeah, rightfully so. He is the richest owner in
He's
the NBA.
playing with different money than anybody else in this league.
That's a shoot. We'll come back. We'll talk more basketball. Get in on the conversation if you'd like. The Matthews Mattress Chatty House across our streaming platforms, or hit us on the phone lines 916-909-1320. It's D'Lo and KC. Brought to you by Sky River Casino. Get in on the action. Sky River Casino is the place to play with 2,100 of the newest slot machines and over 80 table games. Sky is the limit at Sky River Casino. Y'all hit the thumbs up while you're here. I saw some funny stuff happening on YouTube yesterday. I got to tell you guys about.
I think I know where you're going.
Wild. Wild. Magic beans.
Okay. It's in the notes. We can talk about that a little bit.
Charlotte is waiving Seth Curry, but interest exists on both sides to keep talking on a new deal. Okay. Is this a shoot? Is Dalton Connects number 4?
That's correct.
Come on, man. That's funny. That's funny. All right. Settle down, Lakers. I watched this Bob Myers clip like 5 more times last night. My favorite is when he pretends to write something because Woj is typing on his phone. That's by far my favorite part. Like he was trying to look busy.
Oh, man. Bob Myers.
Bronny will wear number 9. That's going to be one of the most attended press conferences in history.
I'll be watching.
Twitter was making a good point. Is it Dad passed me the ball? Is it Braun passed me the ball?
Pops.
Stephen A. Smith went big today on his show. He did top 5 nicknames Bronny should call LeBron.
Oh, that's what he was doing. I did see one of them was old man, I think.
Lazy Katie is better right now, I think.
Yeah, this is a completely accurate summary of Bob Myers yesterday. I like that. Just call him his number.
6.
Is he 6? I couldn't remember if he was 6 or 23.
I think he changed back to 23, now that I think about it.
Hey, 23.
23.
I hope Bronny at least one time hits him with it.
Balling like I won the championship.
I love that Leezy just fires off questions to all of us. Can you see the Rockets getting? Oh, I read that as can I see the Rockets getting a point guard? Can I see the Rockets as getting Paul George? That seems like the Rockets are positioning themselves in a good spot. I don't know if Paul George is what they're looking for.
They seem to be trying to make a play.
They're trying to do something. I like this, Kyle. West Side Connect Gang. That's a good one. West Side Connect Gang. That's good. That's good.
West Side, get a gang, beep, bang.
There you go, Leezy. I'm with it. I'm with CV. Rockets can get Harrison Barnes. I don't know for what, though. I don't know why we're doing that deal. Let's go to Hoops Hype. Spot Track isn't helping me with this as much as I want. Oh, yes, it is. There it is. That's what I was looking for. Total cap allocations. I'm trying to, these are the 24-25 Clippers. That's the season we're going into. Yeah, they've got some things.
24-25, yes, sir.
Yeah, so Kawhi's due 49.3. Gotta wait to see what happens with Paul George. This is an interesting team. That's all I can say. This is an interesting team with an interesting makeup that needs to do something. Otherwise, they're just kind of stuck. They're like stuck in the middle. Again, this was at one point in this last season the hottest team in the league. Mm-hmm. And they cooled off significantly at the end. You dealt with the dreaded Kawhi Leonard injury. And now you've got this situation going on with Paul George that I can't make heads or tails of because, like I said, I feel like they're indifferent to whether Paul George stays or goes.
They feel like a play-in team without Paul George. Like them and the Suns are two teams that finished top 6, and I don't really see them doing much this year. The way things
neither one of
looking.
them.
I'm with you on that. I want to see exactly what happens with the Suns in the second season, but I don't have a lot of confidence that they're going to be.
I don't have none.
They're going to be able to be any different.
Me
I don't know. I don't know like what additions they can make. Like one of the things that I really think they needed was a point guard. And I don't know if they were able to get that in the draft. I haven't looked at what they got in the draft. And I don't know if they have, they have a mid-level or something like that where they can get a point guard. But if they're just running back Bradley Beal at the 1, nah, man. And it's just a game of chicken just in general, trying to get all those guys through another year. Like I don't think that's.
Are we confident in the Mavs too?
No, I'm not.
So there's 3 spots.
I was.
Right there that kind of
I was.
Confident in the
reversed course.
You're not confident in being top 6?
Oh,
is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, top 6. I'm kind of like looking at the Suns and the Clippers. I think they're gonna fall out.
Yeah, I wouldn't say confident, but like I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah,
I thought you meant.
I need to see them. I need to see them do it again.
Yeah, I'm with
like,
you.
I don't even need the whole season. Let me see how you start the first 2 months.
I felt a certain way as they were headed into the finals. Even during the finals, they were getting their ass kicked. I didn't hold that against them. That was about Boston.
Mm-hmm.
But then I just said, man, can they do it again?
What's
Like,
the
are
thing,
they going to
like-
be better? Or like, because my feeling was they're going to be better. They're going to be a year together. But obviously, they're still working. Like they're not content. And maybe Nico and that crew. I don't think Mark Cuban has a role. I just think he rides around on the jet.
Didn't Windhorst talk about that? Like
He doesn't have a job.
He's like, yeah, he's just kind of there.
He's just riding on the jet. They
said
literally just let a pedestrian on the plane. He's got Alvin's job, I guess, for the Dallas Mavericks. He's the vibe curator.
That's a good job to have.
Well,
man.
he's not as good as Alvin,
No,
but
no, hell no.
hey, do your thing.
I feel like a lot of the Mavericks role players played above how they usually do too. I'm curious how much of it is like, okay, that's who you are now, or like, all right, you just got hot in the playoffs.
Are they all capable? So, which is like, are they all capable of doing it again?
Mm-hmm.
And that's another team. Clearly, they're not sitting still. They're trying to get some things done. Are they a team that can make one more move that? All right, it gets them going a little bit further. Meaning like gets the wheels turning a little bit faster, and can get everyone on the same page. Headed into next year.
What would it be though if you're Dallas? Like I'm looking at the roster.
I don't know. It's almost like you would upgrade a guy who was probably good for you last year.
Kyle Kuzma would help.
He would help, but
you don't need. They don't need a lot. They just need, I think, just a more solidified third player.
Well, they also have been in the rumors are they were sniffing around trying to see if they can get Jeremy Grant.
Mm-hmm.
That would help.
Yeah,
but I mean, what you sending PJ to the bench?
Yeah, you're gonna.
Which
well, not just what you're
thing.
sending. It's also what you're sending to Portland because that's bread.
True.
That's money.
Yeah.
That you gotta. So you're coming off something.
Mm-hmm. And to be honest with you now, off the top of my head, Tim Hardaway Jr. probably would have been somebody involved in that.
Who was traded this morning.
Yeah, I think he makes what? Jesse makes like 18, 19.
Yeah, 18 million. Right now they're 15 million under the luxury tax after that move.
So you could.
So that would put them. Yeah, I was going to say 15 million under the luxury tax puts them 7, maybe 30 away from the second apron, right? Because it's. I think it's like. I think it's like plus 15, 7, and then maybe plus 7 more.
Increments of 15 million or something like
that?
No,
I think it was increments of like 7 million.
Oh, so they're below. So they're below the tax. So 7 will get you as a tax team. Another 7 gets you in the first apron. Right?
No, I think 15 gets you to the tax team. Another 7 gets you to the first apron.
That's what I meant. Yeah.
And then so
they're 15 away from the tax.
Man, they have more money than I thought.
Yeah, because that's how the tweet was presented to, and I don't remember who tweeted it out. It's like, yeah, the Mavs are 15 under the luxury tax, but even if they jump in there, they're this much away from the first apron, this much away from the second.
Yeah, they got room to work.
They got some bread.
They got room to work.
Some bread.
And this is as successful as they've been in getting out there and making moves and acquiring players. Then, I mean, not a shot. Nico's been stronger in these acquisitions, I think, than Mark Cuban ever was. Yeah. And I don't know why that is. Like, I always found it fascinating that the Dallas Mavericks couldn't close deals to land guys. But
maybe just Nico's a basketball guy and Mark Cuban is a funny owner. Not trying to be a jerk, but he's not a basketball guy.
Yeah,
or whatever.
Yeah. It very well could be. I don't want to minimize Mark Cuban too much, but there probably is something to be said about Nico. Being around the league, being around these guys as just guys, when he was with Nike and he was, I don't know what Nico's title was, but the way Nico was introduced to me was he's Kobe's guy. Like his job at Nike is Kobe Bryant. Like Kobe had Nico, LeBron had Lynn Merritt. Like that's what you had. And anywhere Kobe went, there was Nico. So Nico established these relationships all throughout the league just by his relationship with Kobe and Nike.
Yeah, man.
And I do think that stuff's important. Like that's
Absolutely.
agents, right? That's why agents are suddenly becoming general managers. Agents, you don't have to do math. You don't have to figure out salary cap. You got to have relationships. You hire somebody to figure out the salary cap.
You have a numbers guy.
Yeah, you get Will Z in there to run the salary cap numbers for you, and you just handle the relationship part of it.
You're the relationship guy.
That's
you
it.
hire a numbers guy.
That's it.
And that's
easy work.
So they got an opportunity to do a little bit more than maybe I originally thought.
Have they haven't been linked to Paul George, have they?
No, I haven't seen that. I wouldn't be surprised though. I wouldn't be surprised.
Carry the one.
What you cooking up?
They wouldn't go for James Harden, would they?
Ew, no, I hope not. No,
that'd be crazy.
Yeah, you talking about the Mavs, right?
Yeah.
No,
that would be crazy.
Why would you?
Just asking.
No, I'm not like just from their point of view.
Journalists, just
if they go for James Harden, I'm completely out on them.
I understand. I'll be right there with you.
Can you imagine in 2024? Hey, fellas, you know what we need on this team?
Oh, man.
We need us some James Harden.
That would be crazy.
So, well, it's not like James Harden's out of the league next year.
No, but
so
I think
who
James
does
stays.
that?
I don't.
Clippers probably.
The Clippers definitely bringing him back. For him to leave the Clippers, I think would be like somebody give him that offer that we're saying is crazy.
What do you think the Clippers offer James Harden if they do?
It's not a max. I feel like that would be insane.
Yeah,
but
that would be nuts. Multi-year deal, yeah?
Multi-year deal. Two for 65, 2 for 70. Maybe 2 for 80. Guys are playing for 55 now. So
what are we talking at that point? We're talking like $30-40 million a year.
Yeah, I'm thinking range of 30 to 40 per.
Wow.
Personally, I wouldn't do it, but if the Clippers like him, I think that's kind of the range.
You're a nice GM.
That's the market for him.
Where are you going?
I'm going. I'm probably going. I mean, you're right though, Justin. Because my first thought is like three for 90, maybe.
So Paul George.
Ooh, 3, really?
Yeah.
Well, 3 for 90. That's not the same because you got him at 30. Jesse had him at around 40.
I thought
32-40, 32-40.
Okay.
Because if Paul George's not around, someone's gonna take those shots too.
Man, I feel like it's gonna be a 2-year deal. Boy, I'll be offended if he gets that much money. My boy Russell Westbrook out here playing for $5 million and James Harden getting 30.
That's tough. Russ playing for 3 for 15 and Harden getting 3 for 90.
Isn't Russ like a opt? Russ is on the squad next year, right? Like he's not a free agent.
I think he's on the squad. Yeah, for sure.
I didn't think so.
So yeah, dang, that's crazy. As we talk it out, that's a lot for James, but I think he's gonna get it. That's crazy.
Imagine Paul George leaves and they offer James Harden the max.
That's what I'm saying. Look, all that is just gonna open up money for him.
I'd hate LA if that happened. If I was Paul George,
Russ has a player option. $4 million this year.
So he's another one, dude. He probably surveying the landscape a little bit. I love my guy. I don't know what it looks like for him. So
Is there? I don't want to say is there. Where is there a place for him?
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. And I think it's and James has talked about this before. Once you play for that amount, it's hard to go back up. Like, I know he wanted to play in Los Angeles. I think playing in Los Angeles is really important to him.
Mhm.
I think he genuinely, like a lot of guys, don't want to play at home. They don't want to deal with that headache. I think Russell Westbrook genuinely loves playing in Los Angeles.
Yeah.
He loves being at home. He loves, being close to the flagship store of his clothing brand. He loves being close to his business offices and his family being there. I think he loves that.
Yeah.
You think he's the next star from the last generation that retires? Guys like
so
him,
I was
Harden.
actually just gonna say, like, he might be closer to retirement than I.
What is he? 13 years in the league? Maybe even more than that. He's a good number of years in the league. I remember we did a pocket watching for us.
Did he come in 07 or when did he come in?
Feels like 07.
It was before 07. That's 16, 17 years
Russell
now.
Westbrook is 35 years old. He entered the league as the 4th overall pick in the 2008 NBA draft. My man is a 9-time All-Star, 2-time All-Star MVP, 2-time All-NBA first team, 5-time All-NBA second team, 2-time All-NBA third team, and of course a MVP in the 2017 season.
Chat just reminded me they went Durant, then they went Russ, and then they went Harden, and no rings.
Damn.
Well, that's not fair.
Yes, it is. Come
No,
on.
it's
That's how
not.
we'll tell the
That's not-
story.
That's not fair. That's not fair. I mean, everyone loves Presti, but at the same time, everyone will point to, like, he made a move that he probably didn't. He made a move that he had to make. He just didn't have to make it when he did.
Right.
And whether they would have won an NBA championship, like, I don't know. James Harden, his first year in Houston wasn't what he was in Oklahoma City. Like, the makeup of a team is important.
Right.
I mean, you get your jokes off about, like, all three of those guys did wind up winning MVPs. It's just they weren't going to win the MVPs together.
That's
Kevin Durant won his. He was the man. Russell Westbrook won his the year after Kevin Durant left. James Harden won his in Houston.
and that's the crazy thing about what Presti did, man. He drafted 3 straight MVPs.
Mm-hmm.
Think about that.
And but the
straight
tough part,
MVPs.
so the double-edged sword,
crazy.
The double-edged sword of that is everyone maximized their potential when they split apart, except for one guy who I respect James Harden. He's not my favorite, but he's a phenomenal scorer, and he's had, like, moments in his career. Russ is one of my favorite athletes of all time, but Kevin Durant he's the one, like, of the three.
Mm-hmm.
He's the one.
Yeah.
And he's the one who won Russ was there when he won the MVP. KD leaves, Russ wins his. James Harden campaigns for 3 years and wins his. It's a little hate. There's a little bit of hate. He deserved it. A little bit of hate.
Call it hate. It's a little bit of truth.
Well, is that
That's
too?
still hate, though.
It's
true.
That's my bad. That's my bad. Is James is from LA, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Everyone has to go back. It's true. If you're from LA, you have to go play.
Go
So
back.
you're right. You. I think, Jesse, DeMar DeRozan is going to the Clippers. He has to. It's just a thing.
Can you imagine DeMar DeRozan gets the deal Kenny reported 3 years ago?
Oh my!
That's kind of around. It was like
60 million or something.
it was like 2 years 60, 3 years 90, something like that.
It was the most random number that didn't make any sense.
It might have been
because
2 for 80, but somewhere in that range.
The Clippers didn't have 2 pennies to spend.
Yeah, we were sitting there like, wait, how's that even possible? I don't think that's right.
That would
we're
be
like, also like, why is DeMar DeRozan getting this much money?
That would be one of the greatest moments in show history if DeMar DeRozan gets the deal from the Clippers that Casey reported. We wouldn't be young MC anymore. We'd be father MC. We'd have 2 hits.
Count it.
No, that's
Count it.
really, Woj was coming for that credit.
No, you get it. Yeah, you get the dub. You get the dub if that happens.
Woj, I want to see that tweet. Yeah, DeMar DeRozan signing 2 years, $60 million with the Clippers. First reported by Kenny Caraway 3 years ago.
Yeah, the Clippers had like no money.
None. Absolutely. They couldn't buy lunch, much less sign DeMar DeRozan. And I think the best part is we had just talked about it.
Yeah.
We had just talked about how they had, no money in case. Ooh, look at this. Oh,
And then you're like, wait. So no, I remember what happened. I go, woo. I call out the deal. 2 years, $60 million to go to the Clippers. And I was like, and you were like, oh boy, like that's crazy. And then like maybe 10 seconds go by, it's like, I still haven't gotten the notification. And I go, never mind. Don't worry about that.
Howard nodded those in the chat. I think that was the origin of being Chatty House.
Zay, if you can find that video.
Oh, that's not hard. Just go to YouTube and it'll come up on your suggestions.
It's got to be like a July 4th, July 3rd around there.
It's a free agency video.
No, it might
We're
be a
at
different
home
time though,
because pandemic.
Yeah, it was a different off season.
Yeah, you
No,
might.
when was the NBA Finals? That was like September, maybe.
I feel like it was
September, October, or something.
Yeah, I was gonna say. I feel like it was October.
Yeah,
because remember Okay, wait a minute.
The league started up in August again. Late.
That
August.
was
when we started the show. The league started up like that week.
No, because Vlade got fired. Remember, Vlade got fired 2 days
So it
before
must
the
have
show
started-
started.
it must have started early
So,
August.
but that was going into the playoffs, wasn't it?
Yeah, it must have started early August.
Yeah.
Because it only took them 2-3 weeks. All right. See,
The Washington.
come on, man.
Okay, all right.
Come on,
Relax.
man. Yeah,
will
man.
you stop?
No, you got me a little antsy around
Relax.
here, man. Come on.
Relax. Come on, man. We got to report stuff here.
I might have turned his notifications off,
Hey.
man. Got me a little antsy around here.
KC saw the Washington Wizards
That's
and
exactly
damn near
what
passed out.
That's exactly what happened.
The Washington Wizards and Landry Shamet are moving his $11 million guarantee date till July 13th. The deadline had been Saturday. The team this time gives the Wizards a chance to explore deal scenarios, including the possibility that Shamet returns next season. But
KD
Kenny saw
for
the Washington Wizards and almost died.
KD for 3. There goes Kyrie. Ship it. Stupid.
Oh my God. Drew Down tagged us in a summary of the Chatty House.
Oh,
This live chat is about a discussion regarding possible nepotism issue in the NBA and whether LeBron James' actions created this issue or not. Fans want to hear Shaq and Chris Broussard's opinions on this matter and whether this is common practice in other sports leagues as well. That damn AI. That's terrific. That is terrific.
Want to hear Shaq? I'm surprised they didn't get a Jerry Jones in there. Somebody got to say Jerry Jones.
I guess that's what it is. Because that's not a summary of what we're talking about. That's a summary of what the chat's talking about, correct?
That's what the AI is what they're talking about.
Yeah.
Well, that's why it's so crazy.
Well, it's probably more spot on than we realize as it pertains to the Chatty House.
That's why it's so damn crazy.
I'm surprised there isn't a Michigan Wolverines Five Guys reference in there somewhere. Because that feels like I don't even know how do you get because I don't feel like the AI thing always like pops up.
I don't know how they're getting this, to be honest with you.
Maybe it's Chatty House exclusive and we don't get to see it. This is
Just
so
like
spectacular.
me earlier on the show. That was
well, you are a visitor here.
I was about to get in the chat though. That was a crazy thing, but it didn't let me. I had to sign into Matt George's YouTube. I wasn't going to do that.
Oh, that would have been funny. You are a better man than I.
Well, it sent the code to his phone.
Oh, damn it. Damn it.
I was just going to we'll just do it anyway. We'll do it live. But they were like, yeah, we're sending this code to his phone.
Matt's like, what the hell is going on here? Oh, for goodness sakes. All right. Let's see here. We're getting Landry Shamet updates. It is way too
I'm about to
quiet.
say, I'm still kind of shook, man. I'm still kind of.
It's way too quiet. We do. Woj didn't even need to tweet that. Like,
what is it? Does that? Okay, I agree with you. It is pretty quiet. What is that saying to you? Or is it saying anything?
It's not saying anything.
It's not the answer I was looking for.
It's not saying anything. What do you want me to lie to you? It's not saying anything. Just it's exactly what the Devin Carter pick. Well, what's it saying? Nothing. Nothing. Now the deal did come about the next day, but that deal was one of those more questions than answers thing. Everyone was left when that deal was executed with more questions about what's next. Yeah. And that's kind of where we've been since it was like 10 minutes into the show when that deal dropped. That's where we've been since then is what's next? What's this mean? And Fisher keeps mentioning the Sacramento Kings. I listened to the Athletic Basketball Pod with Anthony Slater and Sam Amick for a few minutes today. They talked a little bit about the Sacramento Kings. Clearly, like the insiders aren't referencing the Kings for no reasons. Like they're having discussions, but them having discussions is nothing new, and that's okay. Yeah. Are you excited about these conversations? Thinking the deal is going to close, or are you prepared to be hurt again?
I think I'm the latter or the former, and
I don't know which one's which. I never have.
The former is first. So I'm excited about these conversations.
The former is first.
The latter is last. Like
who determined that? Like what does that even mean?
The English language. Mark Twain. That's who determined it.
Mark Twain created the English language.
Oh, Woody Page.
My man Woody looked like he about to run for president.
Come on, man.
What? Hold on. That's my man. I love Woody Page.
Woody Page sometimes.
Oh no, he's too young. He's 70. Oh, he's 78.
Sometimes
he's
Woody Page feels like he has good days and bad days as far as like on the show. Like sometimes he look like, oh man.
I guess that happens when you
he like, oh yeah, man, I'm here. And then some days it's like, oh man.
I just want to get back to something. Did Mark Twain invent the English language?
I don't think so.
Oh, okay.
No, we talking about former and latter. I mean, he might have maybe.
Now is that latter like Latter or ladder?
TT like TT.
Oh, well.
TT.
Situated or occurring nearer to the end of something than the beginning. Who determined that? The latter. All right, dude. I need a break. This is ridiculous.
More Mark Twain when we come back here on KC.
I mentioned Russell Westbrook is one of my favorite athletes of all time. Well, my favorite athlete of all time is going into his team's Hall of Fame tomorrow, and I'm tapping in for that. We'll talk about it. It's D'Lo and KC here on.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to mess up the teeth. There's also something that I think is really cool that I don't know if Damien's gonna like.
Well, that got my attention. That's next on ESPN 1320.
No 13th round, but we can talk about Teofimo, or as Floyd likes to call him, Telefimo Lopez, his fight this week against Steve Klangaret or something like that. TL should win, but he needs to look better than he did the last time he fought. That was not okay. Sorry, I'm just trying to celebrate my boy real quick, man. All-Star season came to an end. He did a great job. Okay, Drew Down. Let's talk UFC 303. Let's go. That's it. That's all I have. I ain't got nothing else. I don't know what else going on here. I don't know these guys. I'm sure all the UFC people will enjoy the night though. They always do. That's the thing that always gets me when it comes to like this UFC stuff is like, oh no, I don't want that. Hold on. Oh, there we go. Hold on. Oh no, I think I like that. Is like we talking about the UFC and stuff like that. And it's like, all right, it's cool. Like I like what you like. It's good. It's good. But they get so upset if somebody likes boxing. What are you guys talking about, bro? It's all good. Dr. Davis, shout out Faith doing her thing. Yeah. Big ups, Faith, man. MVP or Ian Gary. There's only one MVP I know. Oh no, that was RVD. Sorry. Well, I do know an MVP too.
No, MVP works too.
Yeah. MVP was a wrestler. Is a wrestler. You know what? I don't think so, Michigan. Unless the wife goes, because I'm like, that's what we do is we watch boxing. And my mom watches Tank too. So I don't think I wouldn't leave. Yeah, that's her boy.
I gotta get home and watch the fight. Ma'am, your two sons are out here hosting a big event. Yeah, I gotta go home and watch the fight.
August 3rd, Zabo.
Oh yeah. August 3rd. That fight card gonna be crazy.
I'm trying not to hit the wall.
I need some food.
You know.
Where the hell?
Wait, what'd you just say?
Well, it should be, excuse me, it should be an
that was out there.
I meant to do false alarm, but
I gotta get Kimberly in here too, so everybody.
She's still
can
here?
see. Well, yeah, I think she was out doing something, and as I was running out, I let her back in. Oh my goodness, that actually wasn't that bad. That wasn't that bad at all. I do love the idea of close your ears, though. Okay. Hold on. Whoa! The hell were you teasing before the commercial break?
I saw something. I was like, that's pretty cool. I was like, I should bring it up on the show. But then I was like, I might be a one-man wolf pack on this show. Thinking this was pretty cool.
All right.
You gonna talk Drake?
Well, you would definitely be.
Drake got a new track out, man.
He did. It was ass.
You don't like that type of music.
No,
so
I
that's
don't.
all, yeah.
I don't.
That's all
It
you
was
got.
the record.
Was a whatever.
The record was probably for its intended audience. The middle school girls at Whitney High School. They'll love it. No, it's a pop track, right? What's
Camila Cabello?
Yeah, that's who she's talking to. No wrong with that. He came on and sang his little part and kept it going.
It's whatever.
It's your boy.
It's whatever.
Got the nerve to talk about Kendrick doing a song with Taylor Swift, and you out here doing that. But hey, it's cool. It's good. It's good. Fact check that, Kenny.
We already fact check what that means. When you guys first came out and said, how could he say that? And I was like, this point.
Now, hold on. I didn't. Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that.
His point was
don't over exaggerate me while I'm sitting here. Don't do that.
No, man. So I don't know, man. I saw a clip on the internet of Don Staley reacting to a play last night. I thought it was pretty cool.
Okay.
Did you see the clip?
No, I didn't. Was this a Asia play?
Yeah, Asia blocked my girl Cardoso.
Angel? Oh goodness.
But so she was watching, like she was filming, like maybe she was on live or something like that. And she's like, yeah, sitting here watching my girls play or whatever, watching the game. And like as she's filming, Asia blocks her shot. And she's like, hey, don't do that to Camelo. Don't do that to Camelo. I thought it was pretty cool. But look, it wasn't staying. Cause look, she was watching it when it happened. What?
Okay. No, I saw it.
She DVR'd the game, and that's what happened. What do you think, D'Lo?
Okay, dude.
He's not buying it.
Okay. You're right. Yeah, you are. You're right. You're alone on this.
Dame wants none of that now.
Like what? All right.
I thought it was a cool moment.
What?
Okay. I thought it was she watching two of her former players go at it.
That's right.
In a real live moment, Asia blocks, Camilla. She reacted.
All right, bro.
That was a good moment.
That paid off.
When are you getting your Dawn Staley jersey? Well, you gonna get a Comments one, a USA one?
I'll get a Don Staley one, the Sting joint. I would get a Carol Lawson Monarchs jersey. Don't do that. Don't do that.
Well, it's probably game worn. Okay, bro. What is this? That was so fake. We're a little goof. All right, never mind.
Content.
It happened in real time.
Okay, yeah.
Don't do that. It happened in real time.
Are we sure? When did the tweet go out?
Well, I don't. Well, I think she was on thing, but she's sitting there saying, "Oh yeah, man, I'm just chilling out watching the game," and the block happens in real time. Play one more time. You can hear her. You can hear her.
Hold on. Let's do this the right way.
She's just like, yeah, I'm just watching the game. Oh no, hey, don't do that to Camilla.
I should have known when you had that stupid look on your face what this was about. I should have known. It's my fault for going through the whole commercial break and not knowing. Hold up. They make this a little bit more different. There we go. All right.
She's just watching the game.
Having
a watch party.
We play. Oh, Camilla. Oh, no. Don't do that to Camilla. Do not do that to Camilla. I'm going to fight. Game is on.
Look, so the game is on. She was about to say something, and she said, oh, no.
I think I'm with Dame.
No.
There was like one too many little punches at the end. All right, we get it.
Leave my girl Dawn alone, man.
Drew speaking the truth. Find you someone that loves you like Casey loves Dawn Staley.
I love Dawn Staley.
I know.
I like a lot of
coaches.
all
know. We all know how much you love Dawn Staley.
I love the real Coach K. Come on now.
My text just came through. Sorry, gave your All-Star game tickets away. That's not true. Well, that was Casey's favorite athlete of all time last night on Instagram Live, and the guy who I've always said is my favorite athlete of all time is going into the Kansas City Royals Hall of Fame tomorrow, and that's Bo Jackson.
Shout out Bo Jackson, man.
Bo Jackson is probably the reason I love sports. Even more so than Michael Jordan. Like, I remember the first professional athlete that I loved. It was Bo Jackson. And watching him with the Raiders, and I remember being so happy when he signed with the Chicago White Sox because I could watch them on WGN because my grandparents had cable and they lived like down the street. So I could just walk over and watch like when the Red Sox were playing. I remember watching the game. I remember being so excited for Bo's return, and he hits a home run that night. Like, I'll never forget watching that, wearing that number 8. We couldn't afford like the real jersey, but I got the knockoff, basketball jersey or the knockoff baseball jersey with the number 8 on it. Had my Chicago White Sox hat, all of that, all because of Bo Jackson. I had Raiders gear as a shoot. I had Raiders gear because of Bo Jackson.
Did you you watched the cartoon, right?
Pro Stars.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Pro Stars.
Absolutely.
Pro Stars came on right after Kid and Play, didn't it? Or right before, or something like that.
Yeah, I absolutely watched Pro Stars. I always find it funny with those shows that the person wasn't the voice.
Right.
Like, they'd get a voice actor to play Bo Jackson. Like they Uncle Phil was the Junkyard Dog on Hulk Hogan's Rockin' Wrestling.
Now, see, I never knew that.
Yeah, Uncle Phil
was a voice.
Uncle Phil was he was the voice of the Junkyard Dog.
Wow.
I bet I'll find the clip. I bet if I play it for you, you'd hear Uncle Phil.
But now I probably won't hear anything but Uncle Phil. I never knew that, though.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool.
Hulk Hogan he's famous. He's not my I think his name is Brad Garrett, maybe. He was on Everybody Loves Raymond. And admittedly, I've never seen an episode of that show.
Me neither.
But I think he was the big dude on the show. And not the big star, like stature wise. Yeah. He was the voice of Hulk Hogan. There were some famous people on that show.
I never even thought about that, how the people weren't the voice.
I don't know who did it. I don't know who did the voices for Bo and Wayne Gretzky and
I used
Michael
to love
Jordan.
Those cartoons though. Kid and Play and
what you know though,
and the Pro Stars.
What you know about Pro Stars cereal? Yeah, they had a cereal based off the obviously the cartoon.
That was a time. That was a time. So Bo Jackson isn't in any of the Hall of Fames, huh?
No.
That's correct. That's one of those guys that we like.
What if
we have those? Well, not even what if, but like definitely what if, like for sure. But how we try to tell like Jesse, like how do we explain this? How do we explain what Bo Jackson was like? Jesse, do you think you understand like what Bo Jackson was?
Yeah, I do, but I don't know if like people younger than me will. Like my younger brother and stuff, he's 4 years younger. I don't know if like he fully does.
There's
like that.
There's people like Damien, and they're not necessarily wrong, but like, yo, that's the greatest athlete I've ever seen in my life.
Mm-hmm.
They were like, well, okay, well, what records did he break? What is it? No, he's not in
none.
Any.
Well, see, that's how I feel about it. Like you can go back and see how good he was, and like from what people talk about it, like for as good as he was in football and baseball, I think it's fair to assume.
Yeah, there's a point where
we talk about LeBron and stuff like that. Well, LeBron never went to go play football and stuff. Like that's where it's like different.
There's a point where like someone like the longevity will come into play, and you have to look at guys who did it longer, did it at a higher level, and all of these different things, and broke records and all of that stuff. But for me, and part of this is probably just being tied, to my childhood and my grandpa and all of that stuff. Bo will probably be my favorite athlete of all time, like over Jordan and LeBron and Russ and all of those guys that I love now. Like it'll probably always be Bo Jackson. I remember I was probably 12, getting the Bo Knows Bo book, like reading a Dick Schaap book. Like what?
Dick Chap.
Yeah,
Dick
true.
Chap was the man, though.
Oh, he was the
man.
one.
He
Absolutely.
was the
I
man.
knew who he was because of that book. But yeah, I love some Bo Jackson. We're gonna have to pull up some Pro Stars video, but the Junkyard 500. The name of this episode of Hulk Hogan's Rockin' Wrestling.
The USA Network.
That's Uncle Phil. I don't know why they made the Junkyard Dog sound like that.
Well, yeah,
or whatever. Yeah.
First of all, I don't know why he was the Junkyard Dog. Let's start there.
That was his kid. Now maybe you can't really hear that it's Uncle Phil, but it's definitely Uncle Phil.
I heard Uncle Phil.
Yeah, it's definitely Uncle
Phil. But also because you told me. I don't know if I would have heard it if you didn't tell me. Yeah, man. Bo Jackson. Shout out to him going into the Hall of Fame. I read some.
His highlights are still just phenomenal to watch. Let's all hold up 1 second. Oh yeah. Come on, man. This gonna hit you right in the feels. It's gonna hit you right in the feels here. God bless it. That's awesome.
Look, what the hell is that?
Well,
is that a turtle?
Ocean Hero.
All right, let's save him.
That's probably what it is.
No, yeah, that's fine. Let's just save him.
I don't know why that was the next. That's an ad. Yeah, it's just a turtle going swimming. That's all it is.
Save the turtles.
Little baby
Save
turtle.
the turtles.
I don't like the way you guys are saying that.
I said it normal.
Save them.
Why'd your voice just go up then?
Because you're accusing me of not. I'm with the turtles.
All right. Jesse's on Team Turtles.
Yeah, man. But Bo is just one of those guys. Like,
oh yeah, they've. I mean, and let's be honest. There weren't a ton of episodes of Pro Stars.
Feels like there were.
No, I don't think there were. I think you could watch them all on YouTube.
Wow. Is Kid and Play on there? I'm sure.
I bet there is.
Yeah, Kid and Play definitely got to be on there. Bo was somebody that tweeted out. I wish I would have kept it.
Come on, man. YouTube got everything.
It really does.
Come on, man. YouTube got everything.
I would. Let me see.
We are walking a dangerous line.
Come on, man.
We're walking a dangerous line.
We're getting no money for this video.
Well, no, that's not what I meant. We're walking a dangerous line by putting Kid and Play on the screen while we're on the screen at the same time.
Hey.
Oh yeah.
Hey.
That is fire. Waxed in video. So come on, here we go. All cartoons are magnificent.
Yo, it's funny that we're talking about Bo Jackson and we play this. They're probably along that lines of like Jesse or other. They don't realize how big of stars they were.
Kid and Play?
Yeah, that tracks.
For like, what would you say, about 3 years?
Yeah, 80. Yeah, like 90.
Well, they
91.
were. Isn't that the story? They were headlining the NWA tour. Is that who was headlining it?
Kid and Play headlining NWA.
One of them gangster rap.
That might be right.
Tours. They were opening for Kid and Play.
Yeah, that might be right.
Yeah. They
See,
were,
I do not look like Kid. Y'all need to stop this. I do not look like Kid. Well, yeah, like look, they had a cartoon. Like they had House Party.
Yeah, like now it's like, oh, that's Kid and Play and stuff like that.
But. Yeah, and they only had, I mean, Rolling with Kid and Play and Too Hype were the biggest records they had. They had Ain't Gonna Hurt Nobody and like the House Party joints. But
to me, that was like that was it. I don't remember their music like that. I remember,
really,
yeah, like their music outside of the movies. I don't remember their music like that. The whatever they had in House Party and House Party 2, that's the and Ain't Gonna Hurt Nobody. Like the soundtrack was crazy. That's what I remember from them. Not like anything outside of those two movies.
Oh no, I knew Rolling with Kid and Play. But I loved House Party. Yeah, and those records weren't even in House Party. Yeah, those ones weren't even in the movie.
Maybe I know.
Ain't Gonna Hurt Nobody is. They performed it in in the dorm in the pajama jammy jam.
And we always go down this rabbit hole when we talk kid and play, but Class Act.
Mm-hmm.
Love that movie. So
I'll throw y'all on they might not. This actually might not be on YouTube.
Uh-oh. We just gave YouTube a bunch of love.
I'm trying to find the very first time Will Smith, the Fresh Prince. I think Will Smith came out with a gospel song this morning.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That he's going to perform at the
I hope not. I hope that's not what we're doing. I'm not sure if this is it, but the very first time Will Smith was ever on camera was on the pilot episode of Yo MTV Raps.
Wow. Was it him and Jazzy Jeff?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Wow.
Yeah, it was him and Jazzy Jeff. I'm not sure that it's on here, and if it might take me a little too long to find, but yeah, I love Will Smith too.
He's gonna perform that, possibly.
I hope. Yeah, like I hope not. They were like, "Oh, new music from Will Smith." Like, no. Because I thought he did the joint on Bad Boys, and it's like, all right, like Ride or Die. Like, all right, that's okay.
Yeah.
And then do Summertime, and maybe Numero Uno or Parents Just on it, whatever.
Yeah.
Men in Black, but we don't need to.
Wild Wild West.
Nah.
We're going straight.
Unless Drew Hill or Stevie Wonder are going to be on stage, I'd probably pass on that one. But if Drew Hill is there, he could do the Millennium.
Oh, shit. The Millennium.
Celebrate the year 2000 in 2024.
Well, he could do Miami.
Yeah, he could do Miami. Absolutely.
Yeah. Shout out Boss Man. Oh no, it's not Boss Man X. It's oh boy, he sampled Miami. Plug. He was on the XXL freshman class. But what was I gonna say? Oh, did you know they're doing a Usher like tribute, like he's getting the Lifetime Achievement Award, and when they do that at BET, the people got to perform. They're like Usher songs, and they were trying to figure out like who would you trust, who would you want to perform some of these Usher songs, and it's tough.
Yeah,
it's tough. I don't know who might do it. I've heard Genuine, I've heard Tyrese, I've heard Jacquees, I've heard a couple different other people, but Usher, that's tough.
Yeah, that's a tough one to reenact. BET Awards on Sunday should be fun though.
Always
it should definitely be fun. Lost in your nonsense that started this segment. Asia continues her MVP season.
Man.
She had 31-6 last night. The Aces, by the way, have won 3 straight, all since Chelsea Gray has come back.
They're getting back to normal.
And then Angel Reese finished with 18-11. Significant because it's her 9th straight double-double. She is Angel Sabonis here at this point in the W. She ties Candace Parker for the most consecutive double-doubles in a season. Candace has actually wound up stretching 3 more games over the course of 2 seasons in her longest run.
Candace Love. If Angel Sabonis and a double streak, Candace Love.
That's it. Yeah, Candace Love for sure. Her record is 12 straight or the record is 12 straight over 2 seasons. So those two put on a special performance last night. Again, the Aces get the dub. 18-11. I'm just going to keep saying it till it's not true. That girl's touch is still not there. I was still wrong about her. And the second she finds that touch, she's going to be one of the most unique players in the entire league.
What kind of, let's just say, she finds a touch, she gets her legs under, which all these young rookies are starting to get their legs under them.
Yeah.
Who would you compare her to in the NBA? Would it be Sabonis? It's not that far off.
It might be.
Dominant rebounder, kind of stays around the basket.
I'm trying to think of I'm trying to think of a player who, because Domas, like who's like
physical,
who
she's a
is
physical
scrappy, like who can beat you to every loose ball.
Devin Carter.
Well.
I mean, Sabonis is
isn't a bad example, like, or isn't a bad comp. I'm trying to think of someone like, is comparing her rebounding, man.
She doesn't pass like Sabonis.
So I don't want to do too much. Is comparing her rebound to Dennis Rodman like out of pocket?
I don't think
like
so.
Dennis, like he always got himself in the right position.
Mm-hmm.
And if he wasn't in the right position, he would find a way to get his hand on the ball somehow.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like that's what Angel does.
That's not bad. That's not bad at all.
She's already better. She's already a better scorer than Dennis ever was, which is why the comp might be closer to Domas. I just feel like Domas is a bit of a more graceful rebounder.
Yeah.
Like he gets a lot of rebounds like right under the rim that come off, gets it like she is attacking the basketball.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what Dennis used to
Kyle continues in the Matthews mattress. Chatty House continues to say Joe Kim Noah.
Oh, that's not bad at
That's
all.
not bad at all.
Yeah, that's not bad at all. That's a good one, Kyle. Let's get Ramsey in here. This right up his alley. 916-909-1320. What's up, Ramsey?
When you started talking about Bo Jackson, I just got to thinking about how parallel Bo Jackson is to another former White Sox in Frank Thomas. How they both went to Auburn, both played baseball and football. I mean, Frank Thomas followed Bo because he was a few years younger than him. And then they both ended up on the White Sox playing together in the 93 and 94 season when it was Frank Thomas's MVP years.
Yeah.
When he won the MVP with the White Sox. And it was just like those two together, how they finally met up and had a chance to be teammates. It just ended up being parallel. And just how their careers took two different paths, but their professional careers and college careers were extremely parallel and on a similar path.
That's a good call, man.
I was always a big fan of Frank Thomas because of Bo Jackson, because that's where I was. I know this is hard to believe. I was locked into White Sox games.
Well, you know what?
I was watching baseball.
You know what also helped for me was they both had shoes.
Yeah, I used to want them Bo Jackson orange joints so bad.
Did you ever get any? You guys?
No, I never did.
Get them right now.
I know, I never did.
Get them right now. I can point you in the direction right now.
I'm sure you can because you're connected like that.
It's
we'll
not
come back.
It's the internet.
Well, I can't like the prices that you pay for your shoes. I can't.
Stop.
I can't afford it. Stilo and Casey. We've got.
Man, come on, bro. What are we talking about?
ESPN 1320. Sabo says, I can hear the no AC running. I got to be honest. I thought Ramsey was coming in with the W.
Bo Jackson gets the people going.
I like it. Kid and Play is in your town. You got to keep rocking to the go-go sound. You got to.
See SmackDown's at MSG today.
Oh, is it really?
Yeah, they got like 18,000, I think, sold out or something like that.
Oh, I didn't know that, man. SmackDown's been fire lately. I am not wearing the Dior ones, man. I think I've worn those maybe 3 times. Oh, that's fire. Oh, that is dope. That is dope right there, Jeremy. Good stuff. That's the truth. I don't think he bought it. I think Drake gave it to him, but I feel you. Appreciate you, Tyler. Thank you, my man. Oh, yeah. Happy ass Ramsey with 112-degree temperatures. Love it. Love it. I can't imagine what happy ass Ramsey would sound like. I can't imagine happy ass Ramsey actually being a thing. Like Katrina, when y'all go to comedy shows, does Ramsey laugh? Like audibly, or does he smile? I don't even think I've seen Ramsey smile. Well, that's possible. I feel like baseball makes Ramsey happy. Well, Andrew, that could happen with James out of town. I was just thinking, oh man, we need a tweet to come through. All right, Ramsey. Oh, okay. Confirmation from everyone involved that Ramsey does actually laugh. I'm with it.
For those asking about Mitch is okay.
He's okay.
Yeah, he knows the deal. It's all right.
He's okay. Maybe after our little holiday break, Mitch will be back. Oh, Ramsey is a delight to talk to, Drew Down. As is Katrina. Wonderful people. This whole crew in here is fire. It's dope because with the exception of Tim Richards, who just seems to hate me for some reason, I feel like we just do the show. We do this show every day with like our people. Just like our homies. Tapped in. Talk Kings. Talk Bo Jackson. Talk happy ass Ramsey. Happy ass Lazy. Make Five Guys jokes about Michigan Wolverines. Just vibe out. D-Lo, did your grandpa enjoy watching wrestling with you? No. He did not enjoy wrestling, but he always fed my habit of it. And when WWF used to be at Arco 1 regularly, he was the one who would take me. He took me almost, because it feels like WWE would be here with a house show like once a month. That's what it felt like as a kid, but maybe I'm sure it wasn't that much. And he took me to a ton of them. Oh man, it's actually so crazy, Zay. I gotta look it up. Get a pen and paper ready. This is a shoot. This is how you spell it. Hang on. It is CAELLIGH. That's a shoot. Look at you.
Hi.
You look magnificent.
No, I don't.
Yes, you
so
do.
Tired.
You look terrific. This is the best you've looked in maybe ever.
That's really rude.
No, like
That's
it's
so
just,
rude.
No, this is like just exceptional. I told you look
so
stunning.
it was either this one or the D-Lo and Casey-ish. You know, the blackish one.
Oh man, that's it.
I kind of really like that one.
Scoot over this way. There you go. Because otherwise it was just, yeah.
Hang on. I have to pull my pants up.
Okay. Yeah, I'm really glad you scooted over to do that. That would have.
Yeah. Wow.
Okay, so hang on. We're coming back.
Okay.
No, but so we found Kim. Kimberly is here.
Been looking for it all day.
We really asked. It was like 12:05 that Kenny posed this question. We've been trying to figure out. We didn't think the tribal chief could answer it for us, and Stacy's not here, and I don't know if you could answer it. Do we have black jobs?
I saw that. Was that on TikTok?
No, that was on the presidential debate.
Oh, was it?
Yeah.
Okay. All right,
I couldn't
Kimberly.
watch that gibberish. I mean, honestly, from both sides. Let's be real.
Okay.
I won't get into that. Anyways,
what I'm
here? No, we don't.
This isn't a black job?
This is not a black job.
Okay. I was just I don't know how we haven't.
It's literally the only black people. Like, we're the only black people.
Sports 1025.
That's not. It's not really.
I know.
Do you have a black job?
No, I don't have a black job.
Oh. So we just out here working for the man. Damn.
I was the only one that had a black job.
Come on, man.
Yeah.
Come on, man.
Okay, Drew Down. TikTok is she 12?
Oh,
I
oh,
love
no.
TikTok,
Oh,
and
no.
let's not get into this
Oh, no.
discussion.
Oh, no.
It is the greatest app ever.
It's not better than
Oh
Twitter.
no.
Yes, it is.
She's popping off at
better.
the chat. It's all
I hope she don't cuss
Can
right
you make
now.
those like bigger so I can really?
it's
We
all downhill.
The chat gonna get shut down like 95.7 again, man. I tell you.
Kimberly's
Oh my
popping off.
gosh, Monte showed me some stickers that you guys made or someone
no,
made of
Oh
him.
yeah,
made
no,
him,
the
yeah.
Chatty House made him. We have him.
He said he's coming up here, so.
Oh, come on, Bronte. We ready for you. Come hang out.
Oh my gosh.
Are you just sitting there reading the comments?
I am. Says
Okay.
a lot about you. Really?
Okay, all right.
Really? Can we block him?
Go back to work.
No, I am
Man,
working.
No.
I'm working my black job. Block him. Seriously?
She's been here.
I'm like starting to sweat now.
She's been in here 2 minutes.
Okay, you are.
She wants to block people
Jesse,
from
do
the
something
chat.
about it. Block him.
No,
Get rid of him.
He's the day one. He's got love.
Oh well,
for
his
you.
day's over. Bye. God. Good Lord.
Okay, it's okay.
Okay, I have to go because
Okay.
guess what? We're getting ready for
What?
field day.
The same day that it's still.
Yeah.
I heard the-
we're moving it
the-
indoors. Don't worry, people.
Okay,
Oh,
yeah.
we're going to Rock and Jump.
No, we're not 12.
Where are we
That's
going?
12. I'm not saying it.
What you act like we're a bunch of
For
crazy
your
people out there.
safety.
Like, what you mean?
Nobody
Nobody checking for
I
us.
will
Here,
update
what's
the invite. No,
I want to know.
Oh, what?
Oh no,
Bro, are you
Isn't
serious?
that where the picnic was, though?
I don't know.
Yeah.
The picnic is in full. I forgot.
Okay, this is
Um,
dumb. Oh my god.
Wait. How far are we driving for this?
Hella far.
Yeah,
I
I'm
know.
sick.
We're
that day.
driving
No, I'm
hella
sick
far.
that day.
We went from
You
going
have
a half
Tesla.
a mile.
Are you concerned about gas?
You're right about
You
that.
do too.
Chill.
I did not bring you in here to be scolded.
Anyways,
You got to block Drew down.
I left Justine alone.
I
Gotta
can't
go.
believe Stacy folded all because Mickey said someone might die.
Hi.
Careful.
No comment.
Careful. All right.
Goodbye.
Bye.
That's Kim on the next episode of Life at Amish.
She wanted the chat blocked. I saw her eyes zoom in on that chat. I was like, oh my God, it's over. Drew got her.
What?
Drew got
Says
her.
a lot about you. What?
Oh, I'm crying. I am crying.
That was an all-timer. That was an all. Kim. Hey, Kim delivers on her appearances on this show.
Oh, she ain't
There,
missed.
it's never been like, oh, that was kind of a weak Kim appearance. Like,
She ain't
nah, she
missed.
delivers, and that might have been one of her best.
And all of that was happening as they asked me to spell Kelly for him because he found the video of Kelly's kids.
Oh, snap!
And I
Yo,
had
yeah,
to
yeah,
spell
yeah,
it. Like I don't even know if he got that
Can I
because
can I spell it on here? Should I?
do you think you can?
No, I want to try, but should I? Is it okay?
I don't see why it wouldn't be.
I'm gonna go.
So we used to give out Rich's email on this show. We're fine.
No, that's true. Go ahead.
I'm gonna go CALIE.
Nope.
Okay, wait, let me try. again.
Nope.
CAIL.
Nope.
See, yeah, you're missing one. I don't think you're gonna
Nope.
get it. I'll give you 3 more
You're
chances.
not
I
gonna
don't think,
get it.
yeah, you won't get it. I don't
You're
think.
not gonna get it.
CAELIE.
Okay. Nope. Nope.
What the hell?
Nope. It's CAELLIGH. No human being on the planet named Kelly spells her name like that except for her.
Let's go. Are you sure?
Kelly, who did this? I think Kelly was here earlier. I was
Yeah,
talking
she was
to
here
her.
earlier. I don't know if she's still
Oh man, she's probably not.
I don't think
She's
Kelly's
out
ever
making-
been on the show either. The kids.
She has been in here with the kids before. Like I'm sure she's been on camera before. Boy, Zay found that video with the kids. That'll be.
That's classic.
Hey, Zay, we've got
That is a classic.
I don't know this for sure. I think Stacy's feelings might have been a little hurt. Like I'm not 100% positive.
Said whatever.
So you just said one word, cute, right?
Yeah.
Nah.
I think Stacy's feelings were hurt.
It's a little stupid ass
And
video.
then when when Aaron described how he felt when he was watching it, he got mad when he saw Complex.
All that goodwill we built up is just gone now.
No, it's because he was like, when I saw Complex, I was like, oh, come on, Complex. But then there I was at the end.
And like I said, Zay did a phenomenal job because that Aaron sitting there like, oh, that is a great steal. Like that's a great cut that he got right there, man.
Oh, poor Zay. Zay looked through 40 hours worth of D'Lo and KC
Jesus.
to try to find Stacy. If Stacy were here, I would just call her in and we'd get her in here today, but I don't think she's here.
I think I know where Zay might have looked at it, but she was on around the start of the season.
Was she on the day she wore the De'Aaron Fox jersey? She wasn't on the show that day, right? Because I could look at the day of the picture.
Yeah.
But I don't think she was on the show that day. I remember we called her in a different day.
I don't think so. I don't think so either.
I remember. Yeah.
Did she wear the shoes? Because that's what got her on. She had some shoes on. She was like, see, look at my shoes.
No, I don't think that was the day she wore the jersey.
So
I think
the
the day she
shoes
wore the
was
jersey was different.
Was the opening, the home opener. That was that day.
Okay.
I want to say October 27th or something like that.
Okay.
Oh, he said he looked through all the.
It's good, Zay. You're good, bro. You didn't find it. Don't worry.
Zay,
Yeah, you don't have to go through another month.
Zay.
You know what? Take the rest of the day and the weekend off.
Zay gonna come home, find out Jasmine moved out. Like, look, I can't deal with you anymore in these stupid videos. I'm out of here.
The poor guy looked through all of October and November.
Poor Zay has seen every minute of D'Lo and Casey of the last 4 years and the last 4 days trying to put the video together.
Zay would be like our stump to Schwab for D'Lo and KC.
We'll get Stacy in here just so we can get her on camera and Zay can update the video because definitely got the little hurt feelings.
We'll call that the superfan intro.
There it is. Oh man, James isn't here. We got that's good. We have an hour to have some fun. Not that James isn't fun,
and we keep low key trying to stall for somebody to do something.
No one's doing anything. I don't think anything's happening today. It got really, really quiet.
That means a lot's going to happen over the next 2 days.
Now, I think that's true. It's just how much of that involves the Sacramento Kings.
Do we come back Monday and the biggest thing we're talking about is they gave the MLE to someone?
Might be. It's possible.
Nick Marshall or Najee Marshall, who I like as a ball player, but.
Well, Tyler's mentioning our worst nightmare. News breaks at 4:03.
Well, Mike Brown did sign his contract at like 8:00 at night,
which I'm fine with. I'm fine. Once we get like over like 2 hours, I'm fine. If it's within the hour, then I'm upset. Then I'm upset. Like, cause y'all already knew. Like, what took so long?
Man,
But I'm also trying. I know this doesn't. It is 6:00 Eastern time. You know what I mean? So I do try to like keep that stuff in mind. By the time we sign off, it's 7:00 Eastern time. What are we really doing? I'm not sure. It's not like guys say, "Hey, we'll see you Monday." Like I'm headed to the Poconos.
Michael Bridges was probably like 10:00 Eastern.
Yeah, that's a shoot. Yep.
And then we'll go Central Time. Then Houston did everything started doing everything they could.
Still,
they thought they had a chance.
Still don't understand why Kevin Durant was referenced that night, but sure enough, he was. Let me ask everyone something. Obviously, both of you. Do you trust Monty McNair?
Yes.
Trust them to try.
Okay.
There's been a lot of Kuzmas and Levines and Cam Johnsons and whatever you want to throw up before. Like, I trust them to try and be active, but I don't know if they get it done.
There's only been, I don't want to say there's only been. We're kind of talking about one season where he didn't get it done this past season.
We're throwing out the first one.
Throwing out the first one.
That's fair. That's fine. He had the job for 6 minutes and had to go sign Glenn Robinson.
He got the Sabonis deal done. He got the Herter deal done.
Mm-hmm.
You know, he helped.
Well, he got Malik.
He got Malik. I was just thinking trades, but yes,
yeah.
Signing a free.
Well, Herter was a trade. You're right. Sorry, Herter was a trade. Yeah,
so,
but that was a off-season trade. That wasn't a trade deadline trade. That was an off-season trade. Yeah. Yep.
I don't know how much it is to do like with Monty too, or the fact that like they missed playoffs and all their picks got tied up. Because I'm not sure like how much value right now the 2027 pick has. Like maybe Washington loves it or whatever. But
we just saw someone traded for the 2031.
Yeah, but like it's like circumstance. Like maybe Washington loves that pick or whatever. Like the Spurs probably needed to cut salary or whatever. I don't know why they did that deal, but
Washington said, "Give me that joint in 2031," or whoever who got. Oh, Pop got it. Yeah, Pop got it. Yeah, Pop got it. The memes were pretty funny. They had Pop scouting like 6-year-olds. It was funny.
Yeah, I think just go back to it. This is just my feeling. It's just how I feel. Just the vibes I'm getting. He's got probably like 2 or 3 deals on the table that he's very confident he can get done. And they're just trying to figure out which direction they want to go. Not saying they're a done deal. The deals can be pulled off the table at any moment. You know how things go. But I think he's looking at least 2, probably 3 scenarios he can go with.
And correct me if I'm wrong.
Figure it out.
That line of thinking comes from this paragraph from Jake Fisher. One team to monitor for Ingram would be Sacramento. The Kings have been weighing paths to acquire various wings, sources said, from Kyle Kuzma to Zach LaVine, and Ingram could be another option for Sacramento to explore, sources said. The Kings have veteran wings, Harrison Barnes and Kevin Huerter, whom Sacramento placed on the trade market last deadline, and their 2 salaries combined for almost a perfect match to meet Ingram's $36 million expiring number for the 24-25 season.
Once again, I could be 100% wrong. I could be just too optimistic or whatever. But isn't that a pretty specific wording right there? Weighing paths.
No.
To me, it just sounds like they're exploring avenues for different trades and all that.
Really
hung
up on that.
Exploring ways.
It's all the same stuff.
It's the same thing.
Yeah, it's all the same thing.
No, weighing means you've got things in front of you.
I don't think that's what it means.
He didn't say there's weighing his options, like he's weighing his path. Obviously, like Monty's supposed to walk that path.
Can I also
point into this?
Can I also
you have a path. You're at the road where you can go this way, this way, this way, this way. You have all this stuff in front of you.
It doesn't mean those roads can't dead end.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like I think he's working towards it, but I don't think
you could be walking.
I don't think like there's 3 trades. And it's like, all right, fellas, what are we doing? I don't think it's that.
You could be You could take a path and be walking to nowhere.
Yeah,
it could be. I don't know. That's pretty specific.
Hey, well, dog, do something then.
Yeah, pick one today.
Yeah, like,
right now.
Like
Fine,
what don't you know yet?
So
not you.
No,
but
so,
like what don't you know yet?
This could be the case. Like we talked about. You've got LaVine in your back pocket. You've got that
for now.
Yeah, but you're pretty confident you're not losing that. Who's coming? Like you're bidding against yourself. There's nobody else there. You have that in your back pocket. You had some really extensive talks with Kuzma. You guys were right there, or excuse me, with the Washington Wizards. You were right there. Draft came and went. Who knows if the 13 was even part of the deal? It's like, let's reconvene after the draft. Reconvene. Then, this Ingram stuff is like you're trying to figure out which way you really want to like get after it in. You've got some ways that you can go. And I think Monty is confident that if he really like hones in on a deal, he can close one of them down.
I see that Monty's way in this path the same way like whoever else is interested in like Cam Johnson, those guys are. I don't think like they have anything set or anything. I think they're just negotiating maybe at this point. Well, I don't think like he's close.
But the other reason I feel that way too is I also think like the every move this week has been pretty specific. It feels like.
I got the AI chat.
Oh man, these guys.
I'm sorry.
It's got. Let me guess. They They talking about Kid and Play.
No.
Oh.
No. This is this screenshot too in the Discord is crazy. The chat is about a live TV personality named Kim, who is currently intoxicated.
Oh no! Oh, wait a minute.
Who is currently intoxicated and stumbling during a live taping of the show. The chat is expressing amusement and concern over her behavior, with many urging her to change her shirt and sober up.
Bro, this is
That
an
is
Office episode about
ridiculous.
Meredith, bro.
That is ridiculous. Let Kim live.
Oh, that's amazing. Oh, that is incredible. Oh, AI. That is amazing. I point something else out. This caught my attention earlier when we were looking at this line from Jake Fisher. But I didn't pursue the research until now. The Kings have veteran wings Harrison Barnes, Kevin Huerter, blah, 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 blah. Their two salaries combined for almost a perfect match to meet Ingram's $36 million expiring next year. He's right. Okay, am I? The rules have changed, so if I'm wrong, like, help me out. It doesn't have to match perfectly.
I think it's like within a certain percentage.
Right, because
like
I'm
70-80%. I
think it's 80%.
Yeah.
So I was going back to something you brought up earlier, where we were trying to come up with a way for the Kings to land, especially if it's Ingram, for the Kings to land multiple players, particularly like Cam Johnson. That way you have a little, it's not the cushiest pillow if Brandon Ingram leaves, but it doesn't catch you completely off guard if Brandon Ingram winds up not re-signing. And part of that would be kind of how you navigate your remaining tradable assets. And it's important to point out, while Jake Fisher is 100% accurate in that the contracts do match up, they don't have to match up perfectly. And that's just the quirk in the collective bargaining agreement. They need to reach a certain percentage, but it doesn't have to be 36 for 36 in this scenario. I think there are scenarios where it does. And I think that's more of like apron teams, maybe second apron team. I think there's scenarios where it has to match dollar for dollar, but the Kings nor the Pelicans and the Pelicans wouldn't be in that situation, or rephrase that. The Kings wouldn't be in that situation. They're not even approaching those types of numbers.
Right.
Do you think the Kings need to get a third team involved in like the Brandon Ingram stuff? Because why would the Pelicans take Barnes and Huerter and picks?
Well, okay. I don't mean to be. Why would anybody?
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, you're gonna need to get a third team involved.
So let's
That's
also
kind of just why I'm just not sure anything happens.
I don't know who needs. Hey, I don't know who goes. Hey, I need a really solid wing, good locker, or a really solid wing locker room guy who will play 82 games. I don't know if those discussions are had. Let's not, like, Huerter doesn't suck, like, at all.
I don't think he sucks. I'm not saying that, but like, if you're the Pelicans, you're looking to win now. I'm assuming if you trade Brandon Ingram, like, you're looking for maybe like a Darius Garland type. I think if you trade for Huerter and Barnes, you get worse.
Huerter. So there's a couple things going on. Number one, Huerter would be your starting shooting guard if you're the Pelicans. CJ McCollum started the point. The other thing about this that brings Brandon Ingram and the Pelicans back down to earth is you have to find somebody that's willing to take a chance that they might lose Brandon Ingram. And the Cavs may not be willing. If Garland and Jared Allen are available, they may be able to get somebody with a larger contract, with years on the contract. If Brandon Ingram is talking to Cleveland, and they're not supposed to, but if there's conversation,
And they would never.
If there's conversation somehow going on where they're like, hey man, we might be able to explore this trade. What do you think about re-signing with us? If we can get you. I don't know. Maybe. We'll see. I want to play the year out. I don't know if they give up Garland and Jared Allen for a maybe.
Yeah, for sure.
So they may be able to get like, and this the whole point, like
especially Garland, because you talk about biggest assets, their biggest piece. That's their biggest piece.
You could get somebody that's already locked in.
Mm-hmm.
You could get Kyle Kuzma maybe or something like that in that situation, potentially. A guy like that. So, like, why would they want Barnes or Herter or something like that in picks? Is because the market may not be as strong as they anticipated. There's already
the picks are probably the most important part.
There's and that's aside from there are questions about Brandon Ingram.
Mm-hmm.
Like some of them don't look at him. Some teams don't look at him as the type of guy that's gonna get paid what he wants to get paid.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I don't know, bro. He's nice, he's cool, but I don't know. And the Kings may be the one team, desperate may not be the word, but that might be the team that is willing to take a chance on the 1 year and give you something that could help you. Like, who do you think is in the market for, like, well, Fisher, he had those teams, and that doesn't mean it's set in stone or he's 100% correct. For Brandon Ingram. It was Sacramento, Atlanta, Cleveland, and Philly.
Okay, yeah.
Philly has nothing to give you back.
Right.
If you're in New Orleans.
I don't even know how that. I don't understand how that happens.
In Atlanta, Dejounte Murray, maybe that works.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe that works. Clint Capella.
But does that work? Like, yeah, that works in the trade machine. Does that is that what New Orleans is looking for?
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, I think I was thinking more so just personnel wise. Like he'd be your starting shooting guard, gives you some defense. That works. That works, maybe. You know, yeah. But those 4 teams, you got to weigh out who's really also thirsty enough to give a better trade proposal without any guarantee of him re-signing.
And you could get the Siakam Pacers wink wink.
Mm-hmm. Could.
It might not be to Sacramento.
Right.
It could be to Atlanta. It could be to Cleveland. They're given the concerns about Brandon Ingram, it's not impossible. All 4 of these teams attempt to execute a trade for Brandon Ingram with the idea of just getting him there.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And let's kind of see how the year goes, pal. And I think what I would be interested in finding out is if the idea of trading for Brandon Ingram without all of them being interested in trading for Brandon Ingram without a contract extension, if that lowers his value. Because if you're the Pelicans and you're having conversations with the Hawks, and the Hawks are like, we don't really need a guarantee. We're trying to get something done this year. There's a scenario we'd absolutely love to have Brandon Ingram here for the next 4 years, 5 years, 7 years. We just want to get him in here and see how this works. Philly says the same thing. Sacramento says the same thing. Doesn't that lower his trade value a little bit? Because no one's doing the part of the reasons the Pacers offer for the Siakam was so big was because they knew they had him for 4 years.
Mm-hmm.
And that was their and credit to them. That was their move.
Yeah.
They were like, we're going to get Tyrese's running mate.
Right.
And now we have the 2 pillars of our franchise, and we're working everything we're doing now. We're working from there. And they knew that going in.
Let me ask you a question. Does it benefit Brandon Ingram to tell anybody that he would resign there? I'm just asking. Like, what are the pluses for that? Maybe
does
if
it
it's
benefit
a place that you want to go, you could say, "Look, I want to come here. I will. We have the week and wink. Like, just do the deal because I'll be here."
Does it benefit him to do that? Is that what you're?
Yeah.
Only if like he wants to play there.
Right. And
it probably benefits the Pelicans more than anyone else.
And if he's got 4 places right now, let's just go by the report. I don't know how true. I'm just saying, if he's got 4 places that he's not crazy.
Watch the Warriors swoop in. Chris Paul for Brandon Ingram. All right, dude.
If he's got 4 places that he's not like crazy about re-signing to, why would he tell any of them that? Yeah, for sure, I'll resign. And then they're all dealing with the whole possibility of
I don't
trade
know
for
that.
him. I don't know if he's going to stay or not.
Yeah, I don't know that does anything for him. I think the only people that helps is the Pelicans, because the Pelicans can say you're not trading for a guy for a year. You're trading for a guy for 4 or 5 or whatever you guys are going to work out. But you're trading for, if you're Atlanta, you're trading for Trae Young's running mate moving forward.
And I only bring that up because he could just be like, I don't hate Sacramento, but I'm about to be a free agent. I probably want to. Why close off my options? Technically, you're not, but usually if they give you the wink, wink, they don't go back on them, both sides.
And then there's also the money talks thing. Like, hey, pal, that's cool. You want to enter free agency? It's fine. No one can offer you what we can, though. And if I'm money, I'm selling them. You're going to win here, and no one can pay you like we can. So yeah, if that's what you want to do you.
Greg, the Monk Tabbers in the Matthews Mattress Chatty House says, D-Lo, KC, if B.I. comes here, what do you think it would take to keep him? Winning and money. That's it. Yeah. And if you're talking about money, it probably would be, what would you say, $40 million a year?
Yeah.
Like if they made the playoffs, he's like that dude.
Yeah.
And
You're flirting with max money. Yeah. You're in. Maybe it's not exactly max dollars, but you're definitely. You could smell the perfume on the max dollars. Like you're close enough to, for it to be in sight. Absolutely.
Yeah.
And then with the scenario you laid out, and he played 72, 3, 4, 5 games. Yeah. Absolutely. And this is one of those things too, where you just this is probably going to be a huge year for Brandon Ingram. I don't know why it happens like this, but it happens a lot where these dudes go into the final year of their contracts. It happens across sports. We see it all the time. I wouldn't be shocked at all if Brandon Ingram had a monster year, regardless of where he's playing. But you can also have situations that go south.
Yeah.
I'm extremely critical of James Harden, and I criticize him for, the way he conducts himself on a team. But I don't think it was working on Philadelphia. Like you could in theory. Oh, Trae Young and Brandon Ingram together. Yeah, okay, Atlanta, you getting past the Knicks, getting past the Celtics. Those are questions you ask too. You put Brandon Ingram on the Sacramento Kings. Can you fight with the Denver Nuggets? Because I don't know that anyone is sold on. No one's going, boy, you really got to fight through Dallas this year in the West. No one's doing that. They're still using Denver. That's not fair to Dallas, but it's the truth.
It is what it is.
They're looking at Denver. They're looking at OKC, and they're looking at Minnesota. They're glossing right past Dallas. Can you compete with those three? And you're better off, like if you're Brandon Ingram and your objective, and it might not be, but if your objective is to win, of the teams that have been mentioned in this equation, your best shot to win is with Sacramento in the Western Conference.
I agree.
And if I'm Philadelphia, or if I'm looking at Philadelphia, I need you to fill out your roster, Daryl. I need to know what me, Tyrese and Joel is interesting, but like, are you surrounding me with two-way guys? What else we got?
Because going after that.
Yeah, we just saw Phoenix do that, dude.
It didn't work.
We just saw Phoenix do that, and they didn't play in the same conference as New York and Boston. I ain't doing that. Oh, man.
Yeah.
And Joe a little bit older now, too. You're going to have to fill out this roster, dog. And Atlanta's laughable to me.
Atlanta has a lot of talented players.
Is that a talented team? Not talented players. Is that a talented team? Nah, you thinking too long, man. That team's not good. That team's not good, KC.
I don't think they're very good, but I mean, if I was playing devil's advocate, I'd be like, they got to the same exact point as one game behind where the Kings got last year. In a weaker conference, but it is what it is.
Yeah. They stink. That team's not good. I don't care where they got last year. That team got to the Eastern Conference Finals, and they weren't good.
Well, I mean, yeah.
You crapped all over Dallas for getting there, and that was fair.
Yeah.
Crap all over Atlanta. They weren't good. And I don't know that I want to play with Trae Young either. I'm a hater. I hate the way that you walk, the way that you talk. I don't like that team.
Maybe you're not playing with Trae Young.
Then don't send me to Atlanta.
DeJounte's your point guard. You and DeJounte.
Well, what are we gonna do then? Okay,
With
yeah.
Jalen
So you all right, Bi. Good luck, bro. You're signing up to go to the play-in at best. Do that.
I mean, I think
if you're going west, if you're going east, excuse me, your better bet is Philadelphia, but you better push that dude to fill out that roster first. If your objective is to win, it's Sacramento. You got a better shot with DeMontis Sabonis, De'Aaron Fox, Malik Monk, and Keegan Murray than you do any combination of guys on any of those other teams.
Cleveland?
Well, that one's different. That one's a little bit different. So, but okay, well, let's do it though. So Darius is obvious.
Yeah, and I'll just, for sake of argument, I'll just say one of them. I won't say Darius and Jared Allen because I maybe that's asking too much. But Darius is gone. You're now you got Donovan.
So let's try this.
Mm-hmm.
They better than the Bucks.
Potentially, yeah.
I think
I
so
like
too.
the Bucks. I like
so
the Bucks
too.
more than most people, though. I still think a healthy.
So this
Bucks,
high praise then.
Yeah, I think a healthy Bucks team is probably the second or third best team in the East.
But I just asked you if Cleveland was better in this situation.
Yeah. I'll just for sake of argument, I'll say yes.
But do you believe that?
I think they're even. I think they're even.
Fair enough. Yeah. That's fine. Pacers?
Yeah.
Better than the Pacers. Mm-hmm. Knicks?
No.
And then they're not better than the Celtics.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. That's not bad company then. Like I'd roll the dice on that. I roll the dice on that.
Get you
if I'm Brandon Ingram, I'd roll
get you a
dice
chance to get to the conference finals.
Of course, I do it after Donovan Mitchell signed his 4-year, $200 million contract extension.
How does that work out too? Like for Cleveland to even be considering that, if you get BI, you got to think that you're going to try and keep him. He's going to get a lot of money, and Evan Mobley is lurking around too.
So this is probably one of those things where, like, the order in which you send stuff to the league matters. Like you might have to, like, you can announce the Donovan Mitchell signing and it's not done yet, and then acquire, Brandon Ingram, whatever, is not done yet.
Well, it still wouldn't. I'm thinking about after, because like you're trying to sign Brandon Ingram to a deal, you would get him thinking that you're signing him to a deal. So after next year is over, you're signing him to a $200 million deal.
Yeah, you're going for it.
And then
that's pretty much what you have to do at this point, though. It's what the Knicks. It's what all you have to go for it, and you have a window within that second apron to where, I mean, maybe 2 years where you either win or you make some excruciating decisions. And it's not, the era of Joe Lacob just going, well, I'm just going to keep paying for it. It's probably over because I don't even know that Steve Ballmer would want to pay for this.
Especially if you're not a championship team.
Well, it's not just exactly. And it's not just the price tag, it's the restrictions. Like you can't sign in the, I know the Warriors pitched a fit. We couldn't sign Dante DiVincenzo. They took our mid-level away. Like, all right, dog. Like, okay. But but in, salute to Dante, and in fairness to Warriors fans, like that was true. Like you lost the ability to do that. And that's what all of these teams are going to face when they make that move. That move is now, look, you've got a window to win a championship, and you get out.
I wonder why they agreed to that. That seems like a lot, as far as like just making it. Like
I think it's because
that you can keep a team together 5-6 years.
Because I think more teams than not can't afford to do that. Like they can't afford to go on 6-year runs where they're paying these absurd luxury tax bills. Right. And there are more teams than, I think most teams don't want to pay the luxury tax, period. But now you've got teams going $20 million, $30 million over the luxury tax, and you instill penalties for them. Well, the penalties didn't exactly work. It didn't deter many. It deterred some to a degree, but you could still, hey, man, I know it's costing us $300 million for this team. We could get Dante DiVincenzo. We could, he gets the not the mid-level, but the one that's like right below that. And that's $5 million. I know it costs us like $25 million, but damn it, that could be the difference between a championship. They're going to do it 10 times out of 10, but not every organization can do that. And when the math of the owners works out, there's more, and I'm being a bit generous with this phrase, have-nots than haves. And I think it levels the playing field a little bit, I guess. Like, because willing to spend, like, yeah, if you're not spending up to the luxury tax and you're trying to compete, maybe not going a little bit over, like, yeah, every fan base has the right to complain. Right. Paying $30 million on a $5 million contract, yeah, like at some point as a business owner, you got to draw a line.
Right.
That's a bad investment.
Right.
And that's the new collective bargaining agreement.
They and what I do like about it, I don't like I'm not a fan like the NFL's hard cap or anything like this. It does say, like, if you want to, you can pay whatever you want to keep a team together or to put a team together. It's just going to cost you a lot, but
unless you're the Dodgers, then you can just magically defer money till 20 years down the line.
Money guy,
apparently
Nico's the relationship guy. They got a money guy. Man,
still incredible that that's legal.
And he just keeps hitting home runs every single day. Every day. Did you see the ball boy who saved his life?
I did. Yo, that was wild. That was crazy.
That was just nonchalant.
Yeah, that was crazy. We'll come back. We'll close out this day. We'll close out this week. And we'll stare at our phones begging for something to happen for another 30 minutes.
Do something.
D'Lo and KC. Brought to you by Sky River Casino, where the humidor is open now. Over 100 different types of whiskeys, 100 different type of cigar styles. If you don't know what type of cigar you like, no worries. They have someone there who can walk you through the process. As a matter of fact, our experience at the humidor was so fantastic. The first time I went home to try to smoke a cigar that I had picked out myself wandering around a cigar store, it was crap. And I wound up putting it out and not even finishing it. This is a great place to learn what your style is. It's the humidor. It's inside Sky River Casino. Go check it out. And we'll come back with more on ESPN 1320.
Home stretch.
It's gonna hurt, Zay. Yeah, it's gonna be in my feelings. Oh, no. Because if that's the case, I'm gonna be Reese's agent, and we ain't deferring no money. We ain't deferring a penny.
I ain't gonna wear no Dodgers hat though.
My man Reese gonna be the first athlete in history to get all of his money in a signing bonus. Reese is gonna sign a $500 million contract, and they're gonna have to cut the check that day.
Look, I'm gonna be cheering him on in a blue hat like Rob Lowe.
MLB.
We definitely appreciate you, David, by the way. But yeah, man, he had a good all-star season, man. Good stuff. Get out of the way, little scrub.
Baker, my boy. Oh, goodness gracious.
Baker cooked them boys.
Is that all it was? Just nothing about nothing? Yeah. You definitely don't. Jesse, go work the room. Fucking no. Jesse's like, I don't know how. No.
That's work life. That's office life. That's what did he call it? What did my man call it? What's the shindig? What's the scuttlebutt?
Oh God. The scuttlebutt. Your boy. The scuttlebutt around the office.
You guys hearing around the halls.
What are you in the halls? That's what it was.
What do you mean? What am I hearing, man? You're my boss.
Oh, that was tough. That was tough when there had been some firings in the office, and he was like, "Hey guys, I think there might be some changes coming." Meanwhile, that email had gone out like 5 days ago.
Shit, huh?
Oh, that was a tough time. That was a tough time.
No, Filthy McNasty. I would not. I would not get his Dodgers jersey. I'd wear his college jersey or
Wow.
his high
Come
school
on,
jersey.
man. That's a lie. You're lying. You're lying. You'd wear Dodger gear. Stop it. You'd be the biggest Dodger fan in history.
Well, settle down.
Yes, you would. You'd have a Dodger. You'd have a Dodger.
Hey.
You'd have a Dodger. Remember how the Rougeos used to carry those little American flags around? That'd be KC with the little Dodger flag.
You know what I do? I mean, I know you're the agent. I know it's your job.
Yep.
But I would instruct you to do a Rich Paul. Do Dodger. I would do it reverse. Dodgers do not draft him.
He's going to Australia.
Australia. Anybody else can draft him. Dodgers do not draft him.
Yeah, KC, unfortunately, they're offering him $400 million. He's going to the Dodgers.
I'll take the $20 million to go to the Cubs.
Sorry, buddy. Reese is an adult. He's going to the First of all, I'm the agent. He's not taking $20 million. He's taking the $400. He's going to wear Dodger blue. As a matter of fact, I negotiated an LA tattoo on your arm, so you're getting that too, buddy.
Nope, we'll take the $400,000 and go to the Rays.
And you're also the official spokesperson for Randy's Donuts.
That's not a bad thing. That's not a bad thing.
So get out there under the donut, take your picture. Yeah, I mean, Allison's right. Dodger blue is nice.
Real's got the same blue. It's fine.
I forced a trade for my client before. I'll do it again.
It'd be pretty sweet if Reese was able to get the Dodgers World Series after fighting for like 30 years.
Oh, man.
Like no longer. We don't talk about the summer ball tournament anymore, guys. Reese got us one.
Yeah. Oh, man, it would hurt so bad, too, when they beat the Dodgers in the NLCS or beat the Giants in the NLCS. Oh, that'd be painful. Ooh.
Reese is the walk-off in Game 7. That was for you, Dad.
Casey, like.
No, wherever he goes, if he ever went anywhere, it'd be all good.
He's going to be a two-sport athlete, though. He's going to pay for the Dodgers and the Rams.
I just want him to play high school. That's all. We'll start there. Play whatever he wants, basketball or baseball. I don't want him to stop playing baseball. I stopped playing baseball, and that wasn't the best decision I could have made, even though I was really good at basketball.
We just booked Reese's whole life. He doesn't even know it.
We're not the only ones. Ryan has booked his life as well.
Oh, I believe that. He
Ryan,
might want to listen.
No, you're
to Ryan.
doing this, Reese.
I'm starting to think it's me. Like Kennedy was looking at me kind of crazy at the draft party.
I mean, it's just babies.
Is that what babies do? Do babies look at everybody crazy?
They're trying to figure it out.
Ryan looks at me like she wants to fight.
Well,
Kennedy looked at me like she was confused. And I was just like, maybe it's not the baby. Maybe it's me.
No, I mean, well,
they know I'm scared of
Ryan,
them.
It definitely wasn't you. You just got to catch her at the right time. She'll look at anybody.
I did not catch her at the right time.
What you wanted to get out the seat.
I was like, hey.
She was upset.
Like, hey, Ryan. And I bent down and she was like, if you don't get your punk ass away from me, I will.
She said, are you getting me out of the stroller? If not, get out of my face.
No, well, that's pretty much what it was. There were strong get out of my face vibes from Ryan that day. So I did as I was instructed to do, and I got out of her face.
She's done that to me as well. It happens. Kennedy was a nice baby.
Oh, Kennedy, yeah, she just looked at me like
I mean, Ryan's a nice baby too, but I'm just saying Kennedy is a nice baby.
I was like, hey, remember me? You were trying to throw up on me right before our live show.
Once again, are you getting me out of the stroller?
No.
If not, point me in the direction of somebody who is.
I don't think there's anyone here who's going to help you. Grandma's worried about the fight. Your mom's really hot. I don't know. I don't even know where your dad is. We went to get some lemonade and your dad just disappeared. I don't know what to tell you.
Oh man. Yeah, man. Look, I think Monty's cooking, like Bonte said. I think Monty's
Bonte did say that to us.
think
He sent
Monty's
us a text. Yeah, he said
he's trying to figure some stuff out right now. Monty, if you're listening, Wes, if you're listening.
Oh, they listening.
We know. We know. We see you. We see you working. We see you working. I think we
don't see you working, but we think that you are.
Right. We hope you're.
I will once again quote the text from our source, strong source for D'Lo and KC. It was sent at 11:25 this morning on our way into the office. And I quote, crickets.
Did you respond yet?
I did.
Oh, damn. Because we still have that in our back pocket. You can send him like that little emoji. Because then maybe he might have heard something. I mean, if he heard something, he would have told you, though, too. He or she. I don't know who it is.
It's a good save.
We'll call them the powers that be.
The powers that the higher power.
Yeah.
Higher power. Oh, did you? This is random. Because I saw there was an anniversary on Raw. I scrolled by not to see. It was
anniversary. I think we're in Hell in a Cell territory here, aren't we?
This was on Raw.
Oh.
It was
So then it would be
it was like a fact, something with Mr. McMahon. Or redacted.
Tyson bit Holyfield's ear on 17 years ago today.
I did see that. That was
wow. Wait, how many years?
17.
No. It was
that can't,
not right?
No, that can't be right.
20, so that's a chatty house.
Yeah, that can't be
That's
right.
a chatty house.
What was it on today though? Maybe just the number was wrong. Okay, then I maybe just read the wrong number wrong.
I think it was probably
Holyfield
20,
versus
probably 30.
Holyfield versus
27 or
Tyson 2.
Maybe it was 27 though.
January 28th, 1997.
Yeah, 27, not 17.
Man, we talk about this. You want to talk about
Mike Tyson has the ultimate face turn, right? As far as just anyone in life.
Yes. Yes. Like that.
Because they love that guy now.
That man served time.
Yeah. No. Yeah.
Or
yes.
Serious.
Yes. Right. Yeah.
And
now it's just Mike's great.
Love Mike. They love Mike. Which
is this right? The purse for that fight was $35 million for Evander Holyfield and 30 for Mike. Now, I don't know what happened after.
Yeah.
But $35 million.
That sounds about right.
If y'all wonder why we think Dana White is just ass, in 1997, that was the purse for Evander Holyfield and Mike Tyson.
That sounds about right. I wonder, is that
but keep fighting for that $500,000 bonus.
Is that the purse or is that what they walked away with?
It's
hard
under the
sometimes.
tail of the tape. It says purse.
Because it's like one of those things where they'll go into the fight like you're guaranteed 15, but if the pay-per-view sales are X, then you could get up to 25 million.
I'm literally reading the line that says purse. So I'm not sure.
That's still like a crazy amount, though. That is a crazy amount.
Mike Tyson was fined $3 million.
What do you think UFC fighters were going to at that time?
$650 and some jawbreakers.
That's what they're getting this weekend for 303. UFC 303, just getting whatever.
I wonder if
we all know the OJ chase is like the one that everybody, if it would happen today, Twitter would go crazy. If that happened today, Mike Tyson Mike Tyson at that time was probably the 97, the most famous athlete in the world. Jordan was still around.
Like top 5.
It was him and Jordan. Tiger was Tiger around? Tiger
No, not yet.
Tiger was 98 or so, wasn't he? He was before 2000.
Yeah, but Tiger wasn't like on the scene like that in 97.
Not
was
like
he?
that, but I remember. I mean, Tiger had LeBron rookie year, like
Yeah,
hype
but
coming
like
out of Stanford. Didn't he get the Nike deal coming out of Stanford? You got it crazy.
Look, man, I'm not an encyclopedia, dude.
Yes, you are.
Well, for wrestling, maybe. Tiger's first Masters was 97. I guess it'd be right there. I don't know that I'd rank him above Tyson.
Tyson was top 5 most famous athlete.
Yeah,
at the
absolutely.
Time. Probably
absolutely.
top 3.
Absolutely.
And he bit a guy's ear off.
Yes, he did.
Wow.
Were wrestlers ever as popular as those athletes back then in the 90s?
Hulk Hogan for sure.
Hogan,
and,
yeah.
And Stone Cold.
I got it. Yeah, it is Hell in a Cell today. Sorry, I just changed the subject completely. I was like, wait a minute, we're in Hell in a Cell period. Yep, Mick Foley took a dive off of Hell in a Cell, and people always forget Kane beat Stone Cold Steve Austin later that night.
I definitely forgot.
In a first blood match where if Kane lost, he was going to be set on fire. So it was a first blood match where Austin was fighting a guy who was completely covered from head to toe. And if that guy who was completely covered from head to toe managed to bleed somehow, Steve Austin got to set him on fire. I don't know why people don't like wrestling.
Set him on fire.
Poor Kane won a championship. He won his first WWE championship on the night Mick Foley got thrown off the Hell in a Cell.
There it is. 26 years ago today. I'm on our favorite website, 90s WWE, or Twitter handle, 90s WWE. Oh,
Atlanta is trading Atlanta is trading Dejounte Murray to the New Orleans Pelicans. Wow, as reported by KC 45 minutes ago. Wow. Who's your source?
It has to be for Brandon Ingram.
Yeah.
It's funny. Shams and Woj have identical tweets. It's not. Why would Brandon Ingram's name not be included? It's not Ingram. It can't be Ingram. Ingram's name wasn't included. Well, you just neglected to throw Brandon Ingram's name in here.
That's what's giving me pause.
Well, they didn't throw Jalen McDaniels' name in the tweet yesterday.
Well, that's not the same, Jesse. That is not the same.
I'm trying, man.
Dejounte Murray is headed to the New Orleans Pelicans, and now we got to sit here like a couple of jackasses holding on to this phone, waiting for the second part of the tweet to come in.
Who do we think it's for?
It can't be Brandon Ingram.
Why not?
Because Brandon Ingram is like the headliner of the trade.
Herb.
Well, then what are you sending? Herb Jones?
Could it be Herb Jones? Somebody tweet something. For
This is
God's
dumb.
sake.
Like Shams and Woj have to know like
This
who's
is
going where. Like
ridiculous.
really, oh yeah, we're trading Dejounte Murray to the Pelicans, and
Like,
that's it.
It's one thing to do this with Jalen yesterday. Like, come on, man. The New Orleans Pelicans are one of the teams like everybody's talking about. Tweet something.
It has to be Brandon Ingram.
It can't be Brandon Ingram.
I understand, but it has to be.
So did someone at the Hawks just text these guys and go, "Hey guys, we're trading Dejounte Murray," and then cut? Just left like, "I'll see you."
I'm trying to think of any other play. Like
Pelicans are moving, for God's sakes. It's Larry Nance Jr. and 2 first-round picks. The Pelicans are sending Larry Nance Jr. and 2 first-round picks to the Hawks for Dejounte Murray. Now I ask you, is Brandon Ingram even being traded? Dejounte,
I think
B.I., and Zion.
Yeah, because they don't want to pay him. I don't think.
Yeah,
that's all it comes down to.
Money.
And that is very cheap for Dejounte Murray. Let me say that.
That is very cheap.
Gosh.
Larry Nance. I mean, that is. I'm not gonna say it. I mean, that's
I'm not sure what value in the NBA
That's Herder
is.
and Barnes.
Yeah, honestly.
Herder and Barnes. Dejounte
Herder and
Murray.
Barnes is better than Larry Nance, though.
It is. It's
Larry Nance Jr. and 2 first-round picks are headed to the Hawks in exchange for Dejounte Murray. Not the trade involving the Pelicans that we were waiting for nor expecting. The Pelicans are sending a 2025 first-round pick via the Lakers, and the least favorable pick between them and the one that they have of Milwaukee's. Larry Nance Jr. and Woodrow and more for Dejounte Murray.
Okay.
Dyson Daniels is also going to Atlanta. Now it's starting to even out a little bit. Larry Nance Jr. and Dyson Daniels are headed to Atlanta. Dejounte Murray is headed to the New Orleans Pelicans. The KSFM show is canceled. We are just sitting here all day reading tweets.
What does that mean for Trae Young? Is he still getting traded, you guys think?
No, I think he stays.
I never thought Trae was getting traded.
Really?
I think he stays in Atlanta.
No.
I think he stays in Atlanta. And I think Atlanta's got a lot of salary they're trying to share.
If Woj or Shams had any balls whatsoever, they'd announce another trade involving the New Orleans Pelicans right now.
Do you think so? Okay, let's play this game. Let's talk about it. Do you think it's more or less likely that BI stays with the Pelicans?
I thought it was less likely.
I feel like it's the same. I don't think Dejounte is keeping him there, like forcing him out or anything like that. Like they don't want to pay him. I think, like I said, is what it comes down to.
The other thing about that, which look, it may not really matter that much, but another part of moving on from Brandon Ingram is Trey Murphy. You want to pay him, and where is he playing? On like if BI stays, if you're like, yo, Trey Murphy, because you've got now CJ, the Dejounte, BI, Zion, the center spot is open.
Okay. Wait a minute then. Okay, we might be burying the lead here. Well, obviously the lead is Brandon. You both think Ingram is still likely to be traded.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Doesn't this take the Hawks off the table?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Atlanta's out.
So at least based on Fisher's report, which take it for a grain of salt, but it's what we're working with right
Takes
now.
Cleveland off the table too, to be honest.
Which
because of the
Dejounte
because
Murray's
of the
in New
return.
Orleans, you're not getting Darius
yeah, because
Garland
of the
now.
return. Well, Brandon
We
Ingram
did
is
it.
coming to
We
Sacramento.
did it. We'll see you Monday, folks.
It's the only
all along.
It's
I'm
the
telling you, Monty's been cooking.
It's the only possible explanation.
He's been cooking.
We did it.
Bro, I need that to happen right now.
Yeah, seriously, Monty. We got like 8 minutes till we got to get out of here.
I swear
Come
to
on,
God,
Monty.
if Monte
Come
trades
on.
him when we go to 102.5, I will never speak to that man as long as I live.
Just gonna walk by him at the beginning of games.
And making noise. Shannon gonna come up and say, "Hey, you want to talk to Monty today?" No, absolutely not.
Oh man, it's starting to cook. It's starting to cook in the NBA. I'm hyped.
Yeah, that's a good call though from Jesse. There's a lot of ramifications for this deal that surround the rumors that we talked about earlier. It feels like Cleveland is out of this conversation. Unless they just, because you said earlier, oh, maybe you don't do Darius and Jared. So maybe you just did Jared Allen at this point. And whatever else.
And that would make a lot of sense for New Orleans. After the, if New Orleans trades BI to Cleveland and they just get Jared Allen in return, New Orleans is cooking up something, boy. And now you got Jared Allen to go with Zion, Trey Murphy, Dejounte, and CJ. You still got Herb coming off the bench. You got Alvarado coming off the bench. You got I forgot the young rookie that I like that they have that shoots the ball real well. He's the future at the shooting guard position. Hawkins.
If you do trade for Allen, though, you'll have to pay him too.
True. Well, is he? I thought he kind of just got paid. I think he's in the middle of his deal.
He's got 2 more years left, this year and next year, and then he's done.
Okay.
He's at $20 million per.
That's the last trade of the day. That's
all right. Let's go home, everyone.
That's it. That's the last trade of the day. We'll see what happens tomorrow with Paul George, with D'Lo.
No, I sure hope you're not getting traded.
Well, y'all called me Marcus Smart last week, so I'm getting traded, and y'all gonna win a championship.
Gotta say, it's nice though. We don't have to worry about Malik Monk going into this weekend.
Oh man, talk about it. Yeah. Holy crap, that's the truth. That is the absolute truth.
Ooh.
Got to worry about everything else.
Yeah, no, yeah.
But not that. Yeah, don't have to worry about that.
Speaking of money, you got 5 more minutes to break something.
Yeah, I think Monty got a really good idea about what's going on, man.
Has there been anyone else in on Brandon Ingram besides like the teams we named, like the Cavs, the Hawks? Like obviously the Kings have been in there. Was there any other teams usually, or not usually, but just been mentioned?
You, the trade spots are kind of filling up to a certain degree. I mean, you think about who would be in the market of like really trading. Like you think maybe an OKC. I don't think Chicago would. I don't think San Antonio would. Maybe San Antonio. I don't know. Dallas, I don't think so. Well, maybe Dallas. Because we talked about the money that they have.
Mm-hmm.
Houston may be looking to do something, but I don't think any of those teams are looking for a BI type.
Dallas
maybe
should probably go get that my brother from New York.
Julius?
No, Isaiah.
Hartenstein.
Oh, Hartenstein.
But they're good at center with the combination of Lively.
Yeah.
Gafford.
Yeah.
Really New Orleans, you literally have no other options. Give him to Sacramento already. You literally have nowhere else to go.
So wait a minute. So BI is the one. Everyone wants Brandon Ingram?
I still want Kuzma first.
I'll be happy 100% either way.
Y'all just want something to happen.
Well, Ingram and Kuzma, those are the two, I think.
I'm not going to act holier than now. I want some action.
Well, no, the move needs to happen. It's just those are the two where those are the perfect fits right there.
I still have Kuzma as the number one ranked on my big board, my trade big board. BI second. Cam and Finney Smith is third. Jeremy Grant is fourth, and Zach LaVine is fifth.
Somebody tell Lazy Hartenstein is absolutely your brother.
Yeah.
Yes, he is.
Lazy, he is, brother.
Yeah, he absolutely is, my man. Not everybody looks like you and KC, Lazy.
Come on,
haters.
Oh, that's uncalled for. I don't even know if I like Shoeless 99. Monty McPhail is not his name.
Oh no, that's not okay.
Don't do that.
That's not it. What McPhail? Why did you want to Dejounte Murray? It's a hard pass for me, dog. I don't need that.
That was hilarious though. Dejounte Murray got traded to the Pelicans. Like, oh, Monty not doing anything again. Like, come on, pick and choose your battles, bro.
Literally a player we have not discussed one time makes no sense on this team. God, Monty.
You telling me we couldn't do Kevin Huerter and 2 first-round picks for Dejounte Murray?
Couldn't do that.
Oh, man.
We have 2 minutes of show left, which means 3 minutes till the Kings make a trade.
Everybody, when it happens, thank us. Because we're off.
Well, hey, yo, you got the Dejounte Murray to the Pelicans things right.
I thought BI would be involved, though.
Well, I'm trying to big you up. Don't ruin it with what actually was said. You had Dejounte Murray going to the Pelicans. The details aren't important.
I did. Barry Horowitz.
This is funny. New Orleans was 0-24 when trailing entering the fourth quarter and 2-14 in close games, and see Murray as a player who can generate offense late in games. Pelicans remain committed to a core that includes Zion Williamson and CJ McCollum.
Come on.
Well, let's just stay on the air. Yeah, no, it's happening.
Come on.
Pels are trying to find common ground with Brandon Ingram contract. That tweet is disrespectful. If I was Brandon Ingram, I'm out of here.
Yeah, no, that's foul.
Taking my happy ass to Sacramento.
That is foul. Y'all don't want me. Well, don't want me, man.
Pelicans remain committed to a core that includes Zion Williamson and CJ McCollum. That is phenomenal.
He's out of there.
Absolutely phenomenal.
That is crazy.
Pelicans are trying to find common ground with Brandon Ingram contract. That means they don't want his ass, and they're trying to ship him out.
Why you don't want me, man?
Well, I hate to do this, but we're going home. Well, actually, we're not. We're staying our happy asses right here and just going to another radio station. If anything happens over the course of the next 2 hours or so, we'll figure something out. I'm gonna be honest, I don't think it is, but we will be back with you Monday, hopefully with lots of stuff to talk about. James Ham will be back. Orlando has declined to extend $2 million. Come on, man!
Who the hell is he?
Come on, Chris Haynes, end the show. We'll see you on Monday. Have a nice weekend.
Vamos NBA.
Jackasses.
Read the room.
Oh, man.
That's crazy.
Chris Haynes tweeting about Orlando and a qualifying offer. Damn it, pal. All right. Well, Jess, great seeing you the other night.
Yeah, bro.
Have fun in Tahoe, Soren. Have a great weekend, Tyler. Well, Patrick, yeah, well, Ingram can light some of California's finest, that's for sure. Oh, poor Zay. Zay, don't do that. I'll help you. I'll try to find it. Don't do that, Zay. Zay's gonna hate us by the end of all of it. Hey, what happened to Zabo? Man. He couldn't take watching those videos anymore, and he just left. I like Dyson Daniels too. He's a good ball player. All right, man. We'll see you guys. We'll see you guys Monday. We'll figure everything else out along the way. We'll see you guys Monday. Stay tapped into all of the socials and all of that stuff. I know we're doing sports Sunday. All right. We'll see y'all later.